Good morning, one and all. Kindly fill up the registration form shared in the chat box. It is mandatory. If you have already registered, you can ignore. Otherwise, you can register now. Good morning, all. Dear participants, kindly fill up the registration form. It is being shared in chat box. Again, it is mandatory. We'll be starting our session in a minute. Good morning, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Spirituality, Religions, Belief Systems, Slave Trade, Labor, Violence, Victims, Peace, Health, Telugu Language.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Am I audible? Then use your chat box to respond. Yeah, thank you. Kindly let me know if there is any audio issue. Okay, so we welcome you all once again to the International Conference on Spirituality, Religions, Belief Systems, Slave Trade, Labor, Violence, Victims, Peace, Health, Telugu Language and Literature, Education, Environment and Sustainable Development 2022. As you all know, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, we are organizing a series of events daily commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and as part of awareness and campaigns of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are commemorating various topics and themes which are relevant to the United Nations commemoration days, and also the commemoration of national days across the world. This provides an unique opportunity to embrace and appreciate this culture across the world, and also to discuss and disseminate knowledge on various topics and themes that are being commemorated, and also to highlight and also address various issues and challenges in the past 75 years of independence. So as part of this week conference title is also based on the commemoration of various days in this month as well as in this week, so that we will have relevant sessions commemorating these events. So today we have speakers from across the country who are going to be presenting on various topics. So let's briefly look into the commemorative days, then we will move on to sessions. the meanwhile, all the speakers are requested, whoever is in the conference, to share their conference, their topic, title, and as well as your name, designation, and organization in the chat box. So today, as part of the commemoration, we have International Day commemorating victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief. We can see that human rights related to freedom of religion or belief freedom of religion or belief or freedom of opinion and expression, the right peaceful assembly and the right to freedom of association are independent and interrelated and mutually reinforced. They are enshrined in the Articles 18, 19, and 20 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Upholding these rights plays an important role in fight against all forms of intolerance, of discrimination based on religion or belief. So the open and constructive and respectful debate of ideas, as well as interreligious, interfaith, and intercultural dialogue at the local, national, regional, and international levels can play a positive role in combating religious hatred and intolerance. Acts of violence based on religion or belief, there are continuous acts of intolerance and violence based on religion or belief against individuals, including against persons belonging to religious communities and religious minorities around the world. And the number of intensity of such incidents, which are often a criminal nature and may have international characteristics, are increasing. So the definition of minorities or majorities varies from here, from country to country, place to place. If you see, when we are talking about when we are talking in terms of religion, when we are addressing a particular community or a particular group in terms of statistics of religion, we can see that across the world, in each religion, because when we are talking this on an international level, so we can see the total estimates, nearly Christianity is the largest religion population, having the highest population of around 2.5 billion around the world. So they form the majority across the world. And next majority of population is Islam with around 2 billion people. And third majority is Hinduism with 1.2 billion. And fourth one comes Buddhism with 507 million, and with other all religions like folk religions, they all together form around 430 million, and other religions apart from this folk, they are around 61 million, and Judaism is around 14.6 million, and all another unaffiliated is 1.19 billion. So there is when we see, so the majority is Christianity, and the next majority is Islam, and the third majority is Hinduism. So we have to understand when we are talking at a United Nations level or an international level, when we are talking about, you know, when we are talking about, okay, is it fine now? Volume levels? Am I audible? Okay. So when we are talking about, minorities and majorities, it's not related to any particular area or particular country. This is when we are talking at an international level. So when we are talking about, in terms of International Day commemorating victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief, we see the majority is different here. Because if we take countries, some countries are, most of the countries are either Christian countries or Muslim countries, that is Islamic countries. And we see even in terms of Hinduism having so much of population, you don't find any Hindu country or Jain country or Buddhist country for that matter. And the other aspect is here, when you can see even Hindu being, India being a Hindu country, it also provides all the equal opportunities for everyone by bringing out secular term in the constitution. If we can see, there is no country in the world which is secular, and there is no country that has the word secular in any of the constitutions. So officially also, no country other than India has such an equal opportunities for any religion to practice. So when we are comparing, we need to understand this, that no other country in the world can be comparable to India. And moreover, when we see the kind of diversity in most of the countries, if you see rest of the countries, you have one or other religion as a religion which is primarily supported and promoted by the governments officially. But here we don't have, though India is a Hindu country since ages, but the greatest tolerance and the patience of the population here, people representing so many religions came up, and they were living happily. That any intolerance that is caused anything is only with the upcoming and new religions only. But otherwise, in the very first place, it is a very peaceful nation which promotes everyone equally, and with everyone equal opportunity, not only just, with the practice, but also in the constitution also. Initially, constitution also did not have this word secular, but later on with the amendments, the secular word was added even into the preamble of constitution, that every one of us know about it. So this is the kind of approach or perspective India has towards everyone, keeping humanity ahead of religion, and humanity, fostering humanity. So when we are understanding in this context, and see how nation is contributing to global peace, and we have various leaders who are promoting, global peace by equally treating everyone. And you can see the acts of violence based on religion or belief. You can see various countries uh, who, who are specifically having an official religion for that matter. There is a lot of atrocities that are being committed to the minorities. Now, you should be very careful here, understanding majority and minority, and not taking in the local context, because in some countries, the minority and majorities in most of the countries for that matter varies. And depending on the area, depending on the state, depending on the province, these terms keep changing. So there is no permanent minority religion or there is no permanent majority religion across the world because this varies from place to place. So when we are talking, when we have to see at that in the context of the population where you can see the highest population based on the religion. So it has to be taken that consents into the majority, and the minorities are those who are less in population compared to across the world. See, often the here the minority means the people who are less in population and are following some kind of belief system which they think is more appropriate to them. So here, when we are talking about human rights related to freedom of religion or belief, as enshrined in our constitution, everyone has a right to religion. So where everyone has equal freedom and opportunity to practice any religion, and no kind of discrimination or violence or abuse is to be, is allowed on any kind of person or any religion for that matter. But we see a different picture across the world. There are a lot of atrocities, abuses, and even a lot of restrictions. Those are in place, and widely we can see. This is what being said by the United Nations and the commemoration of International Day commemorating victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief. We can see a lot of people are being abused. Their human rights are violated when they are practicing their own religions or belief systems in various countries. So even the Articles 18, 19, and 20 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are also taken for toss and are violated, which is hindering to fight against all forms of intolerance and discrimination based on religion and belief. Furthermore, the exercise of the right to freedom of opinion and expression and full respect for the freedom to see, receive, and impart information can place a positive role in strengthening democracy and combating religious intolerance. So acts of violence based on religion and belief, there are continuing acts of intolerance. There are continuing acts of intolerance and violence based on religion or belief against individuals, including against persons belonging to religious communities and religious minorities around the world. And the number and intensity of such incidents, which are often of a criminal nature and may have international characteristics, are increasing day by day. We can see these atrocities and these incidents, these abuse and discrimination, including criminal uh, activities, and religious intolerance is increasing more and more across the world. And there is even recent statistics also show a lot of hate speech is being widely used and uh, promoted uh, by the vested interest people who are having trying to create a divide among the uh, population. So we have to be very careful, very conscious in this regard to ensure that we are very well informed and right decisions are taken based on the information. In this age of information, where misinformation is flooding the entire world, and it is very difficult for us to differentiate what is, fake news and what is real news or the factual news. So in this regard, we have to be very conscious and we need to verify the different sources to keep ourselves informed and also to be in harmony with all the religions and treat them equally. And this is why General Assembly adopted the resolution of this titled International Day commemorating the victims of acts and violence based on religion or belief, strongly condemning continuing violence and acts of terrorism targeting individuals, including persons belonging to religious minorities and on the basis of the name of religion, in the name of religion or belief. The member states reaffirmed their unequivocal condemnation of all acts, methods, and practices of terrorism and violent extremism conducive to the terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, wherever and by whomsoever committed, regardless of their motivation, and reiterated that terrorism and violent extremism, as when conducive to terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, cannot and should not be associated with any religion, nationality, civilization, or ethnic group. So the General Assembly decided to designate 22nd August as the International Day commemorating the victims of acts and violence based on religion or belief. This day comes right after the International Day of Remembrance and Tribute of the Victims of Terrorism, which, terrorism is also another major activity that causes a huge victimization and huge loss and a lot of intolerance and hate among the people by such acts, especially when they are performed by certain groups belonging to certain communities. So this can also bring a lot of unrest in the world. So we have to ensure that no such activities, terrorists by any communities or any individuals for that matter, and prevent any such activities so as to ensure global peace. So the General Assembly, in its resolution, designated 22nd August as the International commemorating the victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief, recognizing the importance of providing victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief and the members of their families with appropriate support and assistance in accordance with the applicable law. It strongly deplored all acts of violence against persons on the basis of their religion or belief, as well as many such acts directed against their homes, business properties, schools, cultural centers, or places of worship, as well as all attacks on and in religious places, sites, and shrines that are in violation of the international law. A previous resolution establishing the International Day of Remembrance of Tribute of the Victims Terrorism with Resolution 72 by 165 also recognized that working together to enhance the implementation of existing legal regimes that protect individuals against discrimination and the hate crimes, increasingly interreligious, interfaith, and intercultural effects, and expanding human rights education are important first steps in combating incidents of intolerance, discrimination, and violence against individuals on the basis of religion or belief. So by proclaiming an International Day commemorating the victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief, the General Assembly recalled the states have the primary responsibility to promote and protect human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to religious minorities, including their right to exercise their religion or belief freely, irrespective of any official religion in any of the country in the world. So with this, we shall end this commemoration and we shall move on to sessions, and then we will, in between, we will take up the next commemoration. So thank you for patiently listening to us. We'll move on to our first session. We'll be taking our first speaker for the day, Dr. R. Shivashankari, Assistant Professor and Head, BCom and CS Department, Sri Parma Kalyani College, Alvar Kurichi. We welcome you, ma'am, to take over for your session. You can switch on your audio, video, and start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Giving pranams to the Holy Spiritual Power, Almighty, who help us to have a positive gathering, as well as giving me an opportunity to give a speech on the topic religion and belief in this international conference. I'm happy to be a part of this conference, and the co-host who speaks before me has given a lot of descriptions related to religion as well as the current scenario of international level. I'm having a small script, but I can't even, I'm having some technical issues to present the PowerPoint. So I will explain. First of all, I start my session with the words of Swami Vivekananda. The greatest religion is to be true to your own nature. Have faith in yourself. Yes, we must be true to our own nature and environment where we are living, the country where we live, which helps us to have a life like this, which is considered to be the greatest religion as per the words of Swami Vivekananda. All religion, arts and sciences are branches of the same tree, and all the aspirations are directed towards enabling man's life, lifting it from the sphere of mere physical existence and leading the individual towards a freedom. These are the words of Albert Einstein. We know Albert Einstein as a great scientist, but he has given a proper definition for the religion, and he gives a importance of religion as mere physical existence is not a life, and we have to move or lift ourselves from mere physical existence to a life of freedom. And belief is a state of mind when we consider something true, even though we are not 100% sure or able to prove it. Everybody has beliefs about life and world they experience, because we are living in a life and we are experiencing some situations and we are having a belief on that. But we are believing mythological, physiological, or philosophical or ideological ideas regarding our culture, which created us and supported us to live like that. Everybody has beliefs, but every mutually supported beliefs may form belief systems, which may be religious or philosophical. Belief is a truth held in the mind. Yes, we are having belief and we are conducting programs and we are conducting functions which helps us to have truth in the mind and faith in ourselves as well as in the God is a fire which helps us to move and exist in a positive vibrance. Religion is a collection of materials and subsistence, which helps us to have good overview of many dimensions of religion. Religion is a collection of cultural systems, belief systems, and worldviews that related humanity to spirituality and sometimes to have moral values. Yes, many religions have narratives, symbols, traditions, and sacred histories. Yes, we are having more sacred historical stories, which helps us to have a moral value in life and that are intended to give meaning to our life or to explain the origin of life or the universe. Yes, religions are providing moral stories as well as sacred histories, which helps us to have the explanation for the origin of life to the universe. They tend to derive morality, ethics, religious laws, or a preferred lifestyle from their ideas about the cosmos as well as about the human nature. Yes, we are having experiencing scientific explanations for sun, earth, moon. Yes, we are having scientific explanations, but in morality, in religious rules, we are already have the tradition of maintaining and giving importance and giving religious faith to the nature around us. That is the cosmos, and which will let us to have a human natural life, which will help us to protect the environment also. Many religions have organized behavior, a definition of what constitutes adherence and membership, congregations of laity, regular meetings, etc. The practice of this religion may also include sermons or functions, commemorations of the activities of God or gods, sacrifices, festivals, feast, initiations, funerary services, matrimonial services, meditations, music, art, dance, as well as public service, which helps the various aspects of human culture, which gives importance to lead ourselves from humanity to spirituality and as well as from spirituality to humanity. However, there are examples of religions for which some or many of these aspects of structure, belief, or practices are absence. True religion is a real living, as per the words of Einstein. True religion is real living, living with all one's soul, with all one's goodness and righteousness. What are the functions or what are the features of a religion? And we are maintaining and we are having a religion which serves the several functions for the society. They are giving meaning and purpose to a life, reinforcing social unity and stability, serving as an agent of social control behavior. Yes, society can be controlled and the people in the society's behavior can be controlled by means of religion, promoting physical and psychological well-being. Yes, doing meditations, doing prayers, doing yogas in every culture and every religion helps us to have a psychological well-being as well as physical well-being. Many problems and many health issues are now common because of the stress level increasing among the human beings. And we can promote the physical health also by means of functions in the religious aspects. And the religion motivates people to work for a positive social change. Yes, we again come to a conclusion that beliefs in the spiritual dimension of life have existed since time immemorial. Many human societies have left as historical evidence of their systems of belief, whether it was worship of sun, of gods or goddesses, knowledge of good and evil, of the sacred. Yes, we are following many religions. The co-host who was a speaker before me has given in a percentage of religions which was leading in the international level. You can know that the historical evidences prove that various dimensions of spiritual belief are being here since time immemorial. Religions and other belief systems in our environment have an influence on our identity, regardless of whether we consider ourselves religious or spiritual or not. At the same time, other parts of our identity, our history, our approach to other religions and groups considered different, which will influence how we interpret the religion or belief system. As per the words of our national father Mahatma Gandhi, the essence of all religion is one. Only their approaches are different. Yes, all religions are teaching the essence is led to humanity as well as spirituality. Only their approaches are different. These are the words of our national father Mahatma Gandhiji. Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief and freedom either alone in community with others and in public or private to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practices, worship, as well as observance. This is the rule or Article 18 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Yes, the UN Human Rights Committee emphasized that this freedom is far-reaching and profound, that it encompasses freedom of thought on all matters, personal convictions, and a commitment to the religion or belief, whether manifested individually or in community with others. That the freedom of conscience gives us protection for theistic, non-theistic, and atheistic beliefs, as well as the right not to profess any religion or belief. Yes, I can have my theistic issue or non-theistic issue and atheistic beliefs, but I cannot profess others or other beliefs. This is the UN Human Rights Committee's emphasis on freedom of religion. And as per our Indian religion, as per an Indian context, religion in India is characterized by a diversity of religious beliefs and practices. Yes, our Indian country is having a unity in diversity, and the preamble of Indian Constitution states that India is a secular state. Indian subcontinent is the birthplace of four of the world's major religions, namely Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism. As per the record census of 2011, in India, 79.8% of population practices Hinduism and 14.2% practices Islam, 2.3% adheres Christianity, 1.7% adheres Sikhism, 0.7% adheres Buddhism, and 0.4% adheres Jainism. Yes, our country is a secular country. As per the international context, our Hinduism is a minority, or it occupies the third position. But in India, it occupies the first position. But in India, we are giving full rights for all religions to work and have the important beliefs and doing their customs without any interruptions. And finally, I want to conclude the words by our constitutional words. The Constitution of India declares India to be a secular state with no state religion. Yes, we can have constitutionally, legislatively, and culturally, we can follow any religion which gives meaning and purpose to our life, reinforcing social unity and stability, serving as an agent of social control of behavior, promoting physical and psychological well-being, and motivating people to work for positive social change. Finally, I conclude with these words. Belief in the spiritual dimension of life have existed since immemorial, and we are having the morality, ethics, and religious laws are a preferred lifestyle from the ideas of the religions and belief. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. R. Shivashankari, for your detailed account of religion and beliefs, very well presented. And congratulations. We wish you all the success. And
Thank you, sir.
If you have any queries or observations or comments, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, they can ask, sir. Is there any queries or comments they can ask?
You can share your queries or comments. You can unmute yourself. Otherwise, you can use a chat box also to share your queries or comments. Okay, then we will we'll continue to take on any queries, observations in the chat box, and we'll move on to our next speaker. kindly fill up the feedback form for the session 1. It is being raised in the form of polls. We have 5 minutes for the feedback form. Kindly fill up form quickly. Hope everyone can see the feedback form. It will be in the form of polls. So quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. All the participants are requested to fill up the feedback form. In the meanwhile, I invite Ms. Mary ma'am to introduce our next speaker, Neeraja Malik. Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself. And introduce our next speaker, Neeraja Malik.
Mrs. Neeraj Malik is a counselor, author, inspirational speaker, and awards Positive Health Award 2009, Dr. Batra Zindagi Life Award 2011, Outstanding Inspirational Movements Award 2012, FCCI Ladies Organization Certificate of Appreciation 2013, Sri Satya Seva Samiti Kalyan Manava Seva or Madhava Seva, Rose for Ritwan Award 2015, Spiritual Assembly of the Bais of Chennai Women's Achiever Award, Rotary International Literacy Mission Award, Life Achievement Award, AGN Leadership Center, Women of Substance Cancer Crusader Award 2017, Exceptional Women Excellence Award 2018, Literacy Excellence Award 2018, Malti Award 2019, Iconic Award for Best All Women 2020, and Exceptional Leader of Excellence 2021. And apart from that, she has a vast experience as a social worker and a teacher in various schools, honed by skills and prepared to do what is meant to counsel patients that are affected with cancer and their family members for the past 24 years with unbridled passion and dedication. She calls herself a conqueror rather than survivor and started the Apollo Cancer Support Group on the 8th March 2004, and she inaugurated the Pollachi Cancer Support Group on the 2nd of February 2019, and by the Department of State USA, a participant. International Visitors Leadership Program in Breast Cancer in 2008, a glorious 21-day exposure of experts and NGOs in major cities there, leading in the various aspects of awareness, prevention, and cure in the field of breast cancer. 14 of people were chosen all over the world in the treatment of surgery chemotherapy, and she was the sixth she participated in the race of cure in Tampa, Florida, and she calls herself, she has her own YouTube channel, and she calls herself a cancer conqueror and counselor, and she's in the field of luck, circle of success, and she's an inspiring speaker, and daily mantra is God is great and this too shall pass. Laughter is the best medicine. We are greatly honored to have you, ma'am.
So we invite Mrs. Neeraja Malik. Thank you, Mary ma'am, for introducing her to take over for the presentation. You can unmute yourself, ma'am. Mrs. Neeraja.
I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it, it says.
Yeah, just a second. There is a poll window. Kindly minimize that. Do not close that because once we close, it cannot.
Just a minute. Just a minute. No, I'm afraid that's not working. It's gone off completely, in fact.
Don't worry about that. If it pops up again, kindly minimize it. Do not close it. Do not end or close it.
Yeah, I won't close it, but no.
Now you can start your video and as well as your presentation.
Okay, I will. Yes, finally. I am so happy to be here amongst all of you. And Dr. Ravindra, may I start?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
All right. So the divinity in me bows down to the divinity in all of you. And I am so honored to be here at this platform. And what I will be talking about is my life experiences. I really do want to convey one thing, that we become what we feel, we think, and we live. So I need to go into a little bit of my background to tell you that I was born to parents who are very God-loving. So I am using the word God-loving rather than God-fearing. And what I do want to say is that the way I was brought up, it was by examples. So it wasn't as if anyone said, love God. It was because they were doing it that feeling, by sheer osmosis, traveled from them into me and my younger sister. So as I grew up, I suddenly realized that from the time I was in nursery or kindergarten, if there was any new child, the teacher would tell me, you know, this child is new, so please take care of her. So that is what I started doing. I started taking care of the children and telling the mothers, don't cry, don't worry, auntie, she's crying now. She'll be okay. I'm there now. Main hoon na. So this kind of confidence that other people have in me started in my very, very young age. And as I grew up, I would like to share with you that I did my graduation in social work. And then I also did my B.Ed, which is how I worked in schools as a social worker, as well as the 4th standard class teacher. Now, all along, I've had a wonderful life. My father was in the Indian Navy. We traveled all over, not only India, but also the world, because he joined the Foreign Merchant Navy. He took premature retirement because he felt he needs to get 2 daughters married and build 2 homes. So he was a very disciplined and principled man. And these are the things that have come down to us. Then I must admit that I feel that God had already decided on what I was going to be. So he gave me a lot of lessons in the university, what I call the University of Life. So after my marriage, I had many miscarriages, and then I had a stillborn in the 8th month. Then my twins were 2 months and 5 days premature. I had a blood pressure of 270 by 140, a very, very adventurous and exciting life. And once they were born 2 months and 5 days prematurely, after that, when they were about 7 years old, I managed to get cancer the first time. And then that was 1998. Then I was diagnosed with cancer again in 2004. And there were many surgeries. And then in 2018, I went through septicemia 3 times, which means that when the bacteria gets into your blood, then one by one, all your organs start backing up and there's nothing you can do. And it happened to me thrice. So what I want to tell all the people who are listening to me, age regardless, that if anything happens to you, a lot depends on the attitude that you have and how you face and tackle things. So having gone through all this, I feel that there is a world of knowledge, of expertise. And for the last 24 years, I've been counseling cancer patients from the very, very year that I was diagnosed. So I think there is the divine looking after me. I think a lot depends on my attitude. And I think that he is always there to take me forward. Now, a lot of times I'm asked a simple question. You've written a book called I Inspire. You inspire so many people. I would have counseled millions of patients, and not only in Chennai, where I live, but the world over. Because thanks to the pandemic, the world has become so small. So whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's the laptop, you can talk to someone as if that person is in the same room as you are. So that is really wonderful. But to come back to the question, you inspire so many. What is it that inspires you? And I just say, MFSG. And they asked me, they said, what are those? So normally it is an interactive session. So when I say M, a lot of the students, a lot of the company people, a lot of administrative staff, a lot of the big shots in the different vocations in life and in industries and in the corporate field asked me, is M for mother? And I say yes. My mother, who is 92 at the moment and has a wonderful sense of humor, has always brought us up by saying that everything happens for the best. And you know, when I broke my bones and I fell down and I bled and I was in a lot of pain, I used to look at her and wonder, what do you mean everything happens for the best? Is this the best? Now I understand that behind her words was the strength, was the courage that I have derived by going through all this. And she has always been there as my support. And when I say mother, a lot of Masis, which are people, women, strong women like my mother, have also helped me, whether they're my father's sisters, whether they are friends of my parents, whether it's my mother-in-law, they have all held me together. And so M for mother. And I think that I go a step further, because when I say a few words, I always say, I am secure, confident, and relaxed in Divine Mother, who heals and strengthens my body, mind, and soul. So isn't that beautiful? The Divine Mother, even Mother Earth is there for our nourishment, for looking after us, for giving us the best of everything. So what a wonderful word. Mother, Ma, Mo, Amma. So first and foremost, Mother. Then I say F. And now I'm sure you figured out that if M is for mother, then F is for father. And what do you think happened? When I was diagnosed on Friday, the 13th of February, 1998, I ran to my father and I said, Papa, I'm going to fight cancer. And do you know what this wonderful person who was in the Indian Armed Forces, he was in the Indian Navy. He had received a mention in dispatches. And during the 1971 war, he took his ship right towards Chittagong and was very much a part of that situation. He turned to me and he just said one thing. He said, Bitam, why are you using the word fight? And it took me aback. I was so shocked. I was so surprised at his words, because he was a warrior, a soldier, a captain of the ship. And then he explained. He said, when you talk about a fight, there are so many negative thoughts. There's so many negative feelings. I'm going to. So I said, all right, if I don't fight cancer, what do I do? And he said, face it. Don't fight it, face it. And that registered with me 24 years back. And not has it been etched in my psyche. It is something that I share with every patient of mine. And they share it with every friend and relative of theirs. Because when you say, I'm going to face it, not fight it, what happens? The attitude changes. That negativity drops automatically. And you are filled with positivity. And then what do you say when you are filled with positivity? You get a feeling of, yes, hum honge kamyab. We will overcome. And it shifts from something that is horrible to something that is full of hope. And this is what my father taught me 24 years back. And if you ever hear these words, face it, don't fight it. You will realize that these are the words of my father, that have resounded in my ears, and I have spread them on. Now, when we talk about Father, do you know, every time my mother and my sister and my sisters-in-laws, they took me to the hospital, my father would just put his hand on my head, shut his eyes, and with deep feeling, say a mantra. And I went to the hospital for my surgeries, innumerable, for my chemotherapies, for my 80 or so radiations. I went full of zip and zing, faith and confidence, fearless, brave, courageous. So I want everyone to feel that whatever we're going through, if your attitude is different, and if you take it upon yourself that it is not a punishment that you're going through all this, because a lot of people say, why me? Why have I been diagnosed with cancer? Why have I got to go through all these troubles? Whether it's failure in exams, whether it's financial distress, whether it's love failure, whether it's, so many issues in life that can really upset us and pull us down, So the fact of the matter is that your attitude, if you don't go into why me, which is like drowning in sympathy, which is like being full of, covering yourself. It's like digging your own grave. It's like, where does the mud go? It goes on to you. And you, with your constant question of why me, get pushed in deeper and deeper. And even if Anjanaya or Hanuman or your friends, someone wants to help you, will you be open? Will you be receptive to gratefully receive that help? No. Your mind is shut and you just want to put away people and you just want to be left alone in your own misery. But you know something, out there in the world, there are lots of people loving you, wanting to uplift you, wanting to look after you. Give them a chance. And not only that, do you know, the other way of looking at it is that God feels that you have the capacity to overcome all this. You have the capacity to be better than this. You have the capacity to overcome it, and you have the capacity to live on. It's like a test. So you can look at it as a test that you fearlessly go into, or you can also look at it as prasad. There's so many women who say that, yes, this cancer has been given to me by God, and I accept it as prasad because this is going to wipe out my karmas. Now, you can look at life any which way. So F for father, F for family, husband, children, in-laws, F for friends, uncles, aunties. There is an entire community that comes forward. And if the people cannot even help you in terms of physically being there for you, do you know, I believe that just the vibrations of their loving care and concern can uplift us out of our misery, out of our trials and tribulations, and make us healthy and happy. So then we come to M, F, S. S stands for siblings. S stands for my sister and my sisters-in-law, my husband's brothers' wives. they all rallied forward to do whatever they could. S stands for society. They all come forward. People as a rule are very caring, compassionate, concerned, loving, and they just need a chance for you to tell them, I need. And what do you need? You need their prayers, you need their blessings, you need their duas. Never hesitate in asking openly. And no one will hesitate in showering love, compassion, blessings, and duas on you. M, F, S, G. Now I'm sure that the way I've been speaking and the last sentence of Mary was that I have 3 mantras, literally. One is God is great. The other is this too shall pass. And the third is laughter is the best medicine. So yes, G is for God. And I think that every one of us has a very personal and loving relationship. Yes, we can look at up to him as a mother, father, friend, child, lover. There's so many options that we think of God. And what is my attitude towards God? I tell God, I have a wonderful relationship with him. Tell him. I said, God, you've given me these problems. But guess what? I don't have time. So if you have given me these problems, it's your problem to give me a solution. I am free. So with that trust, that intense belief, that faith that he is always there to uplift me, to help me as a mother, as a father, as a friend. See, I'm a Gemini. So I take everything, every which way, everyhow. So I consider God to be my one and my all, and my all in one. And that is what keeps me going from day to day. Of course, there are other thoughts that tackle one day at a time. Say that every day, in every way, I'm better and better and better. There's so many ways we can go around it. But I know for a fact that if you think positive, if you think and speak correctly, you know what the 3 main things are: thought, word, and deed. And when we have a thought, they also say you become what you think. So that means that it is dependent on me as to what I want to become. And therefore, I will focus on what I think. And when I focus on what I think or what I want to become, that is where, if that is my intention, that is where my attention goes. And when my attention goes there, that becomes energized. And we must believe and we must know that actually we are all energy. I have so many people who come to me, and I love hugging people. They come to me and they say, we get into your space and we feel so energized. There's a friend of mine who calls me, his name is Jayendra Soni. He calls me Nirja, my Urja, and Urja means energy. So if you are filled with positivity, if you are filled with peace, if you are filled with joy, if you are filled with contentment and happiness, then automatically the energy radiates from you. It cannot help but make an impact, not only on how you face that day, but how many people you meet and how they get impacted by it. So, my dear friends, remember that mostly we are the ones who complicate our life. We are the ones in whose hands it is to live our life the way we want to. And we are the ones who are responsible for our life. And what are the aspects in a human being? PMES. Physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. So it is not that you have to be fit only in body, but you need to be fit in your mind. You need to be fit in your thoughts. You need to be happy and healthy in your emotions. And all these things put together will give you a spiritual satisfaction, because you can involve your job, meditation, and embrace the whole world, because we are all one. You know, when my children were able to speak, what did I tell them? I told them that first you say the Gayatri Mantra, then you say Ikonkar Satnam, the Sikh prayer, then you say La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, the Muslim prayer, and then you say, thank you, God, for the world so sweet. Thank you, God, for the food we eat. Thank you, God, for the birds that sing. Thank you, God, for everything. And then I said, after having said all this, talk to God. He's your friend. So the fifth is, whatever you feel like saying, say it. And this happened for a very long time. One fine day, the kids came to me and they said, they looked up at me and they said, Mama, what are we? And I said, what do you mean? And they said, today we went to someone's house. From school, they went to have lunch there. And we saw this huge room which was filled with photographs and statues. And we said, what is this? It was a puja room, which meant my puja, I have cupboards, I have shelves, I have everything, dressing tables filled with all my friends, which cover all religions of the world. And then the mother said, you don't know what this is? And he said, no. So she said, this is a puja room. What do you pray? And so kids will be kids. They stood there, shut their eyes, folded their hands, and they said their daily routine. And then she asked them, she said, what are you? And they didn't know how to answer that. So they said, what do you mean, Auntie? She said, are you Hindu? Are you Muslim? Are you Sikh? Are you Christian? What are you? So that is why they came home and they asked me, Mama, what are we? And I just told them one thing. I said, if you are asked again this question, just say that we are citizens of the world. Because that is what you are. There is no differentiation a child cries, whether in Japan or America or India, sounds the same, hurts, blood flows. So why should we go in for all these differences? So I think perhaps my time is getting over, but I must thank you, Dr. Vrinda, and I must thank you, Mary, for inviting me to speak here. And I would love to address you again and again. And I will end with my love, my prayers, and my blessings towards all of you. Please think positive. Please think, because when you think, you will know. When you know, you will believe. When you believe, miracles will start happening. Think that you are living a joyous, blissful, happy, contented life. And you. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm most willing to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Neeraj Malik. It was a really wonderful presentation from your side. You know that.
I'm afraid I can't hear you at all, Dr. Ravindra.
Is it audible now?
No, very, very faintly. And my speakers I know are on 100. Yes. But I could hear Mary very well. I could hear her very well.
Now, is it fine?
Yes, I can hear you. Wonderful. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much.
So it was a
Yes.
wonderful session from your side. You know, the way you presented, it really reflected your knowledge and insights about life and the various aspects of life. It was a pleasure listening to you. And of course, you know, though we share a lot of academic knowledge, but, you know, this is what required, you know, practical experience on the ground at the root level, you know, how people are really going through, experiencing and overcoming and sharing their experiences. Now, this is what really matters and influences. And, you know, as a survivor, it
Conqueror. I call myself a conqueror.
yeah, conqueror. Yeah, that's the right word. In fact, you know, conquering ourselves over all the odds and events. You know, you stand apart and be an inspiration for many of us who are struggling, and you stand as an, you know, ideal for them, as a great inspiration to, you know, keep on going, so that one day they also become conquerors. So very well said.
Thank you. And what you have said is so beautiful, because I believe in God. And when I talk to people, especially those, I've had a lot of volunteers also. And when they see me talking to the patients, when they see me in action, sometimes the patient comes to me not wanting to talk to me, is coming there just because the parents have forced, or the doctor has said, go meet her. And he's sitting like this. Because what does the patient want to do? Just wants to curl up and die. And then what do? I just start talking. And from this, the patient is like this. And then the patient actually feels eager to get the treatment out of the way, because I end by saying, see, you have seen how I am helping you. Now you, when you go back, conquering it, your community will come to you with those problems. And then it will be like a ripple effect. So if I have 100 volunteers who see the way I talk, and then they go ahead and talk, or the thousands of patients that I've helped, and whenever someone is diagnosed, the community does go to them. So this is the ripple effect, because a lot of my patients are simultaneously helping other patients. So God is great, and this ripple effect is what helps. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra. And thank you for the lovely words you spoke. If there's any questions, Mary can always get in touch with me and I will answer them at length, or maybe have another session with you people. I would love that. Thank you so much.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, you've done a wonderful job. I have a lot of inspirational people who have gone through like this, but you're the one more added to that. Because I know what you're going through, because I have experienced my personal, I have one heart patient, heart transplant patient who has gone through, sir, and now she's running a NGO and she's helping 100 patients. So that's so you've been the second woman who has inspired me. So when I saw your profile only, then I thought you're the one who's second person I'm seeing inspiration. When we go bad times, that time only we should do something good for others. When we are fit and fine, doing for others is not a great thing. When we are only bad in health issue and how it is to run, I personally experienced, so only I'm valuing you a lot. So I have been side to side with that girl. So I know what it is to take courage and do it. So, and what brought me to you is the spiritual thing, because I love God and prayer. That's one thing got me, and wonderful, and hope to see you in more session. God bless you, ma'am. Take care.
Thank you, Mary. God bless. Thank you so much for inviting me. Take care.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes. How do you, Manasa?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, Manasa.
Ma'am, it's been really a wonderful talk, and the way you have been gone through your life and the things you have shared to us, it's really valuable. But after seeing your life now, the things which I have gone through, so based on that, I have little doubts. Can I ask you?
Please do, please do, please feel free.
Yeah. Ma'am, basically, outside I'm very wild and somewhat straightforward and rough to handle the things. But deep inside, somewhere else, I'm struggling emotionally, multiple emotions, like I'm unable to handle the situations. So I feel like sometimes people may used to say that being alone is a wonderful gift and only few people can handle that. And I'm very, very, very spiritual when compared to rest of the girls or the things. All the time I used to spend on my career, if not being spiritual. And I don't know why sometimes I used to get this Maha Avatar Babaji, the meditation guru.
Yes, yes.
I don't know whether I'm going to such kind of practices, or I have no clue why I'm getting that person back to back. Why I feel like I just want to go and spend some time spiritually and being alone out of this, bad habits. I just want to avoid all these things.
How old are you, Manasa?
Ma'am?
How old are you, or how young are you? How many years?
29.
Oh, that's wonderful. So, Manasa, 29 is a very wonderful age where you can be very spirited. You have a lot of, gung-ho, you have physical power. So my advice to you is, see, you're absolutely right. You're talking about being alone. So there are two ways of looking at it. Either you're lonely or you're alone. Now, when you're alone, you could call it solitude. And a lot of people nowadays want solitude, right?
Yeah.
And that is the time. Now, Avatar Baba, he has been coming to you. So I think at this age, sit down, shut your eyes, and ask him, what are you trying to tell me?
Okay.
Take a pen and write down whatever comes to your mind at that time. Make a list of 5 things, 10 things, 2 things, 3 things.
Okay.
And then just fold it. And if you have a prayer place or a photograph or something that you believe in, fold it and keep it there. And say that, in a week or in 10 days' time, I would like to be able to have my answer and work towards it. And I'm sure
Okay.
you get an answer. And please ask Mary for my number. You could talk to me and we can get to a different point once you explain
Yes.
everything to me. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
So I wish you all the best and God bless you. It is wonderful what is happening at
Thank
such
you.
a young age. I'm very
Yeah.
proud of you. Manasa.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Neeraja, and also Mrs. Mrs.
Manasa.
So, the life is different for everyone. And, spirituality is so complex, everyone has a different perspective of what spirituality is. So even there is no standard or universal definition in this world to define spirituality as such.
Yes.
So, we need to explore ourselves, like Mrs. Neeraja has explored, and we all are exploring on our own ways, like you also shared one experience.
Yes.
Actually, spirituality is an inward journey where we need to go inwards rather than going outside, explore ourselves and what are our belief systems or thought processes that are really bothering or really motivating us, and where they are taking us. First understanding them, appreciating them, and getting along with them if they are in line with the morals, ethics, values, which are universal in nature. That will bring in an inner peace, and so that we also feel the self-satisfaction, and then we can get aligned with materialistic activities, because we cannot renounce ourselves from this world. We have to be part of this society, and as a human being we have certain responsibilities as a, for that matter, for a male to be a child, and to be a father, to be a grandparent, and similarly for a woman to be a mother, and a mother-in-law, sister. A lot of responsibilities are there because we are in this world. So we need to perform those responsibilities, at the same time explore ourselves, how we can get connected to the supreme or spiritual souls and the souls around us who have a noble, thoughts and perceptions.
Yes. And Ravindra, one more thing, in our minds, at any point, I happen to be 68 years old. So at any point in our lives, we do feel that, oh, I wish I could just run away and go to the mountains and meditate and all that. But life there is not simple either. We expect it to be, oh, I'm within the 5 elements of nature, the earth, the fire, the breeze, the air, the space, the vegetation, but that water, but that's not true. Every step that we take has its own issues and problems. And we think, oh, I'll run away to the Himalayas and I'll be fine. That is not so. We have to face, as you rightly and beautifully have put it, we have to face our challenges. And then when the time is ripe and right, and with God's blessings, anything can happen. Isn't that so? Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the addition. Hope everyone has enjoyed, and if there are no further queries, then we can move on to next session. Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us and sharing your insights. And we wish you all the success for all your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future.
Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on with these wonderful thoughts to our next session. Kindly fill up the feedback form being shared for the session 2. Then we will move on to third session. Feedback form is available for second session. Kindly fill up the feedback form. Our next session would be by Nafisat Sabida, SM PhD scholar, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry Central University. She will be presenting on snake bite envenomy in India.
Hello, sir. I'm not able to share the screen.
When I instruct you, you can go ahead.
All right, sir.
Because the participants are filling the feedback form. Na?
Okay, thank you.
So by mistake, if it gets closed, we cannot reopen it. I'm making you co-host. Do not close that window, ma. You can minimize that. Now you can start your audio and video and start your presentation. Nafisa?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing the.
Yeah, it's visible. You can go to first slide.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad that I got this opportunity to present in this online conference today. So my presentation will be based on the PhD topic which I'm doing. I'm currently studying in Pondicherry University, and my topic of study is regarding the experience of people who are bitten by snakes, and as well as people who are associated with the person. It can be family member or a snake rescuer or the expert who is treated. So that is what my topic of study is. And today's presentation is just a part of that. Okay, so basically WHO has officially listed snake bite envenoming as a highest priority neglected tropical disease because it is mostly happening in Asia and African continents, and these part and the health issues of these part are mostly neglected by the World Health Organization, or certain diseases are under that category, and snake bite is one among them. Extensive community level research on snake bites in India is saying that there is 45,900 deaths which is happening in India on a daily basis annually, and most of the snake bite deaths are due to the big four snakes, which is known as big four snakes in India. They are common Indian krait, Russell's viper, sword-scale viper, and spectacle cobra. These are the four snakes which is contributing to the snake bite mortality of India. So when we talk about snake bite envenoming, it is nothing but the injection of poison, or which is known as venom, to a person but through a bite, and it can be potentially life-threatening, and it can also affect different parts of our body. Our organs and tissues will be getting affected depending on what kind of a species is bitten, what kind of species of the snake is bitten by us. Different parts and tissues will be affected. Coming to snake bites in India, South Asia is the world's most heavily affected region due to its high population density, widespread agricultural activities, numerous venomous snake species, and lack of functional snake bite control program, says Alerol in 2010. So South Asia has this problem of snake bite due to widespread agricultural activities, and we have numerous venomous snake which is available, or which can be found in our locality, and we have high population density, which means that we have people which is living in every part, be it rural, be it inside the forest, and there is a lack of functional snake bite control program in India. As I said, an extensive community level research on snake bite deaths in India estimated that there is 45,900 deaths in 2005. That is over 30 times more than the government of India's authorized figure. And this can be because not all people are going to the hospital and getting registered in a government or in any database. They mostly go to traditional healing or any other indigenous medical practices for snake bite. And that is also one reason we don't have an extensive data about them. As per the available data, we know that annual snake bite deaths were most significant in the state of Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, and Bihar. And the number is 30-fold higher than the number declared from official hospital records. Okay, the snake bite can be considered as a disease of poverty, because most of the time people affected by snake bite are from a poor socio-economic condition. They may be mostly from rural areas who are who are affected by snake bite, who are mostly engaged in agricultural activities. As a disease of poverty, snake bite envenoming has failed to draw requisite attention for public health policy inclusion and investment for dynamic, sustainable effort to reduce the medical and societal burden. And this is because of the socio-demographic of the people who are affected and their lack of political voice. They cannot come up and really influence the health policy of the nation or of the community to get an attention for this public health issue. The survival of the economically deprived rural population depends on their non-mechanized, low-cost farming techniques, and ironically, these practices place them at higher risk of snake bite. Their feet, legs, and hands are more frequently affected by snake. As we know, the agriculture sector, everybody is not using the protective equipments and mechanized. It is not as mechanized as developed countries, because of which our people will be going to the field without wearing a boot or without having any mechanism to combat this situation of snake bite. And most of the time their feet and legs are mostly affected, along with hands, when they use their when they are engaged in agricultural activities in the field. So associating rural agriculture with high incidence of morbidity and mortality is actually been observed in the available literature. Snake bite is an occupational, environmental, and domestic health hazard with a significant economic fallout on the individual and the family. So when we look at snake bite, it is not enough for us to look into snake bite as a public health issue, because it is more than that. It is a socio-economic and occupational hazard which is happening, and it has also got the environmental and ecological aspects to it. In India, 70% of the bites are in males between 20 to 50 years of age, which means people who are more productive and who are outdoor, who are engaged in works, are getting affected by snake bite. The economic repercussion is remarkable, as in most villages, males are the sole earning member on whom the family depends. So this high incidence among male is going to affect the whole family, especially in rural villages, because most of the time the male member will be the sole earning member of the family. Insufficient infrastructure in villages, including lighting, sewage system, roads, and house water supply, co-contributes to snakebite, especially at night. Lack of lighting, the people who are engaged in agricultural activities also have the, certain habit wherein they don't carry a torch, or they may not wear comfortable and securing boots. So these kinds of habits are also leading to snake bites, along with house water supply and road supply, and there is a limitation in that. So people go in the evening to fetch water from a far place, or they may be problems like there is no roads which is intact, and that can also lead for this problem. Poor transport facilities in the rural areas lead to a massive delay in the transferal of patients to a secondary or tertiary center. This is another level of the problem, wherein a person is bitten by snake, and to transport that person to a facility, a health facility, it is taking too much time because of the lack of transport facilities, especially in rural India. From a public health perspective, it is a public health crisis actually, because even though we can take the person to a health center, the anti-snake venom may not be available in all the health centers in India. So there are only few health centers which may be in the secondary or tertiary center. We will be getting ASV, anti-snake venom. Not all the health facilities have anti-snake venom. So that is one problem. Another one is low quality of ASV. Anti-snake venom can be of low quality. It is because there is an absence of a centralized quality control on the process of ASV, and there is also there is no regional or zonal pool of snake venom. For the whole India, the ASV has been produced from a South Indian based pool of snake venom, which is happened to be at Chennai. So the snake venom which is pulled from snakes from South India may not be suitable for a snake bite which is happening in Rajasthan. So that is another problem which we are facing. Medical education in the developing world, including snake bite treatment, is often based on textbook from developed nation. Again, the snake which they have in their country and what we have here are different, and there are there could be different protocol for treating all these snake bites. That is another issue which we are facing. While infrastructure plays a vital role in transport, the delay is often because professionals in closer health centers are not sufficiently trained to manage snake bites and lack confidence. This is another issue wherein even if we are taking the patient or the person who is affected by snake bite to a health center, the physician there may not be trained in a manner to treat the snake bite, and that physician may be referring us to another health center which is far away. So we are losing so much of time because of this. So that's why a public health crisis is arising because of snake bites in our community. Okay. So most of the time, most of the studies says that traditional treatments are not of evidence and they are not scientifically proven medicines for snake bite. So that is one thing. But at the same time, our population, our people in India are going to traditional and alternative medicines, and they are happy about it. And that can be because of their socio-cultural reasons. They have their own reasons to go for a snake bite healer or a snake bite traditional snake bite practitioner. So there are many ways the traditional healer treats snake bite and envenoming in India, such as incision, suction, application of herbal plants, and administrating natural and synthetic substances. Common traditional methods are cutting the bite site using a tourniquet, freezing, burning, and shocking, ingestion of plant extract, and the local application of poultice and ingestion of alcohol. These are being practiced in India. So even though we may not be able to say that these are scientifically proven or not, there are people who are going for it and they are happy about the treatment. They are coming back and they are also ready to recommend this kind of treatment to people who are going through the same situation. Coming to a human wildlife conflict perspective of this problem, in many ways, snake bite has more in common with any other traditional human wildlife conflict that involves physical harm inflicted on human. That is the maximum of a human wildlife conflict, and that is there in the case of snake bite. Snake bite risk also can be viewed as a result of an overlap in snake and human distribution. That is because of our modified pattern, and we are entering into their place, their habitat has been destroyed by the deeds of human, and these kind of issues are also the reason why human wildlife conflict in the case of snake is happening. To conclude, the World Health Organization admits that the shortage in antivenom availability is the biggest hurdle in reducing snakebite envenomations, mortality, and morbidity. So the first and foremost thing which we need is more ASV, more anti-snake venom, and more appropriate anti-snake venom. And also we need medicals who are trained properly in this area. India has a vital role in working towards WHO's goal of achieving the global target to halve the number of deaths and disability due to snake bite envenoming by 2030, because we are mostly contributing to the mortality and morbidity of snake bite. In the list of WHO, India has the most number of snake bite envenoming death and also other morbidities. So it is our duty to halve the number of the deaths and disability due to snake bite by 2030 as per the WHO's goal. It is a socio-economic, cultural, and ecological issue that needs to be thoroughly studied and analyzed from all these perspectives. Mitigating the issue of snake bite thus be done through a holistic approach. So hence we are in an age of looking at health from a holistic approach and not just a medical view. Even though the scientifically proven medicine for snake bite is anti-snake venom, we are ready to promote it. At the same time, this problem is a holistic problem. Thus, we have to look at the solution of the problem too through this holistic approach. Like many other unexpected illness, beliefs around snake bites are associated with deity punishment, witchcraft, or other powerfully persuasive phenomena that are often very locally specific. Almost all religion which is in India in this century is believing or has some aspects of snake and snake bite in their religious beliefs. And that is also a strong reason why people are going to these traditional healers and other alternative practices rather than going to a health center. Effective engagement with health decision makers at regional and national levels. There is strong evidence linking the success of disease interventions to engagement with local communities to engender trust in outcomes and hence productive participation in mitigation. We can take the example of Karnataka's model of how they are integrating people who are faith healers to the main health system, wherein people who are coming to their healing center will be given the healing practices which is practiced in the center. At the same time, they have been asked to go to a hospital and take proper medications as per the psychiatrist. So this is the Karnataka model. So this model is one example where how can we engage these people who are bitten by snake and those who are taking the health decision for them, their family members, to integrate these faith healers or traditional healers to the bigger picture of our health facilities, to the bigger picture of our health system. These are certain recommendations based on the study, encouraging community-based research to acquire actual data of snake envenoming and the need for ASV. As we said, we don't know the actual data of snake bite happening in our community, because of which we don't know the actual need of anti-snake venom. Improvement of anti-snake venom production protocol as per WHO standards, and check the supply of low quality anti-snake venom in the market. Production and milking of venom from different regions in India to deal with the issues of regional variations in treatment outcomes. Appropriate training for medical and paramedical professionals to manage snakebite according to regional needs. And we can also do awareness and educational campaign at the grassroots level to promote healthy behavior to reduce the incidence of snakebite. As a social worker, this is where I think our profession can do a better job here, because we can give awareness and education about the snakes and how to identify snake and whether it is a venomous or non-venomous snake, and if it is venomous snake bite which has happened, which is the nearest ASV center they have, and is there any other community member who can come and help the person. So all of these can be done from a social work perspective. Development and distribution of first aid manual in regional language across the country. So these are also can be done on a community level, wherein we can train the people, or we can give correct information about the first aid which can be done for snake bite. There are so many first aids which is mythically done, and there is no proof for that. So we can give the correct information about this. And there is strategic and sustainable work to mitigate human-snake conflict should also be brought in. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Nafisa. It was very well presented.
Thank you, sir.
Recently, we commemorated the Snakes Day also internationally. So we were discussing about these various similar practices that were being followed. And as you also rightly pointed out, various recommendations and suggestions. I think you have missed out on these things, like most of the snake bites happen in rural areas, especially our country is agrarian country, and they also protect farmers from these rodents and other things. So they are contributing in balancing the ecosystem. So we need to provide them adequate these equipments or the tools or the gears, which we generally like shoes, and especially like lights in the, especially most of the snake bites happen in the evening times or early morning times or in the night times, if we see. So generally more daytimes we can see them, and generally people are cautious, and even the snakes move away from humans, or humans also for that matter move away from snakes. So that mitigation is happening at daytime to certain extent, but in the night times, generally snakes do not bite. They are not aggressive with, or prone to biting humans unless and until they get hurt. So in this process where unknowingly humans get into contact with the snakes by stepping them, or in the process of taking up agriculture activity, or in the process of various pre or post agriculture activity, they are getting in conflict with snakes, so which is causing the snake also to get threatened, and snake feels threatened and it strikes back. So it is very important that they are also provided with awareness, as you already mentioned, and along with that, they also need to be very conscious about these things, and especially these fields where they get into barefoot and bare hands, they keep working, and at times these snakes are in this wet or um, these agricultural lands. So maybe we need to bring out some innovations or some kind of provisions where we can take up activities without even getting in contact with these snakes. So maybe you can focus on this. Very well presented. This was one of the point I thought it was missing, or you did not deliberately mention it. This will help you. Maybe in future you can add this also, or if you have already considered that, then you may deliberately mention it as.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you for pointing out, and I will definitely add this on my future studies and thesis writing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nafisat, and congratulations. We wish you all the success for your research work.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will then, if participants have any queries, you can unmute yourself or share in chat box. Then we will move on to our next session.
Hello.
Yes, Manasa, please go ahead.
Uh, Ma'am, you spoke about the antivenom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, in snakes, we do have many species. Like all the species and all the variations of venom will show the same what poisonous rate.
No, it is all affects differently. There is hematological, which means a snake bite, which comes in contact with blood cells, and there are renal, which is affecting our kidney, and which there are venoms, which is straightly affecting our heart and brain. So basically, in India, we have antivenoms available in 4 or 5 combination of proteins. So these are venoms taken from these venomous snakes itself, and there are 4 to 5 combination which is made in the lab, and these anti-snake venom will be fighting the toxic venom which is entered into our body. This is how it works. And it says that these proteins will be sufficient to treat or help the person, but the dose will be depending upon how much of effect has happened, and according to that person's body, and also how the patient is responding to the treatment. So the doses will be different.
Okay.
As of my
But
knowledge.
ma'am, yeah, but everyone has their own immunity and own metabolism. So as of now, we have only 4 variations of antivenoms based on the proteins. So can we provide a vaccine on this? Like,
No,
will be available?
No, we cannot have an vaccine for this, because this is not as an effect of a bacteria or a virus. So it is more as per WHO itself, snake bites is considered as a injury or disability category, not as a endemic or pandemic. So that is where the difference is. For this kind of a problem, we will not be able to have a vaccine.
Okay. So as per my knowledge, the preliminary mandatory steps we're supposed to take after the bite. First of all, we have to remove that point where the snake bites from our mouth, and then we have to tie a cloth or something else, just not to spread the poisonous cells to entire body.
So both of the points which you have told has got no scientific evidence, and it is prohibited that a person should go and lick the wound or suck the wound. It is completely unscientific, and we will have a much bigger problem than the snake bite later if the person has a bite, has a wound in the mouth or something of that sort, and if that person has a virus in the mouth, and that can also come in contact with the snake, the bitten area. Second thing which you have told is tying a tourniquet. Tying a tight tourniquet will be hazardous to the person, because that venom will be spreading in that area itself, and the tissues will get rotten by that, and the tissues will get affected, and this is why this is what leads to most of the people's morbidity, where they have to cut certain parts of their body, they have to remove certain parts of the body, and all these sequelae happens because of the tight tourniquet most of the time. So what is recommended is to tie a tourniquet which is well above the snake bite. If the snake bite happened in your finger, you can tie it in the arm, and that also should be in a shouldn't be tight. It need to have this our
Little
blood flow
transfer
should
of
be
cells. Yeah.
it should not restrict our blood flow. That's how the tourniquet should be.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Feedback form has been shared for third session. Kindly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to the fourth session. And as pointed by Ms. Manasa, here sucking the poison can be fatal to the person who is sucking also, because it can enter. First of all, this poison has multiple, reactions, and if that get into the,
Other
reservoir,
person mouth
yeah, then that person can also
affected by this.
So actually, older days, they were doing that because there were no other alternatives.
Yeah.
Because that poison has to be removed immediately
Yes.
so that it doesn't spread to other parts of the body. So, but nowadays we have various other alternatives, right? So we can go for a better alternative. And moreover, the natural remedy we have even in the good olden days and now also, because most of the primary health centers do not have this antivenom, even in cities also, where we have campuses, where there are rich biodiversity. We have a lot of snakes. But when there is a snake bite, immediately we don't get that antivenom unless and until we have to call and inform the centralized helpline, find out where this antivenom is.
Yes, exactly.
So even in rural areas, generally from since ages, these, the leaves, which are green leaves, totally mature green leaves were crushed immediately.
Neem leaves.
Yeah. So, and they were put because they were antiseptic and because there is no other alternative. Exactly. So these cannot be a primary treatment or primary prevention, but whatever best we can do at that point of time until that first aid, we can get that first aid. So there are certain, herbal or natural remedies or which can be immediately taken up, but that should be taken with caution. Because the very first thing is we do not have complete knowledge. Earlier they were doing, but we don't have that kind of understanding how it was actually done. So that can put us into more trouble.
Yes.
And other thing, like, wherever there is a there is a probability of having snake bites, or based on the statistics, we can always, have some advocacy and awareness where to have anti-venom available in nearest hospital, or where from, the health professionals can reach to place, or even the victim can reach the health facility.
So what is the minimum time like after you go through the snake bite?
Again, it depends on the snake. So, and
Oh.
some snakes
The
like
venom rate.
King cobra has the highest, the very shortest time, the survival time.
Yeah.
If it bites, the survival rate is very low because of highly venomous. And so depending on the snake, we have to see most of the snakes, 90 to 95% of the snakes are non-venomous. We have to, and most of the deaths happen not because of venom, not because of snake bite, but because of that anxiety and fear, phobia. That snake might not be really venomous, but because of that panic, anxiety, that snake bit that victim. So victim
Yes.
goes through a lot of anxiety, and that causes a lot of this psychosomatic thing, and that even can cause a lot of issues. So first thing is immediately we need to identify whether it is venomous snake or not,
Or non-venomous.
and even if it is venomous, and what kind of snake is it. So that will help us, to
Yes.
go for better options in
For
treatment.
dosage and all.
Yeah. So I think we need to be aware of us, because nowadays, these are because
Many
of forestation.
species or variations came now.
Now this genetic mutation is also happening, but that is very less. But comparatively, our awareness will always help us, in a different.
But I don't know why the God has created this kind of creature on. Well, what is the use of this creature?
No, that's what I was telling you. They are very much useful for farmers. No,
Yeah,
otherwise, just imagine.
earthworms. I agree. Earthworms are
No.
friendly and
These
they are,
earthworms, what happens? Rodents, rodents, rats.
yes,
They eat up a lot of crops.
materials and all.
They eat up plants and their crops. So
Yes.
actually, snakes act as a very good natural control of rodents. And not only that, there are a lot of benefits. Actually, we've discussed it, and maybe in coming days, I will also take up one session on that, where how these snakes are really contributing. Generally, as I already mentioned, they
Yes.
do not strike any human being on their own. Only when we mistakenly step on them, or when they get hurt on, only they strike back.
Okay.
So actually, we are getting in conflict with them. Otherwise, they don't come in conflict with humans.
Yes.
So only thing, the best option available with us is be careful. Cautious about our environments where there is a possibility of snake presence. And that is the best way we can avoid this conflict.
Yes.
And in case also, if we get into the conflict, stay calm. If we panic and make that animal feel that if it feels threatened, not only snake, even if a cat feels threatened, it will bite you. There are many instances.
So can we run at that time like in a straight manner or zigzag manner?
No, that's what generally it's shown in the cinemas, movies, and all. Snakes keep following you, unless and until the snake really feels that it has some harm from you. Generally, snake doesn't.
No, but
strike back.
basically, I'm really so scared if it is somewhere else nearby, half a kilometer. I feel like I have to run from here somewhere else, somewhere on the top, somewhere on the.
Yeah, that is there. That's why we need to be, very calm, relaxed. In fact, for that matter also, that is, they are very good at sensing our physiological,
Yeah, I know they are very
So
good.
a slight temperature
The
change.
land and all, they'll get that vibrations.
So they can sense the heat, temperature from our breath and also from our body. If they feel that there is a variation at the site or at the contact, they feel threatened that we will, because we become unpredictable at that moment. We don't know what we are doing.
But like a lie detector, we can't change our, the heartbeats and all whenever we see that.
That happens through practice. Yeah, as you said, maybe everyone
No practice,
cannot
no
immediately.
practice at all. I don't
That's
want
why we need to go to zoos and get sensitized,
Rest of all the animals are pretty good, even with the lion cubs, tiger cubs, pretty happy. I can live for years and years, but snake and all, no.
Where you are from, Manasa?
I'm from Hyderabad.
So then we have a snake park dedicated in this Baurampet.
Sir, I have no clue. Please don't tell to me.
Okay. That is a
Please,
very
I'm
nice
that too in
place.
Hyderabad as well. So please.
So if you get time, you go there and visit. It's a very friendly place. That is maintained.
No, sir.
Snakes
Please
are
don't tell me the area name as well.
Okay. So if participants have filled the feedback form, then we'll move on to our next speaker.
Yes, sir.
So we have Dr. Madhusudan, our next speaker.
Yes, sir. I'm audible.
Yeah, ma'am. Please wait a second. I'm making you co-host. Do not close the feedback form. You can minimize it. So we have Dr. Madhusudan, Assistant Professor, Bharat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. He would be delivering on topic inclusive growth. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself and start your presentation.
So I'm audible to the audience.
Yeah, ma'am, please go.
Okay. So my PPTs are visible.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity. I thank especially the organizer Ravindra sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present an explorative research which I have done on one of the sustainable goals which we can say. So we have 17 sustainable goals. For that, for example, sustainable goals are there. In that, inclusive growth is not a goal, but how we can achieve those goals is by some means. That one mean we can say inclusive growth is also one of the means by which we can achieve the sustainable goals. So what is inclusive growth, and what will be the benefit, and how we can achieve that inclusive growth, we will see in this presentation. So what is inclusive goal? Inclusive goal is economical growth that is fairly distributed across the society and creates opportunity for all. For example, it is not like one person is rich, another person is poor, then we cannot say it is an inclusive growth. Inclusive growth means, for example, what we can say, for example, if middle class is there, middle class has distributed wealth. Like that means we have upper class, middle class and lower class. So inclusive growth what says there is no class, means all are in middle class or somewhere where the growth is being distributed, means opportunity and other things, the means material and what all the things we need, it is distributed among everyone equally, or at least means if not equally, at least they have essential items which can be fulfilled for their well-being or means day-to-day activity. So that is what inclusiveness means, a society which don't have any lower class or lower middle class. Means upper class, then upper middle class and middle class. That is the inclusive society where we don't find any poor person. So like that, if we want to make a society, what are the things we have to consider? So these are the four pillars. Like we have to first consider about our economy, what kind of living conditions we are going to offer to our population, equality, and what kind of environment. So if we see these four pillars will constitute the 17 goals of UN. So if we are able to achieve inclusive growth or inclusive growth in the country, we are indirectly targeting the 17 goals which are set by the UN. So what does economy, how we can achieve economical growth? For example, if America is there, our economy is there. So our economy, we want to achieve to 5 billion or 6 billion within 5 or 10 years. So why we want to achieve? So that means our living condition will improve. Once the living condition is improved, how it will improve per capita income of an individual. For example, now the per capita income of an individual in India is like per capita income per day, maybe means 200 to 300 rupees. If we are able to increase the per capita income of an ordinary person in our society to 500 or 600 rupees per day, so what will happen? He will be able to get his daily requirements. So how we can improve that? By going for innovation, by going for education, by by properly giving opportunity. So that this all we will see the goals also, 17 goals. So that when we achieve that 17 goals one by one, this living conditions will improve. When the living conditions improving, the economy will also improve. So how it will improve? For example, if we say we have given good infrastructure, good education, good innovative technology, or good innovation, means we have done, but equality is not there, means also the nation's growth is not possible. For example, if we are saying that girls are not allowed for doing some job, or we are saying some religion or caste is not allowed to do some job, or we are saying like some race or people from some area or district, they are not allowed to do, or state are not allowed to do this job or that job. Like that, if we are creating, then we will not be able to achieve the inclusive growth. What will happen? This inequality means this is very important. We may have good infrastructure, we may have good money, we may have everything, but if inequality or equality is not given, what will happen? The case, if you want to study, is our neighboring country, Pakistan. Because if we see there, the minorities have not been given equal opportunity. They also had, for example, before they went war with us, before 1965, their per capita income of the citizen was better than Indians' per capita income. Their standard of living was much better. Now, what is their condition? Because one is the war which they had gone with India. Due to that, they have destroyed the economy. Then second is inequality among the society. Even today, even the Muslims, those who went from India to Pakistan, they are considered as muhajis. Muhajis means second-class citizens. Here, those who have came from Pakistan, we don't know who are there, and they have been properly settled. So what happened due to that? They are not considering their own, means they have created the country for on religion. In that religion also they are doing discrimination. Then the minorities, means like Hindu, Muslims, they have not given equal rights. What will happen? For example, for time being, you can take the rights and you can keep with you, and you can improve your religion or your state or your something. But what happened in the long run? The state will fail, because the person who is capable of doing the job, he is not given the opportunity. Those who don't know, they have been sitting in the position where they cannot deliver a value to the nation. So what will happen ultimately? The nation will collapse, like Pakistan is collapsing. So that is what the equality is very important. We don't know who is potential, and if that potential is not been given the proper job, and other person is given the job, then what is the use? Means ultimately the productivity or the GDP of the country will go out. So whatever we may improve the economy, we may want to go for innovation, or we want to improve the living conditions. First, we have to have equality in the society. If there is no equality, there will not be any growth, or we cannot think about inclusive growth also. And the last pillar is environment. So, for example, the environment, how we use or how we treat our environment. For example, we are polluting from last before 1970s. There were no plastic wastage, but now if you see, tons of plastics have been poured into sea via the rivers or something, and even the nature has been polluted with CFC or other gases. So that all how we can reduce and how we can bring a sustainable environment friendly products. Even if we are a compromise, plastic is now what we can say, one of the member in our family. Without plastic, no, I don't think any family exists in earth without using a single piece of plastic. That kind of we have cultivated the habit. So what we have to do, we have to think, the demand creates supply. So we have to stop demand from our side. If the shopkeeper is also giving the plastic product or plastic cover, we should avoid that, and we have to carry our tiffin box or something to buy the products which we buy, on the daily basis. Because the daily basis, like if you want to buy any material, the daily consumption of plastic is only contributing to environment pollution. So that we have to avoid. From we can say government is also formulating, I am not supporting any particular government, but any government, there is a limit. They will formulate many procedures, and that will be the implementation lies with the citizen. For example, in foreign European countries, we cannot spit any place. A person, for example, a person who goes out of India in Middle East, he stays there, he does a labor job. But as soon as he comes to India, when he gets out from the airport, he starts that practice. Why? Because here also we have rules, we have labels. But whether the rules have been implemented, the implementation depends upon the person who is there, the society or the people. We have to implement. If he is not following, the other person who, like we are seeing him, we should tell him, this is not the practice, it is creating bad name, even polluting the environment. Like that, maybe he may be irritated one time. Like that, if we collectively as a society, we tell such people, because not only him we can blame, we have to blame ourselves also, because we are seeing and we are not saying anything. So like that environment we have to create. And organism above the land, organism below the land. Madam, earlier the presenter, that madam was saying that what is the need for snake to be created or something. As per me, every creation has some purpose. Without some purpose, no creation exists in the world. God has created one thing for other thing. So we don't know for what snake was created. So snake is created like that. All the organisms which are there above the sea or below the land, everything we have to what we can say, we have to properly treat, and we have to bring a sustainable environment so that they can exist. So these are the 4 pillars by which we can go for inclusive growth. Now we will see what are the other elements of inclusive growth. How we can achieve this 4. This is like vision, and this is our mission. So this is all the mission statement, so that we can achieve this vision of having a good economy, good living condition, equality, and environment. So how we can do? We have to go for employment generation. For that, we have to go for innovation or educating. There was one program, I think 10 to 15 years back by some other government, that each one we have to teach one. So it was a good program. That time it was a popular program, then everybody forgot. I hope the government should bring that again back. For example, if we are there, I am able to teach one person, I should be able to teach. So at least each one should teach another person in around your surroundings, so that we can generate good employment and good skills. Not only teaching, I am not saying to teach English or to some language, some skills also. For example, you have some skills that you can teach to the needy person, like in the if family is very poor, we can train them in tailoring or some small scale business. Like that, we can go for employment generation. And our backbone of our society is agriculture. And most of the agriculture, those who are into agriculture, they don't want to continue their, what we can say, wards or their children's in the profession. Why? Because agriculture is not profitable. One of the seminars we have attended, he was talking about agriculture modernization or something. He was saying, I told him, I asked him the same question, why the other generation is not continuing agriculture. He is saying agriculture is not profitable. Then I asked him, sir, you are making profitable, why they are not able to make profit out of that? He is saying that technology is not being reaching to them. They are not aware of the current technology or current good practices which is being followed in agriculture. So how government can encourage the youth or those who are doing the agriculture to stay in that profession and bring more revenue, not making loss in agriculture, that will impact to go for inclusive growth. So how we can go for next is poverty reduction. So if we able to generate employment and we are able to develop agriculture, automatically the poverty will be reduced. Then equal distribution. Once the poverty has been reduced, the equal distribution of income will occur when we give equality to all, not based upon religion, caste, or some other thing. We have to distribute the income. When we are giving equal opportunity, the income will be distributed. The main drawback of other countries like our neighboring country, Pakistan, the income is not equally distributed because they have not given equal opportunity. So we can think like in short term that not giving opportunity to one religion or one caste or something, we are doing great thing. But at the long run, our country as a whole will suffer. And even social sector development. Like for example, now I am from Madurai. So in Madurai, development is not there. If we see 5 to 10 trains daily runs from Madurai to Chennai. It starts from Nagarkoil, Kanyakumari. So from Kanyakumari to South Belt till Madurai, there is no development on par with Chennai. Everybody is running to that place. Why we are running? Because social sector development is not there. Even 10 to 15 years back, we are from village. So there, many people have sold out their this agriculture land. There was rumors and even they had a plan to set up an IT park. Then they revert that plan. So why they reverted? Because everything, the political party wanted to centralize everything in around Chennai, and due to that, what is happening? Chennai is underwater every time when rain comes. So this is what, if we are not now taking some conscious steps apart from our political ambition, what is that? Our political agenda. In long run, Chennai will go out. Chennai will go inside the sea, and we will be only responsible. So now the time is there. We have to focus in other districts like Madurai, Tirunelveli, or Coimbatore. They are focusing, but other districts like Madurai and South Belt, they are not focusing in my state. Similarly, like now we are in Hyderabad. In Telangana also, Hyderabad the development maybe what we can say, the politicians may be focusing, but on par with other districts, we have to focus. For one of the best examples, as per me, Karnataka is a model. There, no person, even the people should be that much, we should have that much, what we can say, love or dedication towards our district. Nobody moves out from their district. Even if they get 5,000 or 10,000 less, they will work in their district. One of my 10 to 15 years back, when I worked in Bangalore, one person got HR placement in Bangalore, but he left the job and he went to his district. He is saying we Karnataka people don't leave our district. And even in the army, their percentage is very less. I'm not saying that they are not patriotic or something, but still we have to first have some relation with our mother place, our birthplace. That we have to first fulfill. That place we have to develop. So first we have to create a demand. Means everybody we are running. That's why Chennai is booming. If we stop going there and we improve our Madurai or Tirunelveli, that time that inclusiveness will come. Not only we should blame the politicians, we have to do. In the similar manner in Telangana or Hyderabad, means Andhra, if some district is not developed, you don't leave the district. You stay there and you develop your district. Maybe some 10,000 or 15,000, you will get less. Reduction in regional disparity. This is what means now South India is growing. On par with South India, North India is not that much. Even if we see in most of the companies, North peoples are working. Why they are working? The growth is only Noida, that belt, NCR, somewhat development is there. Apart from that, UP, Bihar, the development is not there. Development is not there and peoples are not demanding the development. Either government should develop or we have to demand. So what I feel that even government and people should demand. Why they are running to South India? I am not against giving the job to North India or something. But my concern is as a country we should develop. When we will develop, when we have regional, all the regions should properly develop. Then industrial development. So this regional disparity will end when we go for pan-India industrial development. It is not like, that's what I was saying. This is like Chennai example. Chennai only the industry, everything is developing. But Madurai, what about Madurai, Tirunelveli? So everything should, everywhere we have to focus. Environment protection. We are doing this all, we are going for employment generation, agriculture development, everything, poverty reduction, all the things are doing. But what happens ultimately, we are forgetting about the environment. We will do all the development in the name of development. We will cut trees. We will do some, we will take out agriculture land and we will start a software company. So whether our growth should be there. At the same time, environment should not be polluted. I am not against starting a software company, but software company should not start in agriculture land. That is my concern. There are many lands in for Madurai or something. There nothing comes, the lands are dry. They can start there. Don't start a fertile agriculture land. Don't destroy that, because now, as per some survey or some reports I have read, only 1% is producing in the whole world, and 3 to 4 members means the population is eating. If we are not supporting agriculture now, that 1% also will not produce. Then what we will eat? We will eat AC or something. So we have to think now how we can protect this. Agriculture is very important, and agriculture can be protected when we protect the environment properly. So this all the means what we can say mission to achieve this vision of having 4 pillars, by which ultimately our goal of sustainable growth will happen. So this all the this are the 17 goals of UN. So when we are going for this mission, we will ultimately achieve the 17 goals. So first goal is, I think it is not properly visible. So the first goal is reducing poverty. So like employment generation or giving equal opportunity, we can reduce the poverty. And second is no hunger. Means even now we have food security, we are food security bill, and even our stock in the government is such that we can sustain without food for 1 or 2 years. But still many people are not dying due to anger, and in the anger index we are topping. We are not behind. We are near to Pakistan and South Asia country. So that we have to see. And so this is well-being. Well-being of the third goal is well-being. So how we can create an environment where everybody can be equally or where everyone can live properly and without any problem. Then how we can do that is by giving a quality education. How we can go for a quality education is giving equal opportunity and give at the equal opportunity with innovation. Even in technical institutes, some of them are working. They may be knowing now Institute Innovation Council has been started. So why they are started is to give a quality education and to promote entrepreneurship. And how we can do this is gender. Fifth goal is gender equality. So we have to go for a gender equality in the society. Many kinds of equality, gender equality, religion equality, and equality based upon caste, religion in our society, and equality based upon different race. That all we have to see. Then means going for clean air and water. This all the things. This is the sixth goal, giving clean air and water. Then seventh goal is, just 1 minute. So here it is there. So affordable and clean energy. So the seventh goal is affordable and clean energy. So why they are saying affordable and clean energy is because now the energy which we are going to get via electricity or something, for that also we have to burn fossil fuel. So even electricity, electric cars also, it is a pollutant. So what I and UN supports, I hope, means UN also in with my line, they are supporting natural energy. Natural energy, what is natural energy? Solar energy or wind energy, like that they are supporting. But what happens due to we don't have innovation or something there? So what is happening? Due to non-innovation or non-funding those projects, the panels, solar panels is not affordable to the common man. Common man cannot afford a solar panel. Even the wind energy, which powerful windmills are not available, because we are not going for it. Is not that we cannot do, we can do, but there is no innovation done on that, and people are not encouraged to do that because everybody is behind electricity. Electrical cars, for electrical cars or electric things, if we want to change from diesel to petrol, that is okay, but still we have to burn fossil fuels unless until we use nuclear energy for electricity. And for nuclear energy, what we are using it for means nuclear bomb. So that mentality should change from making bombs to making electricity, then it will be good. Otherwise, there is no use of burning fossil fuels and bringing saying that we are not polluting the air or environment. So that we have to look into, and decent work and economical growth. So for example, $2 per day, one person means in South Africa or Saharan Africa, there $2 one person is earning, and he is able to his family is able to sustain in that. So that is very less. $2 means 150 rupees or 200 rupees. The whole family is sustaining. So them, even India also, people are there who are earning the same amount and they are sustaining in the country. So that also we have to look into how we can, we have to be, for doing this, we have to be empathetic towards them. It is not sympathy. Sympathy means we will give some money and we'll come back. Empathy means we have to improve their condition. So how we can improve, empowering them with some job, some skills, job skills, or educating them about how they can make life, well-being in their lives. So that all the things we have to see. And how we can do that is the next goal is innovation and infrastructure improvement. So how we can go for innovative, like now AICT is proposing in technical institutes. I am saying AICT, not only AICT, all the regulators, even UGC should propose in all the institutes this innovation. Innovation is not only related to technical field. Innovation can be, for example, if you want to target a product or you want to go for a customer targeting. So you want to know first who is your customer. In technical institute, they are targeting, but they are not educating about management concepts. What is the use? So I propose I request the government to make this innovative council in all colleges, even arts and science, every college means innovation is there in every field. So innovation should be focused on not only technical, non-technical institutions also in Indian context, and even we can encourage small startups to go for some innovation by creating district level. Some committees are there for startups. Still, the committee should not be only for namesake. Ground progress should be taken. For example, government is funding 1 crore of money for startups in Telangana or Andhra. Whether this they are only creating infrastructure and sleeping, or whether they are really doing it. And due to that, what is the how much benefit the society has gained? That accountability we should make. We can make many projects or many what we can say recommendations and approvals. But whether those recommendations, those projects are yielding value to the society, that accountability we have to make in this innovation. Means government is spending so much of money, but where we are at third place in the world entrepreneurship and innovation index. First is UK, second is first is US, second is UK, and third question is occupied with Israel and ourselves. So Israel's population is nearly 10 to 20 lakhs. What is our population? So we can go 10 times. We have to shoot up to more than first rank. Means first rank also population is nearly 30 to 40 crores, I think, US population. So that population, even if you see Israel, you live about, we can live about US is top at every place. But Israel is a small country, only 10 to 20 lakhs of population we have, and we are competing with them. We should be at first place with what kind of population we have. Means population one side, I say that it is a problem, but at the same time, it is a solution to many problems. Means we have that much manpower. If we are properly utilizing, we have to see our neighboring country, China. They are able to properly use the manpower. They are far away. We can say, means we are close to China, but actually the ground reality is we are nowhere near China. We have to take another 10 to 20 years to reach China. So that is the condition. So now we have to improve at least near another 10 years, we can reach not to US, to at least we can reach to Chinese level of growth. And how we can achieve that is the 10th growth, by reducing inequality. So these are the things how we can achieve, means inclusive growth in a country. So even sustainable cities when we are using environment friendly products like means affordable energy, which is affordable and means natural energy. Then 12th goal is responsible consumption. So how we can make a sustainable city is by responsible consumption. If we are means we are saying everything, and after ending the seminar and we are using the same plastic, means what is the use? There is no responsible consumption. We are just for namesake, we came for a seminar, and when we are going to the house and we are using the same thing. So we have to bring the change from ourselves. Means we have to first change, then the society will change. Then climate change. So when we are going for sustainable consumption, we are going for environment friendly consumption, responsible consumption, we are going for sustainable cities, we are reducing inequality. Then inequality will not come this, but due to this all environment friendly sustainable activities, we can go for a non-climate change. The 13th goal is climate change. This also we can protect. And as I told, life inside the water, life on the land. This is a 14th and 15th goal. This all will be achieved. So ultimately, the inclusive growth is depending upon the main factor. Everything is there. Means we may have good infrastructure, we may have good job, everybody is happy in our country. Per capita income is good to everyone. But ultimately, if we don't have peace, justice in that country, that everything will not be good. The recent example is Russia and Ukraine. Both the countries are not poor. Both the countries have some, means at least they are not near to us in the hunger index. But what happened to them? Due to the war, everything is gone. Ukraine now at least 10 to 20 years it will take to now where they are. If they want to reshape their economy to the current place where they are, it will take another 10 years to 20 years. So why everything they had education, even they were offering medical educations to our students. Most of the students came from there, those who are doing medical courses. So that kind of infrastructures, everything they had, Ukraine and even Russia also offering medical courses. But what happened ultimately due to this war, both now Ukraine only is not on loss. War means both the countries have to lose. Russia also, due to the war, they also have the setback for at least 5 years. So ultimately, what is the thing is that we can have everything, but if we are not having peace, there is no use of going for inclusive growth. So these are all the things which we have to consider. 17 goals for inclusive growth. So ultimately, how we can achieve this partnership? Now, India and Pakistan, other hotspot is this. Now, either India wins or Pakistan wins. Means Pakistan cannot win. Everybody knows. But in worst scenario, they are also winning. Means we are not either who wins or lost. That does not matter. Matter will be the loss of human lives first, then infrastructure, then the growth. What will be the impact is that India may go for 5 years back growth. They may go for 10 years. That will be the impact. There will not be any much thing that we will win and we will gain something. Both of us, we have to go for losses only in terms of our growth. So that only we have to see, and we have to learn from Ukraine and Russia that we should not go for war. We should do something that we can negotiate and we can come up with some solutions. Because America or Russia, they are all selling the weapons and earning money. We as a civilization of humanity, our religion of India is humanity. We are not Hindu, we are not Muslim, we are not Christian, or we are not any other XYZ religion. Our country's religion is humanity. We treat humanity as our religion. So that with that concept, we should avoid war and we should go for negotiations so that we can have a sustainable growth by 2030 goals, which has been given by UN. So this is what inclusive growth is. So this is one thing which we want to see. For example, this is the poverty which has been reduced in South Asian countries. If we see the light pink, I think this is pink or red, I can't differentiate. Red, we will keep it. This is a red color, this is a light red, and this is a dark red. So the light red is the number of people who have came out from the poverty. So if we see Nepal is able to bring many persons from poverty. Even in India, you see there are many schemes have been launched to revert back the poverty, but still we are not able to achieve that much. Even if we see Lanka has able to achieve. If we forget about the current crisis due to COVID-19 and due to their tourism and due to their corruption, they were able to take out many people out of poverty. Even one of the, I used to see the people who roam around other countries, that Olgars. So he was showing the city. Even in the crisis, their cities are so neatly cleaned and everything was, it is not like any country which is having some crisis. So why their poverty is not there? People may not be having jobs for current scenario, but the country is not poor. Sri Lanka is not a poor country. We can see this because only few people are left behind. So what are the schemes they have implemented or Nepal has implemented? We can learn from them. We are a big country. If somebody is doing something good, we can learn from them and we can reduce our poverty. Still, many schemes are running. I appreciate the government for doing many schemes which are like giving gas or something. They are doing many things. Even the startups which they are promoting in technical institutes also bring employment. But still, our poverty people, those who have to come out from poverty, is very less numbers. This is 2001 survey. Now we might be reduced, but still we have to go, because if we are we had less poverty like Sri Lanka or something, our anger index will not be shooting up. So that we have to see. So this are the things which we have to see. So this is the what is the importance? In this importance only, once again, I wanted to bring this goals. So importance, inclusive growth, it is not only reducing the poverty or something. So social economic resources with sustainability. The social and economical resources means what all the resources which is needed for a society. Means 3 to 4 things we need. We need this, in Hindi we say, roti, kapda, makan. That thing, essential things we need, we can reduce the poverty. But with that, we need this all 17 goals. For example, we reduce the poverty. If the environment is not proper, or what we can say, the life above or below the water is not good, or if we are at war, what is the use? There is no use of bringing ourselves out of poverty. So what I am saying means inclusive growth will, with this, with these 4 pillars can be achieved, not only reducing poverty, but going for a sustainable development in every aspect which we are facing. Means it may be environment, it may be with our fellow human beings, it may be with our fellow countrymen or with other countries. How we can go? We can have a partnership. Those 17 goal is having partnership. So this is what this presentation is. Just one slide we have skipped, I think. So that also we will see and we will finish this. So this is the inclusive ranking of the different countries. If we see, China is having good ranking, but what about India? We are below Turkey. Turkey is known for now the current regime which is there, it is known for extremism. They are also having inclusive better than India. So we have to think, means we can say we have got every religion, all the things, everything proper, everything's inclusiveness is there, but our ranking is very less. So this also we have to see. Indonesia this is also a small country. They are also ranked high in the inclusive ranking. The ranking is based upon education skills, employability, and entrepreneurship. As I told, we are 1,000 times or 100 times more than Israel in terms of population, but still we are not having this entrepreneurship and innovation boost in our educational institution, and as a society at large. Nobody wants to go for innovation. We have been set by Britishers to be servant. So that mindset only. After engineering, if we ask some student, because now we are AICT is focusing on engineering only, technical. If we ask students, what will you do? I will get a package and I will settle down. That should not be the mentality. We should develop something. We should start. That mentality is not coming. First, that mentality we should change. Then only we can go for this entrepreneurship and innovation. Innovation will come when the student or our society don't be a worker. We have to be a job creator. By that only, that mentality was there in 60s and 70s with China also. But then they have came out of that mentality and they are at the current now. They are, if we see a good aspect of China, they are competing with the US and other emerging markets in the world. How? Because of their mindset of being an employer from employee. Like that, we also have to cultivate first that feeling among our young generation that we don't want to be an employee. Then only we can go for an inclusive growth. So with this, I thank all for giving me this opportunity, and I hope in our potential, what is possible, we will do so that we can create an inclusive society at large, an inclusive country, and at the higher level, an inclusive world where humanity will be our religion and everyone who is there can sustain with his beliefs, his values, his system happily in this earth. And we have at last, just I will add only one point. We have only one earth, and for your information, we have the material, weapons and nuclear materials which can destroy this kind of 100 or 150 other earth. So that much destructive materials we have. Whether we can run a campaign to denuclearize all the weapons in the world, so that another 18th goal should be added. But everybody is busy in selling the weapons and nobody is interested in that. But that is the main goal, because why we have to keep nuclear weapon when we don't want to hit one person or someone, when we want to go for peace? Let it, we will throw in some other Pluto or some other planet and we will come back. In Earth, as per me, there should not be any nuclear weapon or any bomb or something. Why we have to keep, when he is human, we are human? As per me, we are only the creation by the God who is having sixth sense. But sixth sense, what it is doing? It is killing each other. No other animal kills each other. May they kill other animal for their food, but they don't kill between themselves. We only kill themselves for a reason we don't know. For the land, why? Means America is having that land, means let him have, no. For now, Russia also fighting for the land only. If the India Pakistan will fight for the land only, they will fight. What is the means? If we calculate the expenditure which India has done and Pakistan has done in the last 70 years, the land we can purchase 10 times of that land. What is the use? Even the human losses. We are from army background, so we know the pain of a loss, means those who lose their loved ones. So why we have to live in that hostile condition? So this all we have to introspect, and government should introspect, and we have to come out of this nuclear this thing. By 2030, as per me, we have to drop our nuclear weapons somewhere in the Iceland, some Iceland or some other planet we have to find out, and we have to drop there and come back. Then only this all goals we can achieve. So with this note, I end my presentation, and I thank Ravindra sir and other organizing committee members to giving me this great opportunity to present my views in this esteemed forum. So I end my presentation, and any questions and answers, if any participant has, I'm ready to answer them.
Yeah, very well presented, Dr. Madhu. Here,
Thank you,
the
sir.
problem is not with the, lack of opportunities or lack of initiatives. The problem is with the attitude of people. Not everyone is interested to take up every work. The dignity of labor, dignity of work is what, so they have very selective preferences of what work they wanted to do. That is making, in fact, that is, contributing to the unemployment. There are a lot of opportunities, where industry is looking for so many people for employment, to engage into employment, and many people are there without employment.
Because the skill sets which industry needs, the skill sets are not there.
Yeah, how do one develop skill sets? When they have favorable attitudes, they learn those new skills and adapt to them and reach out for employment.
Yes, sir. Even for example, one of the girl went to Infosys. She has done BTech, and she is dissatisfied with the job because this means what she is saying means the job can be done by a +2 student. So what graduate students, they have a higher expectations. They are thinking that means when they go inside a company, they will be given a software to develop or something. So that is not the case with even Infosys is not giving that kind of job to the freshers. They are given the basic level of job, and this engineering graduates are dissatisfied with that thing.
See, it depends. That is why we have to be realistic. Not everyone, especially projects are not so small, like if they think that is a college project, that is not so small, no? They are very big projects, like working on power grids.
No, sir. In the initial stages of their life, they are not given in industry small, means bigger task. So they have to bear for 1 year or 2 years, then only they will be given some software development or software testing, like that job. So in the initial stage only, they are when they are fresher, they are going to the industry, they're dissatisfied with the job because they are thinking that for their level of education, the job which is given is low profile.
That is not having realistic expectation. The first thing is, okay, it's not everyone can do everyone job, and nowadays we have seen even in recruitment also many fail to perform their given tasks. And nowadays all you can see copy paste or just modifying the code. No one has really many of them are lacking their abilities or skills to write their own code. So these are the skills, when because I was an IT professional earlier, so I know I was into IT recruitment boards also. So this is what happening. First thing is the attitude towards a job or a job profile. You have to be very realistic. Too much expectations will not. First, you need to gain experience, and unless and until you prove yourselves,
Yes.
no one is going to recognize you.
Yes.
So first,
Rightly said, Mr. Ravindran. Now, well, I want to add something more here. Dr. Madhusudan, as you said that India lacks this mindset or skill set that we are not creating anything new.
Yes.
Okay. Here I want to add that there is something lacking in our teaching efficiency also. We as a teacher are not producing thinkers. We as a teacher are producing copywriters, means they are just copying what we are dictating. As a teacher, if we are only dictating and we are not allowing them space, then certainly we are not allowing them freedom to think or to act on it. And the grim situation is also that in an engineering college, when a student is attending the engineering sessions, the projects they are doing is mostly not done by them. They are asked by the professors to buy the models which are already available in the market and to write something on it and present it as a presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
This has happened in not one or two. I have really seen 3-4 engineering college doing that.
Yeah, because
and in Ludhiana. Yes, sir,
yes.
please continue.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah,
means, yes, ma'am. What you told, it is exactly correct. What we have to do means we need to relook into our curriculum. The curriculum is theoretical based, and we have a short period of time. For example, within 3 months or 4 months, we have to complete the portion. So students, what he needs only internals. He is coming to the college to get only internals. He is not coming to the college to learn. So that kind of mindset, first from the curriculum, we have to remap the curriculum, and we have to bring some practical exposure. For example, if a theoretical subject, like I am teaching, I last semester I teach total quality management. So there is no exposure to any industry in that. Only we have taught some theoretical concepts, and he is learning and going. And that also what he's asking, sir, give some important questions or something. He is not interested in learning the concept. He wants to pass the exam and finish his course, and he wants to get the job. So whether we are able to make curriculum which is inducing them to go for research or innovation, that will help in the ground level, I hope.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
See, curriculum is regularly updated, and yet definitely it needs to be worked on. The other thing is, we need to, as an educator, we need to create that awareness and consciousness among learners.
Yes, sir. Now
there is a vast thing that need to be learned, even in for that matter, in management course or for engineering course. How much of knowledge they are coming out when they are passing out with their degree. When they are consciously aware of what kind of skills they possess, that unrealistic expectations also comes down.
Yes. No, really, I appreciate the government for starting this innovative council in the colleges. At least now they are promoting some innovation. If at least in curriculum we don't have that innovative cell, from that cell, at least we are able to reach to the student to go for some innovation. So that is a very good job which government and other agencies are doing. This startup, all the things, they have created a council. So they are only restricting to technical institute. What I suggest is that they have to go to other institutions also, this council.
Yeah, nowadays, these community engagement programs are also being taken up in arts, social sciences, and other things also based on the, disciplines. More and more innovations are yet to come. That's why this new education policy, there is nothing constant but a change. We need to invite change, and we need to go and see what is best in that. And definitely there is nothing like 100%,
small change means drop by drop only we can change. We cannot fill the whole.
Yeah, so it will take time. We need to understand that nothing will happen overnight. It will take time and slowly, gradually, because the kind of attitudes or perspectives we carry with ourselves, that is only creating problem. As you also mentioned, when our Indians go to abroad, they strictly follow all the rules and regulations.
All this, once
But
they come
once
to India,
they come, they are the same old person. Why this? Because they have that, because of their attitudes towards that government that is very strict. You cannot bribe them. Even bribe them will give you a great penalty there. But here, if you know some minister, some politician, or some
we can get away with it.
you can get away. So this is kind of thing you need to strictly, you need to. The change should always start with us.
That's only we have to start.
Be conscious that we should not engage in such activity.
Yeah, because we are into democratic country, so we can force the government for the change, for the betterment of our country.
That force should start with us.
That's what it is.
When we start practicing, automatically, see, it's all about demand and supply. When we reduce the demand, automatically supply comes down. When demand rises up, the supply will also go up. So we need to reduce, we need to stop using plastic.
Yes, sir.
Then automatically, when we say we don't need any plastic, and when there is no demand for plastic, automatically the plastic manufacturing will come down.
Yes, sir. Only one thing I want to add. For example, like I told, that person is there, he's following strictly, and in India, he's not following. One thing is there, the government also should strictly impose some rules. Means we can also do.
Again, there is agitation. Recently, what happened? Similar way, they have levied heavy fines for traffic violations.
Okay.
But again, there is a lot of backfire from everyone. That you are charging too much and see roads are not good. We always, main problem with us is we always look around excuses. We really don't have, somewhere, it's very unfortunate to mention, but we really don't see the positive side. We always look at the negative side. Of course, things are there, but we have to be very constructive, productive in ourselves, in our thought process and our approaches, so that, yes, why they have increased, okay, even if they have increased also, why we need to pay? Only when we violate, we are paying. So if you don't violate, then you need not pay, even if it is 1 lakh for violating a signal also, you will never pay that when you don't violate. So that is a kind of positive attitude or approach we need to have. But what we are thinking, 10,000, 1,000 rupees for a signal jump, it is too high, and there is a huge cry around by everyone. Now, how do you understand this? Government has put in place all the rules and regulations very strictly, and they have increased the penalty also because we are not following those rules and regulations. And even after imposing fine also, people are not following. They are thinking, why get away, pay the challan and get away from there. So this change has to come from ourselves first. No matter what, otherwise in other country you are following and coming back here you are not following, then whose fault is that?
Yes.
And government, who are the public representatives, who are these, they are elected by us only, na? And again, you violate the rules and you approach the same bureaucrat or same minister, or for that matter, MLA or MP, and you say that I have violated and you help me get out of it. So who is the culprit here? We ourselves, na?
Ourselves.
So when we have violated, na, in the very first place, we should not violate it. And even if we have violated, we
have to
pay the penalty so that next time we do not repeat it. Because we understand the pain and we understand the amount that we have spent on that. But instead of that, if we take it negatively, let it be even 1 lakh also. Doesn't matter. Because that will only apply, only we violate, when we violate. So
Yes,
that
sir.
kind of positive attitude, positive approach, positive perspective should be developed among ourselves. That is what lacking today. That's why whatever laws or acts are being brought, they are not being implemented properly because people are not following. And when government tries to strictly implement it, again there is a backfire from the people that why you are imposing so much, or why you are trying to violate our freedom of expression, freedom and our rights.
Even sir, one point I want to add means when we ask something about state government, no, they directly blame the central government. For example, in Telangana, they were marketing for the current elections. This ruling party was marketing. So I just asked them why the bus fares are too high compared to our Tamil Nadu. We have very less price. So they were saying it is due to the diesel price. So I told them in the Bangalore, it is only one of the government corporation, BMTC. They are making profit, but they have not changed the pass. It was 70 rupees in 10 years back. Now also the pass for 1 day is 70 rupees. So it is the intention. If we want to serve to the people, no need to blame means central government, state government. Means it is purely intention based. Means there is nothing like diesel price. It is increasing. We are increasing the bus fare. If we want to serve to the society, that is the mindset.
Yeah, that's what we are all talking about. Na? With that, first thing is the perspective, the attitude, or even the mindset, or all these are one and the same only, because we need to have that kind of approach, positive outlook, that okay, whatever is happening for good, and we need to adopt to that. Here also the problem is, of course, that is altogether a different issue. Lot of corruption, because of lot of corruption in that area. Because of that, prices are going up. It's not really due to one aspect. There are many aspects which are adding to the costs. That's why the prices are going up. And we need to have a different kind of study for that. Maybe you can, maybe you or someone else can look into that, can do an exploratory study and come up with what exactly where the lacune is and why these all things are happening. So this is where we can come up with some suggestions, and we can, instead of directly telling something, we can come up with a research study, and we can submit them, so that they will also see scientifically. Okay,
ultimately, betterment of our country should be there.
Yeah, that will happen only when we change. So what is that we are doing for that change is more important. Yeah. So yes, Manasa.
Yeah. Sir, first of all, I would like to appreciate Madhusudan sir for picking such a rock fight topic.
Thank you.
Sir, I have many questions based on many criterias and categories. So can I?
Yes, you can go.
Yeah, but first of all, I would like to state that it's not to criticize or let down anyone's feelings or emotions. It's just a general discussion to talk about. That's it.
Yeah, that always we have to take everything in a constructive manner. Whatever is purely academic.
When we bring some negatives, then only we can go for positivity.
Yeah. So first is regarding the environmental protection, sir. Environmental protection is not a thing which can be done by a single person or a groups.
Yes.
Yeah. See, if we withstand with the environmental protection, if I say, yeah, I am the person, come everyone, come and join with me. Hardly it works for 3 days or 4 days. After some 15 days, it will end. But our Narendra Modi ji has been given us a wonderful opportunity and implemented the thing called Swachh Bharat. But what people are doing, I do agree in US and all, they are getting 687 billions of trash per year. And UK and all, they are getting 386 billion trash per year. Hardly India is getting very less. I agreed, 77.3% of million, not billion, we are getting every year. But we are not implementing this task. I'm not taking, it's a group or association should come, or GHMC should come and do all these things. Now we are habituated to many things called, having the urban company, having urban this thing, or many more facilities we are going through nowadays. But as a responsible Indian citizen, every person has their own lead, own contribution to take care of each and everything what's going on. Did everyone doing their own responsibility?
Yes, ma'am. That's what even we are working on a pollution paper, and we, as per our research, it says that after 1970, the consumption of and the usage of plastic has increased. That increase is one side. The usage has been increased. But what is creating this environment pollution is we are not throwing this waste in the dustbins. We are just, for example, if we are going for a picnic, we are just throwing everything in the beach or somewhere, and we are coming back. So that kind of basic awareness first we have to create, then we can go for recycling or something of the plastic. And for plastic, only recyclable or reusable plastics only we have to use. If we are not able to recycle this thing, we have to ban. Irrespective of state government or central government, they have to ban this, and we have to stop using those products which we cannot recycle.
Sir, out of the coverage area GHMC, plastic has been banned in many countries or many places from many years, but no one is strictly following the rules and no one is taking the lead of it. No one has that proper responsibility. If a traffic police thing has his own work, like he'll tow and all he'll do. But for this system, we do have toxicology people. They only really meant for the environmental protection and also for the environmental education people, students. They are literally free. No, why can't they involve in this kind of issues? Why can't they take a lead? Why can't? Because most of the times we used to hear that our
Can I answer?
generation. Yes, you can.
Yes, ma'am. So as you told, means why they cannot take, why he cannot take, why she cannot take, that is secondary. But what we can do means whether we are making our house plastic free, first we do that, then means they will do. It is a democratic country. For example, we cannot force like you follow this or you follow that. So it is a democratic country. We can create awareness. For example, what we can say now, population is also a big problem. Now some extremists are there. They are saying that their religion they don't do, means it's a God's gift. So we have to create an awareness among those persons. Means it is a democratic country. We cannot force. It is not China that we can put them in some concentration camp and we can change them. We can change by creating awareness to them that what is the disadvantage for our country, for the whole society when we produce more children. So what
I do agree infinity% with your point, sir. But for this and all, these are small steps we can take. We can hardly think about our environment, our surroundings, our place. Yes, I agree. But on top of that, coming to the rest of the countries, Australia and certain countries, they are literally taking nets to the oceans, not to get the garbage inside the oceans for the protection of animals or the protection of aquatic animals and all. But the government is not taking any kind of situations like this. We are just listening through news or this. The next 2030 and all, you have talking about the fuels, natural resources. They are implementing the electric cars and the hydrogen-free gases, water. Instead of they are using petrol and diesel, they are implementing many things when compared to our country. We are literally what we call good people are doing very good things. For coming to Sonu Sood ji is doing a lot of good things for the people, and coming to the Ratan Tata and also the Elon Musk and about the Nambiar. But what we did, we are literally, we are throwing a light on them. Like again, we don't have any proper unity to talk about others, and we don't have right to talk about.
That's what I'm saying.
Countries.
In the ground level, no need to go for any marketing or something. For example, if you can improve your house, your neighbor's house, that much is sufficient. We are not expecting that you change.
I agree, but people don't have the same maturity levels and IQ levels and content. Some other people may say if they can't digest.
That's what I'm saying. No, when you do, for example, madam, you are doing at your house. You
Yeah.
have four or five members in your house. They
Yes.
will change.
They
By
will
seeing
change.
them, they will change. By seeing them, your neighbor will change. So this will slowly come. It will not
Yes,
come overnight.
yes, I do
If you
agree. This is a
start,
positive
if you
corner.
start today,
80% agreed. But on the
maybe by
other hand,
2030, everybody will do.
yeah, I infinity% agreed. Even I am so positive towards it. But the thing is, those who are very immature, what they see, they are literally feeling jealous, and they'll see all the time they'll do all these things and all in home to make attract everyone, to make their house very beautiful. They are not getting the point what we are trying to do. So we can't teach them. Those who are having negative mentality and lack of immaturity, we can't
Just
teach them.
okay, can I answer?
Yes.
Means, for example, if any Eve practice or something is going on, now everybody, even those who do the Eve practice or bad mentality, those who are having, they also know that they are doing wrong thing. Okay, so what we have to means the good thing, or means it is like a dark. Means when we create the ray of hope or light, all those who are doing bad things also, they know they are doing it. Then when we create a light of awareness, they will also start following the good thing. So it is like we have to create. Even I agree that you are saying, no, means government also should take some initiative, and they also should create some awareness, and they should also implement some rules, like means some fine or some committee like that. They also should implement. But what is that in our country, many things are implemented earlier also that have failed, because our country is not China, and our country is not US also.
Sir, we don't have, as per my knowledge, we don't need to talk about the China, because after completing the pandemic situation of COVID, we just got to know how much percentage we directly or indirectly depended on the China, because we have closed many things in India. So, hardly I heard many times that we have traditional waving of saris and all. So most of the things, most of the cultures, most of the practices has been nowadays, we can't see, we can't hear their voice as well.
Can I answer?
Depended, yes.
China, I am quoting the example because I want, means for your earlier question, why government is not able to implement the policy, that was the answer. I'm not saying for this, what you are asking now, no. This is different.
Okay, we are running short of time. What we'll do is, if you are available, we'll take it at the end of the session if we get some time. Only thing here is government is doing lot of work. This Azadi Ka Mahotsav, Amrit Mahotsav, we are talking about so many things. That is what actually the challenge for every speaker here. This platform is not for criticizing, because 24 hours we are criticizing only. And we have got into that so much of negative energy. We lost appreciating our own lives. For that matter, we stopped appreciating ourselves in the first place. So this platform is not for criticism and any other thing. This platform is exclusively meant to talk about developments. Of course, we can talk about issues and challenges, but that should accompany with the solutions. So the concept, or for that matter, that discussion should always lead to constructive solutions and suggestions. That is what definitely, today we cannot blame any single person for this, because in 75 years there are different governments, different people, different parties, all were in place. And even today, we have villages without no drinking supply, without electricity. So whom to be blamed? All are equally responsible for that matter. So it is not criticizing, or it is not blaming or pointing out someone or anyone for that matter. The focus is to be on how we can contribute.
How we can collectively grow.
Yeah, that is what we are focusing. And this platform has been created only for that purpose, where we can come together and create awareness, talk on that, and at the end of the celebration, we can come up with all these deliberations and proceedings. We can come what all issues were taken up, and how, what kind of solutions we could evolve through these discussions and deliberations, and finally, if there is any impact, almost every month, the statistics, we have around minimum of 3,000 people joining and leaving every month, as per our what Zoom gives us report. So 3,000 people are participating. So at least we are able to create in 1 month. From past a few months we are doing, earlier also we are doing, but it was not so daily. But you can see at least 3,000 people every month we are creating awareness. So that is what we can do. We should not think, see, there are people, for example, as we were discussing, that someone might feel jealous or someone think that we are doing for the sake of name, fame. We should all leave that aside. Everyone is doing for some kind of benefit only. But for some people, it may be for a social cause. Some people maybe for their career advancement. Some people maybe for really some name or some fame. But everyone has something in their mind, and with some intent only everyone is doing. Maybe for me, because there is nothing to do with my academic or career advancement and nothing, because I'm not putting anything into that. My own purpose here is only to create awareness and give platform to everyone who is working on these causes. So we are very much open, and that's why we are giving everyone an opportunity, whoever is willing to share their knowledge on specific themes. So we should not worry that if someone tells something, we should not bother about it. People are always there to tell one thing or other. We as ourselves also, we don't appreciate positive things, because we think that we appreciate positive things or something positive aspects of other people. We will somehow, somewhere we feel inferior, or we become much lower than them. That's the reason we don't really appreciate and go ahead and appreciate people, because that inferiority complex within ourselves will not allow us to appreciate other people. So that is, we need to overcome that, and we need to see it in very subjectively. Very objectively, not subjectively. That whoever is doing whatever they are doing, if they are doing something good, we need to go ahead and appreciate. That's how positive things, positive vibes go around. If we start criticizing each and everything, maybe it doesn't matter also. If we really are focusing on what our goals are, objectives are, for those people, it doesn't really matter. See, for Mahatma Gandhi, many people criticized, but his focus was for the independence. And similarly, many freedom fighters, though you can see how much of participation for that matter, the kind of people they have participated, they also faced a lot of criticism. They also faced a lot of traitors. We have seen so many traitors who were our own people, who, backstabbed us in early history, even at the time of independence, But a lot of things are there. They will be existing forever. You cannot get away from them. But only thing is, be optimistic, be positive, be productive, constructive, and take the way, whatever we can do, leave about others, whether they appreciate or not, whether they support you or not. Our aim or our goal should be to do whatever best we can do to our environment or ourselves, our society. Forget about all other things will come. We have seen many people, in my own experience, I have seen many people who have who are billionaires, trillionaires, now they are begging on roads, who have many degrees and who are not doing anything, who don't even have an employment. So these all degrees, or for that matter, these doesn't matter really. We have seen so many ups and downs, ships turned back, and we have seen Fortune 500 companies who were earlier, but now nowhere existing in the list, not even in the list. Practically also those companies vanished from their business. So everything can happen. Life has numerous ways to teach all of us, which we think it will not happen to us. So the most important thing we all need to understand, or for that matter, we all need to be consciously aware, is we have to contribute what we can in our own capacity with our own limitations. That is most important. Let's not focus on what other people have to do, or whether what other people can do. If they come along with us, that's fine. If they don't come along, don't bother about them. Let's do what we have to do. That will only contribute to the sustainability. So our approach should be in such a way that we are contributing to that in a very effective manner. Leave about what other things people have something or other to say always. So don't bother about those things. We have to ensure that our houses are clean, we ourselves are clean, and we are sustainable. We recycle whatever we use. We reduce the consumption so that we can protect the environment and save the environment. That itself is a great thing. When we are conscious, so when we are taking so much of oxygen, we should ensure that we have at least one plant for us. We have to maintain one plant. We have to grow one plant or sapling for us, because when we are leaving our carbon dioxide, and they are taking and they are giving oxygen. In such a way, we have to think. And when we start doing that, now everyone will follow. Whether they follow or not, we should not expect that everyone should follow or someone should follow. We do our duty, and let's people will take over in due course of time. They will also continue it. So with that positive ending, we will move on to our next session. And thank you, Dr. Madhu. It was really very good interaction. Maybe definitely, whenever time permits, because or at the end of the day, we will have discussions also. If there is any, we will continue with that.
Just one point I will add, and I will close this. So it means all regions will have good or bad peoples. Like for example, Jaichand, due to Jaichand, Islamic invasion we had. Due to Mir Jafar, we had British invasion. So what I'm saying, every region will have good peoples or bad peoples. We have to select good things, and we have to work it out, and we have to go for a sustainable world. So with this, I will end this.
Yeah. So
okay,
thank you. Yes, every religion or every community, every belief system has its own these things. So anyway, that is not topic here, because we know facts are facts, whether we deny or accept it, and that is anyway history. So we cannot do anything about it. But our focus should be on the present scenario and how best we can contribute to the society. So with this, not taking much time, we will conclude here this topic, and we will move on. And feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. Hope everyone has filled it. If not, quickly fill the feedback form, and we will move on to our next session. Next session would be by Mrs. Sangeeta Vasudeva, on parenting role of parents in raising their children and its importance. Maybe she can focus on these ethics, values, morals, which can be imbibed in the parenting itself, where we can have more sustainable environment for that matter. So, yeah, just a second.
I'm not able to.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, ma'am. Now I think you can go ahead with your presentation.
Sir, video camera is not, I'm not able to
turn
No.
on. Is it fine on the
Yeah.
audio?
No, you can try it now, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks.
Am I audible now to all?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Sangeeta. As you all know that in my session there will be full of practicals also involved. So it's a kind of an interactive session where I would like everybody as a parent to interact with me whenever it's possible or whenever any interaction could be done. So I've chosen this topic, parenting. It's a beautiful and wonderful topic, and of course it's a lovely topic. And this is called as parenting. That is parenting, raising of children and its importance. It's a full title. It's called parenting, ING, because it's still a continuous process. No parent would never ever tell, I've done my duties, my role is over. Okay, we can now leave off. We can now go home. We can now get away from here. No parent would ever tell. It's a continuous process, never ending process. It's a smooth process, and it's a wonderful process. That's the reason we say it's a parenting, eating, going, coming, parenting, traveling. So it's a continuous ongoing process from the birth of the child, from the womb, when it has come out of the parents' world, womb, from the to see the entire world, the atmosphere given by the parents, its parents, beautiful parents. And when the doctors hand over the child to the parents, it's a nurse also. The child would always seek to the wonderful see to the parents' face, or it can't see also. It would cry happily, or it would cry. It's actually it's a sign of happiness, but the crying will be everyone will think it's a sad. So parenting, it's a beautiful role from the birth of the child till the end, the life stage, before it could get completed. So what is the role of the parent now? Because I could say every parent has got a natural role, right? It's an art given, naturally gifted by God. It comes naturally to the parent, but then also some parents would be knowing it, how to handle the child, how to control the child in a well-mannered way, or how to better express the child in a more, in a more or in a better way, rather than to just crib or complain about the behavior of the child. But no parents will have an intention of bad parenting. No parents will never have an intention, oh, I want to make my child a bad. No parents will have intention of that kind. Only thing is they might not be knowing, because of this technology world as it is developing, empathy skills also starts get detaching. So the parents will have a kind of an imbalanced way, or something like they need a support, a backbone. So these steps I have framed it. So I thought it could be useful to all the parents, because some or the other way are parents of not only we are the parents, right, of our children. Some way or the other, even if some would say I'm a parent of my child, but no parents will ever treat the other child in a poor quality way. Every parent would see the child as his or her own, like their daughters or sons only. This is the natural gift given by God. So with that, I'll start with my topic. Yes, it's very easy. Actually, yes, even I could see it's very easy to pat the child, make the child to obey our orders, as long as we have a sweet talk with the child. Correct? Do you all agree to it? Thumbs up. At least one thumbs up sign. It's very easy. If you raise a child in a more comfortable way, naturally the child obeys us. It won't disagree. It won't have a kind of an adamancy, or what to say, kind of a pullback or a stubborn nature. But as I'm talking about the child who is raised in a proper way, I'm not talking about the child who has gone totally mentally ill or like that. I'm not talking about that because it's again it's a different topic and everything. It's a deviation from the normal. It's again different topic. So every child, normal child, would always listen to the parents. Whenever the parents are delivering anything, for example, the child's name is Ajay. Ajay, don't do this. Come here. Do not do like that. Follow my instructions. Follow me. How many times I've told you? So as and when the modulation tone, how many times should have I told you like this? Do not do like this. Ajay, next level. Ajay, don't do like that. Come here. Or should I come over there? So as and when the modulation raises, voice raises, there only the adamancy starts. Most adamancy starts. It's very rare the child listens to the parents as it is like those days in the Gurukul. Okay, got it? So the adamancy starts from there. So the first tips to follow for the parents is, yes, as a parent, you'd be knowing better about your naughtiness of the child. Am I right? The naughtiness of the child, what a child does, even when the counselor or any mental health issue professionals or any doctors or even friends, family members, beloved ones, or even your teachers or school friends or even strangers ask you, what does a child do at home? How naughty, what is the naughtiness level? As a parent, you should be knowing, or you must be knowing better than anybody else in the world. It can be even, you could say it proud, that doesn't matter. Oh, my child does like this. He rolls the tumblers. As a proud father or a mother, you can tell. But it can be accepted only to certain level. As and when the naughtiness goes to something like a tantrum or throwing of objects or harming others, no parents will ever bear it. Never and ever bear it. Never bear it and ever. They'll start complaining and they'll start worrying about, oh, my child is doing like this, my child is not up to the mark. They will start seeking other mental health professionals, or even from the closest relationship only. They will start discussing with their spouse, their partners, or with their sisters also. If they are or with their mom-in-law or child's grandparent or whoever it may be, and I request there should not be like kind of a ego, because parenting is very, very important and crucial role for the growing phase of the child. Because especially when you miss that, it is like what to say. It is like when the starting of the rocket, no, the countdown begins, no, time 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. So when you miss that part, the growing phase of the child, the rising of the child, it is very difficult to bring back that stage to the child, because the child will be keep on wondering, or not wondering, the child will be keep on what to say, thinking or pondering, like, oh, I miss my childhood, my parents have not given it better. So the friends has to console, the friends have to console. No, every parents are not like that. No parents does like that. No parents will ever do like that. Then the child would say, no, my parent have not given. Again, it is the duty of the parents to express the child in a better way, so that the child would understand even the roles of the parents as very tough. The roles of the parents, very, very tough. I do agree to it. Everyone agrees. The role of the parents is very tough. No matter you say I'm not a pauper, or I brought up in a very what to say, rich family, or whatever you say, the role of the parents very tough. As a role of the parents is very tough, and also the intention of the parents is to set the child in a better way, like how you start the engine and it goes on to the track, no, it won't derail and everything unless and until something happens. And as and when the interference also occurs, like for example, especially the interference occurs when the parents, sisters, or the parents, what to say, the in-laws interfere like that. The child would feel what to say kind of an imbalance, or a child would feel a kind of what to say wavering or a confusing mind, whom to listen or what to listen, how to listen, when to listen, and which point to listen. So it's very difficult for a parent. Actually, as a parent, you need to understand the role of the other parents also. So as a dutiful parent, it is very difficult, again I'm telling, to raise the child. That's the reason I have formulated all the points, so that we can just interact it with an incident, with an happening, with an event. Okay. So as a parent, I stop from here. You would be knowing better your child's naughtiness and their adamancy. So these tips, when followed, when your child goes out of your control, even under your care. So follow these tips. I've given certain tips. It enhances your effort in a smoother way. I'm not saying that parents are not putting any effort. Nobody is telling like that. But it enhances your effort. Like how a pizza, we have a top up, no? To just garnish like that. Because the child can understand only, the child can understand positive and negative. Do not, no. But the child will understand the positive in a better way. It thinks the positive, all positives are good, all negatives are bad. As a child below 7 years, 8 years, the child would think, oh, positives are good. My mom told, do like this. My mom told, don't do like that. The don't do like that is negative, but the child would take it in a different way. It would think, oh, my mom told don't go there to that friend's house. So I'm not listening to my mom. Why does the mom tell you? All for good, because you're having fever, or he might be having fever, your friend might be having fever, or you might be having some exams or any extracurricular activities. So mom would have told you, don't go there now. So tell it with a smiling and tell it with a gestures. There are so many points to be added to this. I've taken only important points, only some about 6 to 7 for discussion, or 4 to 5 for discussions. So always tell it with a gestures. Please do not go there. So, and tell it with a reason behind it. Explanation. Don't think that it is a justification, trying to console or pacify the child. Nothing like that. You can, for n number of times, you can tell your child, because your children are precious to you. Okay. So the first point comes here is, sir, can you please share the slides, sir? If not, I have to. Ravindran, sir?
Amma, you can do it by yourself.
Okay. I thought the share. Okay. The sliding is sharing of sliding. Okay. So the first step is, as the child growth is considered to be a very important phase. Whenever you feel that your child disobeys your instructions, here are some easy go tips for the parents. Never call your child from a distance. Shall we do that exercise now? Never ever call your child from the distance. I don't think so. I have that. Okay. Never call your child. Why is that so? Never call your child from the distance. For example, if I am here, okay, less than 1 meter, it's fine. Ajay, come here. It's fine. Ajay will naturally listen. He might be doing some homework, or he might be drawing, or he might be talking to his friends. So he will naturally listen. Wait, ma. Or he might never ever look at your eyes also. So please, 1 minute, ma. So again you're calling. Again you're going to kitchen and calling, Ajay, come here. So what happens here? What is happening here? Can you please unmute at least one? Can you please unmute and tell what is happening here? Ajay, come here. How about the voice? If not, I'll proceed. I want at least one participant, please. I know that all are good enough to participate, but then also I need just one participant.
You can unmute yourself, participants. You can unmute yourself.
We'll make this session even more interactive. Yes, please. One parent. Doctors are also parents. Okay. So I should do Monac, right?
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am. This Mary.
Yes.
Actually, when you call from a distance, that communication is not feasible. So he will come little late. But if you call at it's a short distance, he will come immediately. That is
Okay, very good. Okay, one point. Very nice. Wonderful. And very good. I will discuss about it, Mary. Okay, Mary ma'am, we'll discuss about it. That also. I'm coming now. Any other point to be added? If not, you can just type it also, so that okay. If not, I have to tell. Okay. Okay, shall I proceed? Monacting? Okay. I'm here as a mom. Okay, the child is here. Okay, so I have to call the child. No, Ajay, come here. Or the child would never look at the mom's eyes also. So poor communication will start from here. Eye to eye contact is very important for the child for better communication, self-confidence, self-esteem, and for proper talking also. Yes, correct, Mary ma'am. This is the slide, the first one. So I not only the child will think the mom is shouting. As and when the distance goes, the voice becomes feeble. The intention is good. The mom wants the child to be next to her. But then what happens? The child will slowly the child will not take proper attention. It will not pay attention to the mom. Oh, how many times my mom just telling, it will talk to the friends. My mom always shouts like this one day. Ajay, come here. Ajay, come here. What is that that's going on? So again, the mom will try to communicate to the child. Ajay, please, how many times? Again, she will try to come to the child, stand next to her, but it should be of proper communication, like proper eye to eye contact and proper gestures. Ajay, I always wanted to come here because for some reason, can you please come to kitchen or can you please come to the living room or can you please come to the study room or can you please come to terrace or like that? The mom should come, the parents should come down. So this is a proper way of communication. But some case, if she's not able to come, maybe some problem or bedridden or something like that, or if she's not well or having fever or something like that, then it is advisable. She has to communicate to the child. See, you should not come here. So I may not be in a position to come near to you and attend your needs. So this is the proper way how a parent should do like that to the child. Not only parent, even teachers should do like that to the child. So next point is, so the proper interaction will also enable a channel of communication between the parent and the child. A healthy channel of communication, a proper relationship builds up the relationship between the child and the parent. The second point is, Mary ma'am, can you please share the second slide? Never show your bad mood to your child. Correct? Never ever show your bad mood to the child. Suppose you're a working woman, okay, you're working somewhere and you're coming back home and you're just doing late kitchen works or household chores or attending to your guests or anybody in the house. So you're just telling your child, well, 1 minute, please don't disturb me, or I'll take some time, okay, don't come near to me. So what happens to the child here?
That child feels very depressed. Mom is not caring for me. Just because I've been waiting for her since I got from school, but she's thinking about her work and tiredness. She's not giving attention to me. So some people, they stop talking for some while. Then afterwards, that mother should come and pamper. Then only that child will start speaking.
Yes. So not only that, yes, correct. And the child will think, oh, my mom is not in a proper mood. So every time when it happens, it won't build a proper, a physical or the mental growth. The child won't be getting a mental strength to face the societal, what to say, even to participate in any of the societal activities also. Every time it happens, 1 or 2 times, okay. That also we need to be very careful. We should not take it as a relationship between the mom and the child as granted or lenient. Every second we should pay importance to the relationship, the family relationship, because it is all not naturally, it should be created. It is not like a man-made. Okay, so what the child thinks, starting itself, the child would think, okay, my mom is neglecting me. If the child is very small, below 5 or 6 or 7, every time the mom pushes her because of the not only boss, some kind of the deadlines not at meet. It could be her fault or even the company's boss fault also. So the child would never knew about it. The child would think, okay, it is my fault. What does a young child? How does a young child knew about it? The child will never knew about it. The child will think, okay, my mom is not giving or paying attention to me. Okay, I'm bad. So if it continues, it's an ongoing process. The child will naturally get dejected. The child will naturally get rejected also. Okay, so it might affect. So what I've written is it might affect the general growth and give impact to the physical activity. Correct? No? Naturally the physical activity will get hindered. And that means what? When somebody calls a child for play to somewhere outside, the child would say, no, I'm not coming today. Even if it goes also, the child will not be able to concentrate. Even in homework, household activities, or may not be in a position to talk to the other kids in the school. Every time it happens, please note down. So creates a slow response in answering back or replying to any question. So if it continues, it creates a slow response in answering back also, because the child is not getting any kind of a support, the mental strength. So naturally it happens. So even when a teacher asks some questions also, the child will always think about it. Oh, why my mom behave like that? But as a small child, it may not be in a position to express it and share it with friends. Okay. So the alertness also reduces, and with respect to work done or listening skills. Yes, listening skills very important. No, for every person, listening skills very important. Listening skills naturally will get lowered down. It gets as a slow process. Okay. So next step is never compare your child with other children, especially of their age. Instead, ask the child to talk friendly with other child who is performing well. Correct. You should never compare your child with other child. What does it mean? Never compare your child with other child. For example, your child has got a low mark or of poor dressing, or your child has got bad remarks in school because of poor dressing or shabby shoes, not polished or not done homework or anything like that. It is your duty to check your child about it, like everyday's progress in the school, at home, at friends' place, relatives' place, wherever you have sent the child also, you need to track the child. Every mom does this, but then the polish, you need to track the child in such a way and express it in such a way that if it got bad remarks also, you should never tell. For example, two children are there, Ajay and Dev. Okay, should not tell. Ajay, see, as I thought you're like as my child, I thought you'll be dressing up in a very better way or groomed up in a very neat way, but I never thought that you'll be as bad. You're as bad as what I have expected. You're dressed very bad. Your dressing sense is very poor. I'm not liking it. See that boy, Dave. So you should never compare your child with the other child, because we never knew. As a parent, it is your duty to properly enhance the child with inculcate with the knowledge of even the external dressing appearance and sense also. Dressing sense, external appearance, the grooming skills, the way they dress, the body language, the behavior and everything. You should not compare the child with the other child. As a parent, we won't be doing like that. But in rare cases, some parents, even if they want the perfection to be done, they compare the child with the other person's marks. See, that boy has got very good
Actually,
marks,
ma'am,
90%.
Actually, ma'am, with the
Yes.
main why they are in childhood and all that comparison doesn't come, but in 10th standard, no.
Yes.
You score like that person, you score like neighbor. You also should become doctor. He's
Yes.
that girl. Student might not be wanted to be a doctor or engineer. You would have
Exactly.
want something else, some commerce or MBA, but they will tell, see, uncle son is doing doctor, you also should study doctor. But that girl is not, girl or boy is not interested. Many of my friends, they wanted to do something, but parents told you do MSW. They are not interested in social work. They want to do fashion designing. So
Exactly.
lots of that, but they did, after that, they didn't practice the MSW, they went off to another profession. You should not, my father always tells you can be strict in anything,
Okay.
but you should give the choice for the profession.
Okay.
My father is very strict person, but he said he'll give freedom, he won't give freedom for everything, but profession, their liking you should give. My father always tells, because
is a
then only they'll reach the top.
Okay. Okay. So there is a difference between passion. What you're telling, no, it's exactly right. We should not force the child to take up the profession which the parents are doing it or other children are doing it. Okay, correct. Correct, Mary ma'am. And there is a difference between activity. We should always make the child to engage in some activity. Activity means hobbies like chess. Even chess can be a hobby. It could be it is a hobby for our great grandmaster and great other Indian chess players like Vishwanath Anand and now Carlsen and everybody. But for your child, it could be it is a great extracurricular activities for others. But for your child, it could be a hobby also. And if your child take a badminton, he can come up very well. And other child could take that as a hobby. So hobby varies from child to child. We should not compare the child to take up this, or even for profession also. We should not compare and compel the child to take up only that profession. I've heard many of them leaving even professional courses and join for pundits or Hindi pandit language pundits also. Well appreciated that also. I'm not degrading each and every profession or taking into limelight or highlighting any other profession. It's up to them. It's their passion. Passion is different, interest is different, and participation is different in one activity, and participation for competition is different. We should always make the child to engage in some activity. As I told this point, I'm combining this also. For hobbies, please note down, for hobbies, one activity, just time pass. Hobbies, it could be indoor or outdoor also with the friends. That hobby should enhance the studies extracurricular. It should not give as an interference or nuisance to the other studies. For example, if your child is good at piano, good at drawing, or good in piano, you can make your child to compete in that activity, because very good, no, excelling in the skills, right? So you can make the child to compete in that activity, because always the fright and the flight hormone, we need it to some level. It should always work. We should always make the child to take up stress to some level, not too much high, too much low stress also is bad for the child. 60% of stress we need to make the child to work out, to take up an activity for competition, to take up an activity for participation, and one hobbies. It could be sports and combined with some extracurricular, dance, music, or anything. Okay. And the next, shall I proceed on to the next? If no doubts, I'll proceed on to the next. Never compare is over. So instead, okay. Instead, I've left one point. Instead, ask them to stick a poster of their role models. The child's role models, no, can be anyone, not from their passion also. It could be from the areas of interest or areas of interest of their studies, or even cycling also. Any role model. Oh, because that person I have observed, he has got lots of perseverance, fighting spirit, but I'm not having it. Okay, got it? Any doubts in that? Shall I proceed on to the next? Okay, never disregard. Okay, next tip is never disregard your child's opinion, even if it is silly. What does it mean? Never disregard your child's opinion, but not in all cases, correct? Never disregard your child's opinion in the sense, see, opinion varies from person to person, even, but not in all cases in the sense opinion we should consider from the child, but we should not allow the child to interfere in way like adults matter or decision making. I'm not talking about it. When it comes to school change or when it comes to taking some extracurricular or hobbies or activities or meeting his or her grandpa also, we should always consult the child. Ajay, is it okay for you if I could take you today to your grandpa's house? Ajay, is it okay for you if you could join me after discussion only? If you could join tomorrow after 2 days for piano class? You cannot take the decision. I'm not telling you should not or you cannot. I didn't mean that. After discussing which hobby he likes a lot, after that you can schedule it, and after that, as a parents, dutiful parents, you can please come down to the level of the child and tell after 2 days you can join the class. And schedule should be done with the help of the child only, seeking to the child's mental strength, physical strength, areas of interest. Schedule timing should be done. If in case if you want to postpone it, you can always tell, okay, this is a time where I have to meet, go somewhere also, I cannot drop you. So as it is the beginning of the piano session, since you're joining for the first time, I'll take you next. I'll always come to your piano teacher. I'll always come to your master and then talk to him about your progress and everything. You should make your child understand that you're tracking, not that tracking, you're following. The child will feel elevated, enhanced. Oh, my parents always not only pushes me, they care me a lot. The child, the child will knows very well, because the coffee has some coffee will have sugar, some coffee will not have sugar, like that. The child always knows. My parents are after them. Every child knows that. But then also some parents may not be in a position to track or know the whereabouts of the child or know what is happening in the child, because of sometimes maybe because of the technology advancement also. They may not be able to do WhatsApp or Gmail or correspond with the masters, piano class masters or tutors. So as a dutiful parent, it is your duty to at least to take a note or at least to take a help from your child's friend. What is the child's friend? Okay, whether he has come to the class in such a way, not directly, it's very wrong. Whether my child has come to today's class, the friends, I mean the friend's parent or his friend would think, okay, the parents are having some doubts or like that. So it should not happen like that. It should be in such a way, whether he has attended the class, what is happening there, whether you are able to follow it, whether he is able to follow it, or whether the tutor might be in a very high-tech tutor also. So whether he's coming down to the level, you can talk directly to the tutor and you can talk directly to the friend also. Okay. So any other doubts in this session? Let me know, please. Any other doubts in the session before I could proceed to the next? I think so. Only since total options. Okay. And one more point I need to add it. For financial also, you can educate your child. There is nothing wrong, provided the child is 12 plus years old. Okay, and matured enough to understand it. You can tell it in a poem way. Okay, my financial condition is very not up to the mark. I'm having lots of commitments, Mark. So this time I may not be in a position to allow you to join in a piano class. I'm talking only one example, okay, so that the participants, respective participants, can follow it. And so you can just well educate the child. There is nothing wrong, because every child is becoming the future role models. Who knows? Every child, it can be your child also, or it can be somebody's child also. So we never knew about it. So financial also, you must educate the child. Even if you are highly rich also, you must tell your child, no, I could give only this amount of pocket money for this month. Highly rich doesn't mean that the child should spend lavishly. Next point is, don't consider the child's words seriously if they utter something which had hurt the parents' feelings. Correct. Don't don't consider the child's words seriously, provided the child is, I've given age, usage of words right from 7 years. You can start the child, you can educate the child after when they are 7+ years here, 7+ years. For example, if they are told something, mommy, shut up, ma, shut up, you can well educate the child. Should not tell like that, because 7+ years, they will always get deeply recorded in the mind. Below that, you can always tell the child, don't, hey, should not do like that, in a very little bit smiling way. And 7+ years, you can little bit take it seriously. That's not a problem. Because a child is a child, and anything else, I'm hearing some okay. And as a parent, you're feeling towards a child and how you would suffer. Okay. So if always educate the child to take it in a very sportive way, cultivate the habit right from young age, so that the child can even understand. Okay, otherwise the child will take it to a very serious point and even go to extreme also in future. Extreme, I'm not telling that word, committing suicide, nothing like that. To take an extreme decision in future. It can be even to stop the relationship. But that happens very rare only, because suffering, nobody can bear the suffering. Even the separation or isolation is there, nobody can bear it. Even the child tells harsh words also, always educate the child and tell the child not to tell like this, because I'm your mom, I've got every right. He's your dad, he has got every right to tell like that, all for good. No, don't, no doesn't mean that it is bad, and do doesn't mean that it is always good. Do this, do that, anybody can tell, doesn't mean that it is always good. And don't do that, not to do like that, doesn't mean always it is bad at also. Okay, so these are all the points. So I thought I can just have an interactive session. And one more point, never warn your child in front of the others for your child's mistakes at home. Yes, please note down, underline it. Everyone knew about it, but never warn your child in front of others for your child's mistakes. Mary ma'am, please share that slide also, because what would happen if you warn the child?
Actually, no, ma'am. If you scold or you degrade the child in front of our next parent also, that inside the four walls of the world house, that child will just cry. But after that, in front of anybody, no, it will get betrayed and it will have lot of sadness, and it will distance your relationship.
Exactly.
Distance, first it will be very close to you, after it will distance the relationship.
Yes, not only that, yes, correct, very exactly. So always appreciate the child like this only. For example, if I am taking the role of the parent and Mary ma'am is the child, always appreciate like this and tell, okay, I would have better appreciated if you had done in this way. But always appreciate the child if it accepts its mistakes. Okay, even if it is wrong, mom, sorry, ma, I've done like this, dad, oh, sorry, dad, I've done like this, so sorry, please excuse me this time. Always encourage the child to tell or speak the truth. Fact is different, truth is different. Truth can be even the child does something false also, that it is telling the truth. It is not telling the fact, but it is telling the truth. Fact is different. It has not done any fact. It has done something to escape from the the clutches of the teachers, as for example, escape from the examinations or like that. It is not, you should not accept it, but accept the truth from the child, because it has told, yes, I have escaped, I bunked the classes and gone to movie or somewhere, but don't encourage it. There is a difference between accept the truth and encourage it. As a very great mental and health professionals and other participants, and as a parent also, you would be knowing better how to better handle the child. Your child than anybody else in the world. Every parent has got an art to handle their own child better, because they know about the naughtiness of the child, but they can also handle other child also. That I'm not denying it. Okay, any other point to be added? I need the next, any other slide left out? Next slide. What is that? Okay, I think any doubts or any other points to be added from the participant side or doctor's side or from the patient's listener side. Other participants also can interact very well. Or if not, I thank all
Actually,
the
ma'am, you should act with what we scolded below 10 years now. That is different. That is child stage. When you're coming to teenage, no, too much you should not be. Should make that person, child understand this is wrong. If you do like this, your future, you should sit to that next to child and speak. Nowadays, people have money for time for work, but they don't have time to spend to the child. Because I had recently my friend, she told my son is not speaking. To me, is very reserved. He's only at home. He's 9th standard. Tomorrow, next year, he's going to 10th standard. I told you are working in. She's in Bangalore only. You are working in Oracle for 12 hours. You can't have half an hour to spend with your child. Actually, that boy is a very naughty boy, very talkative, but he's not speaking to mother. That
Okay.
means he's not spending quality time. Her
Okay.
husband is a business person.
Okay.
But if he cannot spend also, you should spend no as a mother. That
Okay.
what that person that's in school they have said this child is not mentally okay. You take to Nimans.
Oh,
I told her,
oh my God.
before taking to Nimans, first you see, you speak to your child, what is the problem, why he is
Yes.
dull. Then you find the issue. Then you, if it's a serious case, you take to Nimans, I said to that girl. She
Okay.
said, okay. Yeah, she told, no, Mary, I'm not spending time because I'm doing over duty. Because building, I'm building house. So I'm regarding that finance problem, I'm working, I'm not spending time. Then I told you, spend some time with the child.
Okay.
If he
That's
has
right.
serious issue, means then take to Nimans, I told to my friend.
Okay, this is the right way. Actually, we need to spend some time with the child because the child.
Now that below 45 years, people are there. No, they're having 8th standard, 9th standard children, but they are working, they're earning big money. But the child don't know what mother is doing, how what that mother is not doing, how my son and daughter are doing well. We are buying everything and giving, no, whatever
Okay.
they're asking. But
Okay.
what they have fear, what they have liking, they're thinking our likes should be posted on that. If you want to become doctor means she should become. He has some desire, no, that they're not seeing.
They are not.
Especially below 45 parents are have there na. After 45,
Because
they're little bit okay. Parents.
because they are also very youthful, they are also energetic, they are also very young, so they are also
They are
very
very stressed
yeah,
because they're stressed about the job and this pandemic
the
is
job.
given. Yeah, because this pandemic has created a lot of financial problem for
Exactly.
everybody. So they are devoted more time in work and they're not devoted in child, ma'am.
Exactly. Actually, there are many points. See, as I've written in my book, it's my book only, personality development book, manners and ethics. There are so many points, but I've taken only some of the points. For example, don't gossip about anybody, including the person whom you neglect the most, in front of the child. Correct? Should not gossip about anybody. The child will have that habit. Then don't talk in front of the child about your uncle or aunt unless and until it is very helpful for the child to warn him. Don't go with that uncle, or not that uncle, any stranger or anybody. I'm not talking about any specific or like that. For example, and don't spill and heat. The manners also you can just educate the child. Don't watch TV with increased volume, because what you do, the child will also follow, right? Even when the guest is coming also, when we keep watching the TV, that's it, gone. We will never have that environment, the friendly environment to talk with the guest. The child will also do the same thing. And another point is, you should be, as a parent, you should make it as a role model to get up, wake up early in the morning, wake up your child also, practice some exercise, keep fit exercise before going to kitchen. As a mom also, it's fine. parent, both mom and dad, both are no parents, right? So you please, let's, as a parent, I'm including myself also, let's be a role model to our child first. Before we encourage the child to do that, this, or practice that, this activity, cycling half an hour, we cannot go for cycling half an hour, 30 minutes. I agree. As a parent, we cannot go because we have some other work. Some parents might be aged, elderly also. I cannot say aged, elderly also. They may not be in a position to go, but they should act as a role model. They should bring they should always encourage the child, and they should always make the child to understand and cultivate the importance of cycling. Or like that, there are so many. Do and talk politely to others. Always keep smiling. Send a thank you note. Cultivate the habit of greeting your parents. Or if the child is not greeting the siblings, nowadays children have separation phobia, right? It could be seen in the family where they have 2 to 3 children. They have the separation phobia. One, if we pat one child, the other child will have the possessiveness. So always cultivate the habit of greeting the child, both the children, give warmth to them, pat them, encourage them to talk to the siblings also right in front of you. And tell that it is always good if you follow the suggestions from your elder sister, and for elder sister or elder sibling, you can always tell, if you could help your younger also, it is well and good. So it will not only stop the jealousy in separation phobia, it will cultivate the habit of a healthy relationship. Like that, there are so many points in this book also. You can very well add, but I have taken only few because of the time constraints, and other speakers are also there. I have taken only few points. So with that, I thank Dr. Ravindran sir and the entire team, and Mary ma'am, and patient listeners, and the entire audience. So any other doubts, let me know, please. I can just point out. Hello, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session, and you have given really wonderful input.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Nowadays,
much.
A lot of preoccupation with the gadgets and work. People are very busy with their course, and children often feel unattended. And with this pandemic also, we all were together at home, and now due to this closure or ending of work from home, people are getting back to work, and children are also facing this going back to school, and like schools are also in competition and huge pressure to recover the entire 2 years lost in the academics. So a lot of issues are coming up nowadays. That's why more focus on mental health nowadays.
Yes. Sir, sorry to interrupt you. I have one more point for the gadget, which I have written to the mental health professionals, sir. I can tell it to the in now here for 2 minutes, couple of minutes.
It's okay, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I have written a document, like an article, like, because for the children who are addicted, because now the engineering students are also turning to psychology, we could design equipment where it comes with a drainer, like charger. The equipment, the mobile gadget should come with a drainer, and should be fed with the games that is prior assigned by the game board. Game board should decide which game to be fed for which level of children when we purchase the mobile also, so that with the time limit and with the schedule, only 2 to 3 games in a day, and only 4 to 5 games for this person and everything. And if the child plays or something hacked or comes from the hacker or like that, then it plays with the extra duration or something goes wrong, the charger will drain it. It should come with the drainer, and it should be duly signed by the game board. Game board should decide which game. If the game is not legalized, then it should not be approved to be installed in the Play Store in the mobile. So that's, but it should be duly signed by the parents. It is a very long process. Thank you, sir. Parents and it should come from the school also. At least one parent authority should sign it, and from the game board they should decide which game should be is designed for the children of 8 years, which games should be implemented in the mobile for children of 10 years, like that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Like, yeah, there need to be a lot of innovations, initiatives, because both children and parents are also have got addicted to these gadgets, and there is a very less quality interaction that is happening, and that is also creating a lot of issues.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a wonderful session.
With pleasure, sir. Thank you so much.
Participants, if you have any queries, we can take up quickly. You can unmute yourself and share your observation, comments, or feedback.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, your topic is very neat for the hour, because nowadays most of the parents are finding tough with the children. So currently, you told now comparing the child with others, holding the child in front of others. That and all parents are doing, and every parent is thinking our child should compete with the other child. If that person is doing medicine, we should also do medicine.
Exactly.
That very neat of our topic, ma'am. Always you bring exclusive topics. So all the best and God bless you. Take care.
Thank you so much, Mary, ma'am.
Anyone else would like to share? You can unmute yourself.
Yes, yes. Any events where you have scolded your child also, and anything that has changed your child's life turning events, anything in a few minutes or a few sentences also you can share, or tips, any other tips, how we have handled the child also.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. It is a very wonderful session that you gave. I really appreciate the choice of the topic.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and you gave such very good examples about, how we should not compare the children to other children, which will harm their self-esteem. That was really good, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And also some other points that you mentioned about we should not warn the children in front of other children. These small things, people, I don't know why parents kaise bhul jate. I don't know, they forget about all these points.
Okay, you're asking me a question, or just telling, like, how can they?
No, I am just giving my inputs.
Inputs. Okay. Yeah. Because I as I have already told you, they think, okay, it's a casual utterance. Okay, correct, no? It's a casual utterance. They think, okay, if I want the child, it is good for them. They think in that way, because as I have already told, their intention is not to make the child bad. Their intention is to set the child and make the child to mold it in a right way. So they utter all the words. Only thing is they are not knowing the professional term, like how other mental health professionals like us we do. That's the only thing. So they utter everything in a matured way. They want it irrespective of, they think that if the child is warned in front of the others in society, the child will be molded in a better way, because it creates a kind of an awareness in the child. They think it in a different way. They think not only different way, they think it in a wrong way. But that is not correct. Should not blame the child unless and until the blunder, the child blames. No, if other child does this, and the child, if the child does the mistake, the parent's own child does the mistake and blames the other child, that case the parent should take both the child and call to an isolated place or somewhere where other people are not there. Provided the mistakes are also not very serious, that time the child should talk in front of the other child, the child's friend whom the her child as blamed.
Yes, ma'am, very true.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, it was really wonderful, ma'am, listening from an expert like you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Can you just share the PPTs with us, because we are laymen, we don't understand these things. We can read it again.
Okay, sure. I think so. I've shared it to Mary ma'am, the co-host and coordinator also, speaker also. So if you could provide your email ID in the feedback form. Yes, sir, Ravindran sir, is it right what I am telling? Then
Yeah, ma'am, we will share it. You, anyway, I think you have my contact number. Na? You can WhatsApp me. I will be sharing.
okay, this is for the ma'am. Did you hear it? The one
Yes,
who
yes,
spoke.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again for joining us and for sharing your wonderful insights. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, then if you still have any queries, you can use chat box to share your queries or use the feedback form. We'll get back to you. And due to paucity of time, we will move on to our next speaker for the day. So next we have with us Virendra Kumar Thakurji. So in the meanwhile, I am offering the feedback form. Kindly fill up the feedback form.
Hello, am I audible, sir? Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, I am connected now. Well, after the participants fill in the feedback form, we shall start in 2 minutes.
feedback form has been raised. Kindly fill up the feedback form in the form of polls.
Sir, the feedback form is disconnected. I don't know what's the reason. I was filling it incomplete. It's gone. Can you please send it again?
You may reshare and give them 5 minutes. No problem. I'll do it.
Actually, the problem here in the Zoom is once we relaunch it, the data will be lost. Again, those who have filled, again, they have to fill it again. That is limitation. Anyway, only 2 people have filled. So I am relaunching the poll. Those who have already filled also kindly fill it. Because once we relaunch, the data will be lost. Now I have relaunched it. So we will have 5 minutes. So quickly fill up the feedback form. Virendra Kumarji, you can minimize that.
Yes, sir.
Instead of ending poll, we can minimize that and we can continue our session. So that
Okay.
it runs in background. If you end the poll again.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Actually, it's I think showing the poll results, so participants may not be able to fill that.
You can if it is the previous poll, then you can safely close it, but check it whether if it is feedback form for session 4 or 5. If it is 5, you kindly fill it up. If it is 4, you can safely close it, and so that 5 is visible. If you have any difficulty in accessing this poll form, you can leave in chat box also, but try to fill up the form. So we have with us our next speaker, Virendra Kumarji, from Assistant Professor from Govind Vallabh Pant Institute of. Just a second. The poll has been raised already. So if you have any difficulty, then you can leave your feedback in chat box also. It is still on. I have checked it. Yeah. So our next session is by Virendra Kumarji from his assistant professor in computer science and engineering, also an advocate from GB Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology. Over to you, sir, for your session on Environment Protection Act 1986.
Yes, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, sir.
I have shared my screen also. Yes. Today we shall study one more law that is very important, Environment Protection Act. This was passed in India in the backdrop of Bhopal gas tragedy. I'll tell you something about that also at the end of this presentation, the brief history of what was that, because those particularly who are of new generation and who may not be aware of what exactly had happened in 1984. So we shall see that also. But it was the worst industrial disaster in the world. And it happened in Bhopal on the night of 2nd, 3rd December 1984. And because of that, this act was passed. We shall first see the act and the legal provision. It is a small act, only 26 sections. It's also a type of course, it is an environmental law. It's also minor criminal law because there is punishment of imprisonment also, 3 years in this act. So it's a type of minor criminal law also. Before this, I'll tell you briefly the history of environmental law. Two acts were there. Earlier, it was just a torts, just a tort, that is civil remedy was there, and we did not have any environmental law as such. Our system is based on British common law, and we had Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act 1971. Then came the Water Pollution Prevention and Control Act 1974, under which the Central Pollution Control Board and the State Pollution Control Boards were established. NGT is a relatively new development, that is 2010. So that was not there. And just two acts were there, that is air pollution, water pollution. Of course, we had Wildlife Protection Act 1972, and some legislations were there. So after Bhopal gas tragedy, this industrial disasters, because there was only civil remedy in torts and there was no punishment for say, or criminal say deterrent. Therefore, this act was passed. So we shall see firstly the objectives. It is an act to provide for the protection and improvement of environment and for matters connected therewith. There was no dedicated special law related to environment, although we had Forest Act 1927 and some other laws. Whereas the decisions were taken at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment held at Stockholm in June 1972, in which India participated to take appropriate steps for the protection and improvement of human environment. And whereas it is considered necessary further to implement the decisions aforesaid insofar as they relate to the protection and improvement of environment and the prevention of hazards to human beings, other living creatures, plants, and property. So of course, Bhopal gas tragedy was not mentioned in this preamble, but that was the immediate reason why this act was passed. So be it enacted by Parliament in the 37th year of the Republic of India as follows. So just to honor the international commitment to which the India was signatory, therefore this act was passed. And for protection and improvement of environment and prevention of hazards to human beings, other living creatures, many animals were also dead in Bhopal gas tragedy, although also plants and property. So this act was passed. This act may be called the Environment Protection Act 1986. It extends to the whole of India. It shall come into force on such date as the central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint, and different dates may be appointed for different provisions of this act and for different areas. So ultimately it came into effect on say 19th November after it was published into gazette on 12th November 86. That is Indira Gandhi's birthday, 19th November. So on that day, this act came into effect. In this act, there are just 6 definitions. So we shall see this. Unless the context otherwise requires, environment includes water, air, and land, and the interrelationship which exists among and between water, air, and land and human beings, other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, and property. An environmental pollutant means any solid, liquid, or gaseous substance present in such concentration as may be or tend to be injurious to environment. Earlier we had IPC, Indian Penal Code, but those provisions were not considered sufficient. So in that also, if there is something that is say dangerous, then the person also incurred some criminal liability, and these provisions are there already in the IPC. But there was no separate environment law, or even the authorities were just CPCB and state pollution control boards. Then environmental pollution is the presence in the environment of any environmental pollutant. Handling in relation to any substance in the manufacture, processing, treatment, package, storage, transportation, use, collection, destruction, conversion, offering for sale, transfer, or the like of such substance. Earlier we had Explosives Act and Explosive Substances Act, but they did only with the explosives. So those laws were also there, the older laws, but handling is defined separately now for dangerous handling, that is maybe say gas cylinders and other things, so that all types of disasters are taken into account in industrial disasters. Hazardous substance means any substance or preparation which by reason of its chemical or physico-chemical properties or handling is liable to cause harm to human beings, other living creatures, plant, microorganism, property, or the environment. It was methyl isocyanate gas that had escaped, and because of which thousands of people were dead in Bhopal, and therefore this hazardous substance was defined this way. Then occupier, in relation to any factory or premises, means the person who has control over the affairs of the factory or the premises, and includes in relation to any substance the person in possession of the substance. There are certain reasons it could not be found whether it was accident or whether it was sabotage. Various theories are there related to Bhopal gas tragedy. We shall see about that at the end. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this act. Accordingly, the rules have also been prescribed. We shall see some of just the names of some of these rules, because the rules are not main part of our discussion today. The general powers of the central government. The power of central government to take measures to protect and improve environment. So, subject to the provisions of this act, the central government shall have the power to take all such measures as it deems necessary or expedient for the purpose of protecting and improving the quality of the environment and preventing, controlling, and abating environmental pollution. Abating here, putting an end to environmental pollution. So, although we had water pollution and air pollution acts of 1974 and 1971, but now the legal power is also given expressly to the central government by this enactment. In particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the provisions of subsection 1, such measures may include measures with respect to all or any of the following matters, namely coordination of actions by the state governments, officers, and other authorities under this act, or the rules made thereunder, or under any other law for the timing in force which is relatable to the objects of this act. So that includes, we may say, other environmental laws also. And this power of coordination gives it power over the state governments also. Planning and execution of a nationwide program for the prevention, control, and abatement of environmental pollution, because various investigating, the inquiry committees were also there, and the aim was prevention of such events like Bhopal gas tragedy in future, and laying down standards for the quality of environment in its various aspects, laying down standards for emission or discharge of environmental pollutants from various sources whatsoever. Now we have, even for vehicular pollution, we have separate enactment, that is Motor Vehicles Act of 1989, provided that different standards for emission or discharge may be laid down under this law from different sources having regard to the quality or composition of the emission or discharge of environmental pollutants from such sources. So the standards have been laid down under various rules that have been enacted under this act. Restriction of areas in which any industry, operations or processes or class of industries, operations or processes shall not be carried out or shall be carried out subject to certain safeguards. In Bhopal, Union Carbide was the industry, and it was located in a heavily populated area, and that's why it took such a heavy toll. That was also one of the reasons of high casualties. Laying down procedures and safeguards for the prevention of accidents which may cause environmental pollution and remedial measures for such accidents. That is what needs to be done. That is standard operating procedures after the accidents happen. Now we also have NIDM, that is National Institute of Disaster Management, working under Home Ministry, that specializes in such types of incidences. That act was enacted in 2005, Disaster Management Act. This act was not there in 1986. Laying down procedures and safeguards for the handling of hazardous substances. Examination of such manufacturing processes, materials, and substances as are likely to cause environmental pollution. Carrying out and sponsoring investigations and research relating to problems of environmental pollution. There was no dedicated academy at that time. Now we have training institute, as I told, National Institute of Disaster Management under Home Ministry. Inspection of any premises, plant, equipment, machinery, manufacturing or other processes, materials or substances, and giving by order of such directions to such authorities, officers, or persons as it may consider necessary to take steps for the prevention, control, and abatement of environmental pollution. Establishment of or recognition of environmental laboratories and institutes to carry out the functions entrusted to such environmental laboratories and institutes under this act. We shall see this in detail in subsequent section. Collection and dissemination of information in respect of matters relating to environmental pollution, because timely awareness, warning of the public, because that industrial accident happened at 2-3 p.m. in the night when people were sleeping and started running abruptly. We shall see about that event also, Bhopal gas tragedy. Preparation of manuals, orders, or guides relating to the prevention, control, and abatement of environmental pollution. such other matters as the central government deems necessary or expedient for the purpose of securing the effective implementation of the provisions of this Act. Then in third subsection, the central government may, if it considers it necessary or expedient to so to do for the purpose of this Act, by order published in the official gazette, constitute an authority or authorities by such name or names as may be specified in the order for the purpose of exercising and performing such of the powers and functions, including the power to issue directions under Section 5 of the central government under this Act, and for taking measures with respect to such of the matters referred to in subsection 2 as may be mentioned in the order, and subject to the supervision and control of the central government and the provisions of such order. Such authority or authorities may exercise the powers or perform the functions or take the measures so mentioned in the order as if such authority or authorities had been empowered by this Act to exercise those powers or perform those functions or take such measures. So central government was empowered to establish separate authorities. An appointment of officers and their powers and functions. So without prejudice to the provisions of subsection 3 of section 3, the central government may appoint officers with such designation as it thinks fit for the purposes of this Act, and may entrust to them such of the powers and functions under this Act as it may deem fit. The officers appointed under subsection 1 shall be subject to the general control and direction of the central government, or if so directed by that government, also of the authority or authorities, if any constituted under subsection 3 of section 3, or of any other authority or officer. Now we have three-tier structure actually under Disaster Management Act, that is central level, state level, as well as district level, where these powers are there with the cabinet secretary, chief secretary, and the district magistrate. So earlier such authority, like in 2005, were not there. So this provision was made. Then power to give direction. So notwithstanding anything contained in any other law, but subject to the provisions of this Act, the central government may, in the exercise of its powers and performance of its functions under this Act, issue directions in writing to any person, officer, or any authority, and such person, officer, or authority shall be bound to comply with such direction. For the avoidance of doubt, it is hereby declared that the power to issue directions under this section includes the power to direct the closer prohibition or regulation of any industry, operation, or process. Subsequently, the Union Carbide was sold and we may say shut down, or it was premises were cleaned, or stoppage or regulation of the supply of electricity or water or any other service to such industry. The central government has accordingly delegated the powers vested in it under section 5 of the Act to the state government of various states, subject to the condition that central government may revoke such delegation of powers in respect of all or any of or more of the state government, or may itself invoke the powers of section 5 of the Act if in the opinion of the central government such a course of action is necessary in the in public interest. So various notifications have been issued under this Act for delegation of powers. Then there are rules to regulate environmental pollution. So the central government may by notification in the official gazette make rules in respect of all or any of the matters referred to in section 3. And in particular and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing powers, such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely the standards of quality of air, water, or soil for various areas and purposes. Already we had Air Pollution Act of 1971 and Water Pollution Act of 1974 before this enactment. The maximum allowable limits of concentration of various environmental pollutants, including noise. Noise pollution is also considered technically as a type of air pollution for different areas. So different rules have been enacted. So under Environment Protection Rules 1986 were formed and schedules thereto. Schedule 1 lists the standard for emission or discharge of environmental pollutants from the industry, processes or operations, and their maximum allowable limits of concentration. Schedule 2 lists general standard for discharge of effluents and their maximum limits of concentration allowable. It has been omitted subsequently in 1993. And Schedule 3 lists ambient and air quality standards, ambient air quality standards in respect of noise and its maximum allowable limits. And Schedule 4 lists standard for emission of smoke, vapor, etc. from motor vehicles and maximum allowable limits of their emission. Schedule 5 lists furnishing of information to authorities and agencies. Schedule 2 is renumbered as Schedule 5 in 1993. So there is just renumbering actually, and original schedule was omitted. And 6 is notified in 1993 for general standard for discharge of environmental pollutants, and Schedule 7 is inserted in 1996 for national ambient air quality standard. So these are some of the schedules under the rules. Then the procedures and safeguards for the handling of hazardous substances, the prohibition and restrictions on the handling of hazardous substances in different areas, the prohibition and restriction on the location of industries and the carrying on process and operations in different areas, the procedures and safeguards for the prevention of accidents which may cause environmental pollution and for providing for remedial measures for such accidents. Accordingly, these rules have been formed. So under Environment Protection Rules 1986, Hazardous Waste Management Handling and Transboundary Movement Rules 2008 have been notified. Manufacture, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules 1999 have been enacted, notified, and then manufacture, use, import, export and storage of hazardous microorganisms, genetically engineered organisms or sales rules 1989, that is biological hazards we may say. So these have been enacted. Then Environment Protection Rules 1986 and Environment Protection Rules and Schedule 5, Schedule 2 renumbered as Schedule 5 as we have seen earlier, and related provisions of hazardous waste management, handling and transboundary movement rules 2008, manufacture, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules and manufacture, use, import, export and storage of hazardous microorganisms, genetically engineered organisms or sales rules 1999 have been notified. Now we come to chapter 3. So prevention, control and abatement of environmental pollution. So persons carrying on industry operation, etc., not to allow emission or discharge of environmental pollutants in excess of the standards. No person carrying on any industry operation or process shall discharge or emit or permit to be discharged or emitted any environmental pollutants in excess of such standards as may be prescribed. In Bhopal gas tragedy, 40 tons of gas that say escaped into the environment, and that's why so many thousands of people were dead. So Environment Protection Rules, Rule 3 of 1986 and Schedule 1. Then persons handling hazardous substances to comply with procedural safeguards. No person shall handle or cause to be handled any hazardous substance except in accordance with such procedure and after complying with such safeguards as may be prescribed. Again, it was not clear whether it was due to sabotage or whether it was really an accident, but various theories are there, including some conspiracy theories or related to Bhopal gas tragedy. So there is Rule 13 of Environment Protection Rules 1986 and Hazardous Waste Management, Handling and Transboundary Movement Rules 2008, Manufacture, Storage and Import of Hazardous Chemicals Rules 1989, and Manufacture, Use, Import, Export and Storage of Hazardous Microorganisms, Genetically Engineered Organisms of SAIL Rules 1989. These are the enactments under the 1986 Act. Then furnishing of information to authorities and agencies in certain cases. Where the discharge of any environmental pollutant in excess of the prescribed standard occurs or is apprehended to occur due to any accident or other unforeseen act or event, the person responsible for such discharge and the person in charge of the place at which such discharge occurs or is apprehended to occur shall be bound to prevent or mitigate the environmental pollution caused as a result of such discharge and shall also forthwith intimate the facts of such occurrence or apprehension of such occurrence and be bound, if called upon, to render all assistance to such authorities or agencies as may be prescribed. So for authorities or agencies, there is Rule 12 of the Environment Protection Rules 1986 and Schedule 5 is there. On receipt of information with respect to the fact or apprehension of any occurrence or the nature referred to in subsection 1, whether through intimation under that subsection or otherwise, the authorities or agencies referred to in subsection 1 shall, as early as practicable, cause such remedial measures to be taken as are necessary to prevent or mitigate the environmental pollution. Now we have standard procedures. Even the industrial personnel are say trained in procedures. What happens if such accident happens? So many the measures have been taken after this accident of 1986, 84, and this enactment of 1986. The expenses, if any, incurred by any authority or agency with respect to the remedial measures referred to in subsection 2, together with interest, at such reasonable rate as the government may by order fix from the date when a demand for the expenses is made until it is paid, may be recovered by such authority or agency from the person concerned as arrears of land revenue or of public demand. So the legal rights have been given. And powers of entry and inspection. So subject to the provisions of this section, any person empowered by the central government in this behalf shall have a right to enter at all reasonable times such assistance as he considers necessary any place for the purpose of performing any of the functions of the central government entrusted to him, for the purpose of determining whether and if so, in what manner any such functions are to be performed or whether any provisions of this act or the rules made thereunder or any notice, order, direction, or authorization served, made, given, or granted under this Act is being or has been complied with. So now the power of inspection is also given, and central government has empowered 64% listed in table of notification in 1987. For the purpose of examining and testing any equipment, industrial plant, record, register, document, or any other material object, or for conducting a search of any building in which he has reason to believe that an offense under this Act or the rules made thereunder has been or is being or is about to be committed, and for seizing any such equipment, industrial, plant, record, registered, document, or other material object, if he has reason to believe that it may furnish evidence of the commission of an offense punishable under this Act or the rules made thereunder, or that such seizure is necessary to prevent or mitigate environmental pollution. There is also a minor criminal law, so we shall see the offenses and penalties also in subsequent sections. Every person carrying on any industry, operation, or process of handling any hazardous substance shall be bound to render all assistance to the person empowered by the central government under subsection 1 or carrying out the function under that subsection, and if he fails to do so without any reasonable cause or excuse, he shall be guilty of an offense under this Act. Earlier, we only had Factories Act 1948, that is now soon to be repealed by the new labor codes of 2019 and 2020. And these four labor codes are going to repeal many of the older acts, and they are likely to come into force on 1st October this year, 2022. That is after just few months. The new four labor codes will replace all the many of the older laws. Earlier we had around 51 different labor laws, out of which about 33 are likely to be repealed. Rules are being formed by various state governments at present. If any person willfully delays or obstructs any person empowered by the central government under subsection 1 in the performance of his functions, he shall be guilty of an offense under this Act. The provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure, that is CRPC 1973, or in relation to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, or an area in which that code is not in force, the provisions of any corresponding law in force in that state or area shall, so far as may be, applied to any search or seizures under this section, as they apply to any search or seizure made under the authority of a warrant issued under section 94 of the said code, or as the case may be, under the corresponding provision of the said law. Now, after 2019, hundreds of enactments of Indian government are applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir also. Power to take sample and procedure to be followed in connection therewith. So, central government or any officer empowered by it in this behalf shall have the power to take for the purpose of analysis samples of air, water, soil, or other substance from any factory, premises, or other place in such manner as may be prescribed. The result of any analysis of a sample taken under subsection 1 shall not be admissible in evidence in any legal proceeding unless the provisions of subsection 3 and 4 are complied with. So these powers have been empowered. Rules have been published in Gazette in 1987, and procedure has been prescribed under rules also. Subject to the provisions of subsection 4, the person taking the sample under subsection 1 shall serve on the occupier or his agent or person in charge of the place a notice then and there in such form as may be prescribed of his intention to have it so analyzed. In the presence of the occupier or his agent or person, collect a sample for analysis. Cause the sample to be placed in a container or container which shall be marked and sealed, and shall also be signed both by the person taking the sample and the occupier or his agent or person, and send without delay the container or the containers to the laboratory established or recognized by the central government under section 12. When a sample is taken for analysis under subsection 1 and the person taking the sample serves on the occupier or his agent, a person, a notice under clause A of subsection 3, then in a case where the occupier, his agent or person willfully absents himself, the person taking the sample shall collect the sample for analysis to be placed in a container or containers which shall be marked and sealed, and shall also be signed by the person taking the sample. And in a case where the occupier or his agent or person present at the time of taking the sample refuses to sign the marked and sealed container or containers of the sample as required under clause C of subsection 3, the marked and sealed container or containers shall be signed by the person taking the sample, and the container or containers shall be sent without delay by the person taking the sample for analysis to the laboratory established or recognized under section 12, and such person shall inform the government analyst appointed or recognized under section 13 in writing about the willful absence of the occupier or his agent or person, or as the case may be, his refusal to sign the container or container. So his refusal does not make any effect. Now, there are environmental laboratories that have been established as well as recognized. So central government may by notification in the official gazette establish one or more environmental laboratories. Already we have many CSIR laboratories, 40 laboratories in India of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. So these research laboratories may also perform the work entrusted to them, and recognize one or more laboratories or institutes as environmental laboratories to carry out the functions entrusted to an environmental laboratory under this Act. So central government has delegated its powers under Clause B of subsection 1 of Section 12 and Section 13 of the Act to Central Pollution Control Board, that is CPCB, and list of laboratories, institutes recognized as environmental laboratories and the persons recognized as government analysts. That is in Section 13 we shall see. So central government may by notification in the official gazette make rules specifying the functions of the environmental laboratory, the procedure for the submission of the said laboratory of samples of air, water, soil or other substance for analysis or test, the form of the laboratory report thereon and the fees payable for such report, and such other matters as may be necessary or expedient to enable that laboratory to carry out its functions. So rules have been accordingly specified. Rule 8 and 9 of Environment Protection under this Act. Then there is appointment of government analysts. So central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint or recognize such persons as it thinks fit and having the prescribed qualifications to be government analysts for the purpose of analysis of samples of air, water, soil or other substance sent for analysis to any environmental laboratory established or recognized under subsection 1 of Section 12. Accordingly, the qualifications have been prescribed under Rule 10 of Environment Protection Rules 1986. The reports of government analysts. So any document purporting to be a report signed by government analysts may be used as evidence of the facts stated therein in any proceeding under this Act. They will constitute an evidence. Then penalty for contravention of the provisions of the Act and the rules, orders, and directions. So these are the penal provisions. Whoever fails to comply with or contravenes any of the provisions of this Act or the rules made or orders or directions issued thereunder shall in respect of each such failure or contravention be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 5 years, with fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees, or with both, and in case the failure or contravention continues, with additional fine which may extend to 5,000 rupees for every day during which such failure or contravention continues after the conviction for the first such failure or contravention. There was much litigation after Bhopal gas tragedy, which I'll refer to at the end of this presentation. We shall see about that civil and criminal litigation. And there was also demand to hang Warren Anderson, the chairman of Union Carbide. So we shall see that also at the end. But in this section, punishment is 5 years or 1 lakh rupees fine. If the failure or contravention referred to in subsection 1 continues beyond a period of 1 year after the date of conviction, the offender shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 7 years. So this is for a repeat offense or continued offense. Then offenses by companies. So where any offense under this Act has been committed by a company, every person who at the time the offense was committed was directly in charge of and was responsible to the company for the conduct of the business of the company as well as the company shall be deemed to be guilty of the offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly, provided that nothing contained in this subsection shall render any such person liable to any punishment provided in this Act if he proves that the offense was committed without his knowledge or that he exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of such offense, because this is criminal liability. So that being on the board of directors of a company does not render him liable. It should be say with his knowledge, or he has to prove that he exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of such offense. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, where an offense under this Act has been committed by a company, and it is proved that the offense has been committed with the consent or connivance of or is attributable to any neglect on the part of any director, manager, secretary, or other officer of the company, such director, manager, secretary, or other officer shall also deemed to be guilty of that offense and also shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. Earlier, criminal negligence was just a tort, for which there was remedy, civil remedy under torts, that is the payment of compensation, but now there is criminal liability also. For the purposes of this section, company means any body corporate and includes a firm or other association of individuals. Director in relation to a firm means a partner in the firm. So it includes company as well as firms. Offenses by government departments, because government also runs, central and state governments also run industries in India. So where an offense under this act has been committed by any department of government, the head of the department shall be deemed to be guilty of the offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. Provided that nothing contained in this section shall render such head of the department liable to any punishment if he proves that the offense was committed without his knowledge, or that he exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of such offense. And notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, where an offense under this act has been committed by a department of government, and it is proved that the offense has been committed with the consent of or connivance of, or is attributable to any neglect on the part of any officer other than the head of the department, such officer shall also be deemed to be guilty of that offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. So this provision is similar to section 16 that we have seen earlier, but this applies to government department. 16 applies to companies and firms. Then we come to chapter 4, that is miscellaneous, the last chapter. For protection of action taken in good faith. No suit, prosecution, or other legal proceeding shall lie against the government or any officer or other employee of the government or any authority constituted under this act or any member, officer, or other employee of such authority in respect of anything which is done or intended to be done in good faith in pursuance of this act or the rules made or orders or direction issued thereunder. So the protection of action taken in good faith under this act. Then cognizance of offences. So no court shall take cognizance of any offence under this act except on a complaint made by the central government or an authority or officer authorized in this behalf by that government. The central government may even delegate the powers to state government, as we have seen earlier, or any person who has been given notice of not less than 60 days in the manner prescribed of the alleged offence and of his intention to make a complaint to the central government or the authority or officer authorized as aforesaid. This is similar to civil suits under CPC 80, under which 60 days notice has to be given to government officers. In exercise of powers conferred under clause A of section 19, the central government has authorized the officers and authorities listed in the table of notification, that is in 1987, published in 1989, and again some notifications published in 1989 and 2006. So they have authorized many authorities under this act for taking cognizance. And information reports are written. So central government may in relation to its function under this act from time to time require any person, officer, or state government or other authority to furnish to it or any prescribed authority or officer any reports, returns, statistics, accounts, and other information, and such person, officer, state government, or other authority shall be bound to do so. It is similar to, say, Industrial Statistics Act. We already have that provision also. So that is for the purpose of statistics. Here, information reports or returns pertaining to industrial accident or safety measures. So this is in addition to what was there here in Factories Act 1948. Members, officers, and employees of the authority constituted under section 3 to be public servants. So all the members of the authority constituted, if any, under section 3, and all officers and other employees of such authority, when acting or purporting to act in pursuance of any provisions of this act, or the rules made or orders or directions issued thereunder, shall be deemed to be public servants within the meaning of section 21 of the Indian Penal Code. That is for the purpose of criminal prosecution, whether these people come under that definition or not. But when the powers under this act has been delegated, so at that time they will be considered as public servants as far as the criminal prosecution is concerned. Because when we say section 21 of IPC, that means for the purpose of criminal prosecution under IPC. For Prevention of Corruption Act, of course, we have another definition of public servant under PCA 1988. Then bar of jurisdiction. So no civil court shall have jurisdiction to entertain any suit or proceeding in respect of anything done, action taken, or order or direction issued by the central government or any other authority or officer in pursuance of any power conferred by or in relation to its or its functions under this act. That means this is the section has been enacted to for avoidance of litigation, unnecessary litigation by companies against the government. So that is bar of jurisdiction. Then powers to delegate. So without prejudice to the provisions of subsection 3 of section 3, the central government may by notification in the official gazette delegate, subject to such conditions and limitations as may be specified in the notification, such of its powers and functions under this act, except the powers to constitute an authority under subsection 3 of section 3, and to make rules under section 25 as it may deem necessary or expedient to any officer, state government, or other authority. So these are the powers to delegate. Besides section 3.3. And then effect of other laws. So subject to the provisions of subsection 2, the provisions of this act and the rules or orders made therein shall have effect notwithstanding anything inconsistent therewith contained in any enactment other than this act. That means this has overriding effect. Even under this corona pandemic, we found that this Disaster Management Act 2005, it also has such provision that is overriding effect. Even Epidemic Disease Act has 1897, very old act, was amended in 2020 after the corona pandemic, where any act or omission constitutes an offense punishable under this act and also under any other act, then the offender found guilty of such offense shall be liable to be punished under this under the other act and not under this act, because under the other acts the punishments are already there, and if they are not sufficient, then if they are not covered under that act, then they will be covered under this act, that is EPA. Then power to make rules. So central government may by notification in the official gazette make rules for carrying out the purposes of this act, and in particular and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power, such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely the standards in excess of which environmental pollutant shall not be discharged or emitted under section 7, the procedure in accordance with and the safeguards in compliance with which hazardous substances shall be handled or caused to be handled under section 8. So these rules have been there, Rule 3 and Rule 13 of EP Rules 1986, and Hazardous Waste Management Handling and Transboundary Movement Rules 2008, Manufacture, Storage and Import of Hazardous Chemicals Rules 1999, and Manufacture, Use, Import, Export and Storage of Hazardous Microorganisms, Genetically Engineered Organisms or Sales Rule 1999. So these are the 4 rules, including Environment Protection Rules, that have been enacted under this Act. The authorities or agencies to which information of the fact or occurrence or apprehension of occurrence or the discharge of any environmental pollutant in excess of the prescribed standard shall be given, and to whom all assistance shall be bound to be rendered under subsection 1 of section 9. The manner in which samples of air, water, soil or other substance for the purpose of analysis shall be taken under subsection 1 of section 11. So for that we have Rule 12 and Rule 6 under EP Rules 1986. The form in which notice of or intention to have a sample analyzed shall be served upon under clause A of subsection 3 of section 11, and the functions of the environment laboratory, about which we saw in section 12. The procedure for the submission of such laboratories or samples of air, water, soil and other substance for analysis to test, the form of laboratory report, the fees payable for such report, and other matters to enable such laboratory to carry out their functions under subsection 2 of section 12. So for these purposes, Rule 7, Rule 9 and Rule 8 have been enacted. The qualifications of government analysts appointed or recognized for the purpose of analysis of samples of air, water, soil or other substances under section 13. So these qualifications of government analysts have been prescribed here. The manner in which notice of the offense and of the intention to make a complaint to the central government shall be given under clause B of section 19. The authority or of officer to whom any reports, return, statistics, accounts and other information shall be furnished under section 20, and any other matter which is required to be or may be prescribed, that is prescribed by rules. So accordingly, Rule 10 and 11 have been framed. And last section of this Act, rules made under this Act to be laid before Parliament. So every rule made under this Act shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made before each House of Parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in more or 2 or more successive sessions. And if before the expiry of the session immediately following the session or the successive sessions aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in the rule, or both houses agree that the rule should not be made, the rule shall thereafter have effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be. So however, that any such modification or annulment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that rule. So whatever has already been done, that can't be undone, but whatever, if the rules have been modified or not passed, then that will come into effect. And lastly, we see brief history of this Bhopal gas tragedy that happened on the around midnight of 2nd and 3rd December 1984. That was the worst industrial disaster in the world. So particularly for people of new generation who are not aware of that, this would be very enlightening as well as very horrible that such an event has happened. The Bhopal disaster, also referred to as the Bhopal gas tragedy, was a chemical accident on the night of 2nd-3rd December 1984 at the Union Carbide India Limited UCIL pesticide plant in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India. The industrial disaster is considered the world's worst in history. Over 5 lakh people were exposed to methyl isocyanate, that is MIC gas. The highly toxic substance made its way into and around the small town located near the plant. Estimates vary on the death toll. The official immediate death toll was 2,259. But in 2008, the government of Madhya Pradesh had paid compensation to the family members of 3,787 victims killed in the gas release and to 5,74,366 injured victims. So even the injuries were very high. A government affidavit in 2006 stated that the leak caused 5,58,125 injuries, including 38,478 temporary partial injuries and approximately 3,900 severely and permanently disabling injuries. And others estimate that 8,000 people died within 2 weeks, and another 8,000 or more have since died from gas-related diseases. The owner of the factory UCIL was majority owned by the UCIL, that is Union Carbide Corporation, UCC, that was an American company, with Indian government controlled banks and the Indian public holding a 49.1% stake. In 1989, UCC paid $470 million, that is equivalent to $871 million in 2020 to settle litigation stemming from the disaster. This is the compensation that was paid by Union Carbide Corporation. Litigation went on in America. In 1994, UCC sold its stake in UCI to Eveready Industries India Limited, and which subsequently merged with MacLeod Russell India Limited. Eveready ended cleanup on the site in 1998 when it terminated its 99-year lease and turned over control of the site to the state government of Madhya Pradesh. And then Dow Chemical Company purchased UCC in 2001, that is worldwide, 17 years after the disaster. So now Union Carbide is not in existence. Civil and criminal cases filed in the United States against UCC and Warren Anderson, that is the chairman, UCC CEO at that time of the disaster, were dismissed and redirected to Indian courts on multiple occasions between 1986 and 2012, as the US courts focused on UCIL being a standalone entity of India. That is, the UCC disowned the Indian counterpart, in a sense, we may say. Civil and criminal cases were also filed in the District Court of Bhopal, India, involving UCC, UCIL, and UCC CEO Anderson. In June 2010, 7 Indian nationals who were UCIL employees in 1984, including the former UCIL chairman, were convicted in Bhopal of causing death by negligence and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment and a fine of about $2,000 each, the maximum punishment allowed by Indian law at that time, because criminal law can't be, with a retrospective effect or backdated as per Article 20, Clause 1 of the Constitution of India. All were released on bail shortly after the verdict, and 8th former employee was also convicted but died before the judgment was passed. I think Warren Anderson also died later at the age of 82. Bhopal, so it's a gas leak mishap that turned the city of hills and lakes into a gas chamber. Around 500,000 residents were exposed to the gas and nearly 20,000 died. Even after 37 years of the incident, the survivors suffer from an epidemic of cancers, menstrual disorders, and monstrous births. It was one of the world's worst industrial disasters. On the intervening night of 2/3 December in 1984, now there are some more details of this tragedy. Union Carbide India Limited pesticide plant in Bhopal began leaking around 40 tons of destructive methyl isocyanate, that is MIC gas, into the air. Gradually, a cloud of gas started descending and enveloping the city of hills and lakes, thereby turning it into a gas chamber. As a result, around 500,000 residents were exposed to the gas. Of these, around 20,000 people died. While Union Carbide maintains that 3,800 people died, the municipal workers argue that they moved at least 15,000 bodies for the last rites, and the estimates vary on death toll. Over 12,000 people still suffer from the ill effects of infirmities brought about by the Bhopal gas tragedy and the resulting contamination at the plant site, including blindness, extreme difficulty in breathing, and gynecological disorders. Now, as far as the cause is concerned, while the cause of the Bhopal gas tragedy remains debatable to date, the government of India maintains that negligent management and deferred maintenance caused a backflow of water into a MIC tank, caused a chemical reaction that forced the pressure release valve to open and allowed the gas to leak. However, Union Carbide Corporation (UCC), that is the American company, it maintains that it was an act of sabotage, as only an employee with the required skill set and knowledge of the site can tamper with the tank, which triggered the disaster. Now, being one of the world's first industrial disasters, Bhopal gas tragedy took thousands of lives and affected the survivors in various degrees. Along with humans, livestock was killed, injured, and infected, and flora and fauna were disturbed. Dead bodies of animals and human beings blocked the streets, leaves and flowers turned black, and the smell of burning chili peppers enveloped the air. Such was the magnitude of the tragedy that all the available instruments in the field of medical services, organization, and law were inadequate. While the world was learning about the Holocaust in shocked disbelief, the state took over and rendered human service to tackle the aftermath of the disaster. In those days, even through television, it came to be known on the 3rd, but in the newspapers, it was reported on the 4th because it happened in the midnight of 2nd and 3rd, by which time the newspapers were already published. So it was not mostly reported in most of the newspapers on the morning of 3rd December. The reports available on the incident mention that two government hospitals of Bhopal treated around 50,000 patients within 2 days of the Bhopal gas tragedy. Now coming to the after effects. So in 1999, water testing near the site of the incident highlighted that the mercury levels are much higher than normal. Cancer, brain damage, and birth deformity causing chemicals were found in water. A 2002 report revealed that the presence of poisons such as 1,3,5-trichlorobenzene, dichloromethane, chloroform, lead, and mercury in the breast milk of nursing women. Around 400 tons of industrial waste were as yet present on the site in the early 21st century. The Michigan-based Dow Chemical Company that purchased the UCIL in 2001 steadfastly refused to clean up the site, provide safe drinking water, and compensate the victims. It further refused to disclose the composition of the gas leak, a piece of information that could help doctors treat the victims, because the action-reaction were not understood fully. Now some survivors. So Aziza Sultan, a survivor, was quoted by the Bhopal Gas Medical Appeal as saying, at about 12:30 am, I woke to the sound of my baby coughing badly. In the half light, I saw that the room was filled with a white cloud. I heard a lot of people shouting. They were shouting, run, run. Then I started coughing with each breath seeming as if I was breathing in fire. My eyes were burning. Another, Champadevi Shukla, another survivor of the industrial disaster, was quoted by the Bhopal Medical Appeal as saying, it felt like somebody has filled our bodies up with red chilies. Our eyes had tears coming out. Noses were watering. We had froth in our mouths. The coughing was so bad that people were writhing in pain. Some people just got up and ran in whatever they were wearing, or even if they were wearing nothing at all. That is, many people died naked. Somebody was running this way and somebody was running that way. Some people were just running in their underclothes. People were only concerned as to how they would save their lives, so they just ran. Those who fell were not picked up by anybody. They just kept falling and were trampled on by other people. So there was even type of stampede, we may say. People climbed and scrambled over each other to save their lives. Even cows were running and trying to save their lives and crushing people as they ran. Animals were also running, she further added. Rashida B was quoted by the Bhopal Medical Appeal as saying, those who escaped with their lives are the unlucky ones. The lucky ones are those who died on that night. That is, those who are survived are, say, suffering very worse diseases. So B lost 5 gas-exposed family members to cancers. So it is to be noted that 30 years on, the survivors are still being tormented with an epidemic of cancer, menstrual disorders, and monstrous births, as the site has never been cleaned up properly. So even after this company shut down and it was cleaned and sold, but still some after effects remain. So that is the last slide. We stop here. Any questions? I would be ready to answer related to Environment Protection Act or related to Bhopal gas tragedy. Any questions from anybody?
Yeah, participants, you can unmute yourself and share your observations or comments. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, sir. Actually, very informative. A lot of learning, sir. Today's session is, for me, all the concepts is very new for me. So I learned lot of things. As usual, you've done really a 200% justice to your topic. So it was more informative, and I listened to lot of things. I noted down points also. So your PPT is immense, sir. Immense and excellent. God bless you. All the best, sir.
Thank
For
you,
life
madam.
and for next presentation.
I'll send you a copy of the PPT also.
Oh, yes, sir.
Else, anyone else having any further queries, feel free to share. Then we will move on to our next session. Thank you, sir, for sharing
Thank you
your
so much.
valuable inputs.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to Sri Holistic Health Foundation India. Thanks to she's a Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing. And thanks to Dr. Ravindra for giving me an opportunity and so much time for making my presentation. Thank you, sir. Thanks to all the participants also.
Thank you, sir. We wish you all the success in your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sure.
So we'll be moving on to next session. Before that, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form, then we will move on to next session. So our next speaker would be Dr. Chandrakala Diyave, Senior Assistant Professor from Amity University. She would be presenting on child rights and situation of children in India with special focus on the child labor. Ma'am, this feedback form is open. Kindly minimize it so that participants continue to fill up the feedback form instead of ending that poll. I'm making you co-host. You can start your audio, video, and presentation. Dear
Very good.
participants, quickly
Yeah.
fill up the feedback form. You can keep filling it up. It will be there in the background. Yeah, ma'am. Welcome to you. Over to you
Yes,
for your session.
Good evening, Ravindra sir, and all the participants. I just hope I'm heard. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So today I opt not to, share my PPT because now the real, my house, now the shifting is going on and all that. So yeah, so I'm little not in proper shape, but yes, I'm up there for the presentation. And today I would like to present just, it's a presentation in order to make sure that our society, in order to help to ensure that how society looks up the children and, a very important section of the society. And then what are they giving? What are they giving to children in order to become the best of the citizen of the country? Because now when we are trying to make the country self-reliant, we are trying to, just a second, sir, I'll just take a little, just a second. Okay. So, today I'm here to at least let you know what is the importance of children, for the society, for the country. All of us, we know that it is very, very important. They are the very important section of society. And why they are important? Because they are very important. One is because they are dependent. They don't know, they are very innocent. And and another is they have not, experienced their life. They have not experimented with different, incidences of life. And third is because they are going to be they are the foundation for the next generation to become, uh, they are the, citizens of country who are going to take care of the country. So it is very important that we give importance to children. And why all of a sudden, as we already know, children are supposed to be taken care because they are dependent, they don't have first-hand experience of life, they have not experimented with the different value system, and they are unaware, unexposed, you know. So but why all of a sudden we have started having a commission, UNCRC at the international level? Why all this arrangement in the society? Because we are vying for the best of life for the child, for a child, but everyone is not getting the best of life. And why? It could be because of many reasons. It could be because of the culture, it could be because of the socio-economic backgrounds, factors, and it could be anything. It could be because of the war, it could be because of some kind of Cold War, it could be because of the addiction, substance abuse. So many problems could be possible, reasons that children are not getting what they are supposed to get. And every family, still we are not educated about what is the best way to take care of children. Because these days I was just watching videos and all. One lady from Germany, where she settled down, she has been giving tips to the whole world as what should be the best way to take care of the child. So there is no proper do and don'ts. So because, and it depends on the culture, different culture. It depends on the psychology of parents. It depends on their own brought up. It depends on the family background, the value system, the ethics that they practice. So it depends on all of that. So we don't have a uniform code of conduct that is being defined for the nations to take that as a guidelines in order to treat the children. So every family, and when I'm talking about rights of the child and treatment of the child, during the lockdown we have had two very major problem. One is domestic violence. That's like a lot of discord between the husband and wife, because of the they are not able to share the loads of household chores. And when so all that problem was there. Along with that, the stress is financial stress because of the family stress. Who is at the receiving end? The children. You cannot, like husband and wife, or husband cannot beat up the wife because he fears law, and wife cannot do that because the same goes for her as well. So who's at the receiving end? The children. All the frustration and all we try to take on children, and they are so innocent being. They receive it. They have to receive it out of fear, out of compulsion, out of them being younger ones, out of respect that they have for their parents. So they receive whatever is given, but that is absolutely wrong. Why is it wrong? Even the divine law says, let the children come to me, the way they are, and we have to accept them. And we have this onus, the society has, that means every family has an onus to, our responsibility to take care of them, to lead them properly, to guide them. But do you think we become a good role model for children? These days, or some kind of scenario is there in the society these days. Children are not looking up to the parents or elders to take the guidance, because they have this social media, they have this television on all the time, all the channels are being accessed. So they have, and there are Doraemons to so many other things, they learn. And my own child has learned so many things and she enacts. Why? Because we don't have time as a parents. So it is very, very important that at the international level, when we have diversity, our own country is so diverse, culturally, socially, psychologically, and every individual is so diverse. So it is very, very important that atrocities on the children is not done. So at the global level, UNCRC had come up. And what was its function? It had to lay down few guidelines in order to protect the children, in order to look after the children, and to ensure that children are enjoying all the rights for being a child, for being a dependent. Because, and I really fear and question also that children, we say it, children should be handled very carefully to look after their own responsibility. So when on earth we have started thinking that children don't have a right to be a child? Child is what? They destroy, they make mistake, they question you, they want to have fun. That's for the reason at the international level also very recently, right to play has been introduced as one of the rights of children. So I'll just say, if there are students who have joined us, so what are the guidelines the Convention on the Rights of the Child has pronounced? And UNICEF has made it so easy for us, a big organization at the international level who had been taking care of children. And yes, they are making a lot of changes. So what do they say, about children, and how should we take care, and what are the rights that they have? So let me take you through this, right? First is definition of right. It is very, very important because our country is diverse. Our country have many legislations, right? And every legislation define the age of a child in a different way, as per their comfort, as per the requirement. So if I take you to 1986, Provision and Regulation of Child Rights, Child Act, if I take you there, they say children are the ones who are below the age of 14. And if I take you to JJ Act, they say, no, children are the ones, they adapt to the international global age frame. So they say, children are the ones who are below the age of 18. So in the same way, if you just search out every act or every scheme, they announce it with their own discretion. They feel that children are below this age, or from this age to this age. So even like, if I take you through the lifespan of a whole child, so children below the age of 6. So below the age of 6 are what? Infant, toddlers. So then only 6 onwards, they are called children. But your definition of child by UNCRC, that is 18 years. So let us say, let us be confirmed that children are the age group below the age of 18, right? So that is what UNCRC has said. And what is the other guidelines is best interest of the child. Yes, here when I'm talking about best interest of the child, that means what child feels is the best for them is the best for the child. We are not supposed to assume what is best for the child, but the children themselves have to say what is best for them. Yeah, I mean, you cannot, these days parents have started saying that, okay, fine, children, this to this time is your study time, this to this time is your sports time, this to this is your play time. But children might just like to have fun early in the morning when it is their it is their assigned study time. So it should be flexible, so it should be as per the interest of the child, and we should all give them that leverage to enjoy as a child. So I mean, whatever decision the child is making, something that would not hamper the child. See, if we give them, that is a study time in the morning, but if the child wants to have fun and have a good time with the siblings or any cousins that they have been visited by, so they can always enjoy. So that is best in interest of the child. As kind of very comfortably, I can give you this example. That's the best interest of the child. Even in case of if the child, the parents are, divorcing, and then child, it has a, the court even listens to the child who the child would like to be with after the divorce. So everything is decided and determined by the child. So what the child feels is again best. Why the court is taking care of the child interests, and why society and family are taking care of the child interests? Because children are very innocent. They understand the emotion and feeling of the other person more than an adult. Because adult, we have our own biasness. We don't know. A child can sense that because they have been gifted with that sixth sense or some divinely sense that they can understand. So that is why children are given this self-determination to kind of speak up their own interest. And next is making rights real. So UNCRC has said whatever rights are being given, we have to convert those rights into real practice. All the laid down rights are supposed to be put in practice and in every unit of the society. That means every family. So that the rights that are being pronounced by the UNCRC come real in their real life and they can experience that. The next is no discrimination. That means children are not supposed to be discriminated based on their socio-economic, cultural, or religious language. We are not supposed to discriminate them on the basis of caste. A recent incident of how the child who is coming from SC background was denied to kind of experience the pleasure of drinking water from the pitcher that was kept. So that is so disheartening when the international body has already pronounced the rights of the child. We have the Commission for Child at the national level. We have so many international and national NGOs, working day and night for, granting all the rights to the children. So today's contemporary days also, fast progressing state like Rajasthan is having such, problem. So it's a big question that we have, we have yet to be answered. So, and next is, family guidance as children develop. So it is very, very important these days, it's like our society has become very, 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 very westernized, and somehow I do not hesitate to say that, it is bad. It is bad, absolutely bad. Why? Because now you see, you get to see the husband and wife comfortably divorcing each other after many years of staying together. And then they're having their own new partners, and they are taking each, parent are taking the children with them along with the new, going to be husband, new going to be wife, and that is not even certain. So what kind of guidance we are giving to the children is a big question to the society, Indian society. Does our value system allows us to do that? That is again to be answered. And we all have to be responsible for that. And we all have to be, answerable. And yes, very recently, there are a lot of boycotts that is happening, that this hero we don't want to watch because he is promoting this, something bad for our children. He or she is not real Indian, only on the real life he portrays all that, but his own family is not, own family is not giving a good vibes or giving a good, example or setting a good example in front of the society. So yes, it is the same, these days children say, I'm not, all these youths, they say, my God, I don't take care of what people are saying, what my neighbors are saying, what my aunts are saying. But we have to bother that. If you're not getting married at the right time, when your family or cousins or surrounding bothers something that is not happening in a proper manner, that means something wrong is happening in the family. So we need to reintrospect. We need to check. We need to check our children. So that is what is the real parenthood. We don't have to learn parenting from German person. We don't have to learn parenting from this, that. Even, in terms of we'll go peep into our, our gods and goddesses. See, Krishna himself was punished, and that's the way. Even the divine would not be spared if he makes mistake. So he is ought to be punished. And that is being portrayed in our mythological, stories and all that. That is being shown that if even the divinely person would make mistake, he is ought to be punished. So guidance has to be strong, and guidance has to be practiced based. And what do we mean by practice based? It needs to be, been practiced by the parents themselves. We are supposed to set the example. And see, if all the 40s or 30 above people are there, we have never been guided by our parents, like verbally. Were we? I don't remember my father saying, you must study, you must be good person, adapt to all these values and all. I don't, I mean, he has, yes, he has given us tips, but they have never monitored us. We never needed to be monitored. Why? Because that was way of life. Because our parents followed it. We have seen that, we have looked up to them, and we just followed like, herds. We followed them. Why? Because there were no distraction like social media, where another kind of picture is being shown. This Karina and Chef, hanging on with some, I mean, their previous wife, this, that, and some, I don't know, I don't even remember the heroes and all, but I get to read. I keep checking because I need to give examples in the classes also. These days, values have become very, very, intrinsic. Every topic you pick up, until and unless we talk about values and ethics, our, class doesn't get completed. So I make sure, that's for the reason, family guidance, not through verbal guidance, not through written guidance, but by practice, right? So next is life survival and development. What is life survival and development? That we are supposed to make sure survival is what? Survival comes with a proper prenatal care. Prenatal care, not only in terms of nutrition, we get to find that many people are having, this, they are losing out on their, this thing. I mean, they are aborting, I mean, miscarriages are happening, all these miscarriages, and belonging to very good families. What is the reason? It has psychology of a mother has lot to play role in, nurturing or nourishing your child inside the womb. Because a rich man would give all the perfect nutrition, he would fetch all the comfort to his wife. But what is happening? The husband is spending a lot of time outside, having extramarital affair until the time the wife is going to be a child, until the time the wife is going to deliver the child. So that is what. So, and the wife would know that, obviously, because, when you are bearing the child in your womb, you are in touch with the divine. You are in, I myself have been mother, so you are closely connected with the, divine. So she would know things are not right. So if her mental health is not doing good, psychologically she is not stable, how can that womb be stable enough to hold that child for 9 months? That's for the reason nutrition along with peace is very, very important for the child to stay in that womb. And that's for the reason traditionally in Indian family, what we used to do. Now nobody is going to give burden to the, once they would know that the, the wife is on the way to, giving birth. So what they used to first say, now nobody is going to give her any burdensome work, laborious work, and she should take proper rest. And people would start preparing a lot of laddus and these, that, so many things. Why such preparation? Is it required? Why such preparation? Because a new life is coming into this family, and we should celebrate. Our Indians are full of celebration. That's for the reason we had this, what do we call that? Sanctity in society. And we should be in the celebratory mood. We often ignore that fact. Oh, Indians are full of celebration. I don't mind celebrating every occasion. And we should celebrate that, because that celebration gives us a lot of good hormones burst. So that would bring in happiness. And if your body is, and last time also I told you all that in the presentation, that when your mind is happy, your body is happy. So, and this is very magnetic. And when because your body is made out of many dhatus in the nature, so it has attraction. So when you are happy, good things get attracted by your body, you know. So that's for the reason life survival is not only the role of food. Along with that food, love, affection, compassion, empathy, you know, helping her in everything, helping her, emotional help, all that requires to be given to the wife, given to the daughter-in-law. So then only the happy child would be born. And that is being found by the research, and that most of you must have already been experiencing, that if the mother's mental health is not good, the child in her home ought to have some problem. And these days, so many, you know, autistic, schizophrenia, so many problems are occurring. Mental health problem, depressive child, you know, having a speech, you know, defects. So many other defects are there. Why? Because mental health is not doing good. So it is very, very important we ensure the mother health in every aspect, emotional, psychological, mental, spiritual, everything is needed. The way the plant, see, small sapling you plant, you just give that sapling lot of water, and you keep that sapling in the bedroom. Would that survive? No, because everything, every element of nature is required by that plant to grow into a big plant, that sapling to grow into a big plant. So that's for the reason survival depends on many aspects of mother's health. And development is development of self, development of personality. So, and that is being taught by one is when a child is born, he or she carries a distinctive personality, right? That is mixture of so many, you know, genes, right? So a mixture of genes, that is, you know, but hereditary along with the environment, that is going to ascertain, or that is going to kind of ensure the development of the child. So we have to be careful about what we speak, how we deal with the child, how we deal with every relationship. And you know, these days we have all singled out, you know, nuclear family. But you know, earlier children used to understand the values in the home environment. They never had to be taught, you know, all these values, compassion, love, you know, dignity of human, never had to be taught, because they used to be taught by through the practice of every member of the family, how the, you know, father respected the mother, mother respected the father, and how father respected his parents, and how mother respected his in-laws. All that used to be, you know, family used to be the institute for learning. And we are all here to be answerable to our children, whether we are actually helping them to develop as a holistic child in our family members, or else we are going to have a syllabi for every teaching that the child should inculcate. That is a big question. Why human values are being taught in the educational institution. Why we as a faculty feel burdened? Why can't we just talk about science? What is the development of social work? What are the methods? What are this? But these days we are being told to teach human values, code of ethics. Why? Why it has become? Because families are not taking, priority. Family are not taking interest in it. They do not have time. They feel, okay, we will outsource the learning part to the institute because we are paying, they will learn. And then finally, the children are sometimes, most of the children I can see in Amity University itself, outside, the girls, beautiful girls from beautiful, very sound family background, they are smoking, they are indulging in all the bad things, and moral and immoral, we know that's universal. We don't have this modern moral and immorality. It is universally, we know what is wrong and right. Come on, we don't have to teach something else and be lenient to our present generation, because what is being practiced traditionally is still applicable in today's life. And if we divert away from that traditional practice, we are ought to be in problem. We are derailed from the mainstream society, and that the families are bearing the burnt of all that. These days I can see mothers are pleading, oh, on behalf of my child, I'm sorry, sorry, sorry. The child is not ready to be sorry about whatever mistake is committed. Why this development area is not being properly looked into? Because families are not they don't have role model to look up to in the family. So that is where the family is crumbling down. The very, very unit of the society is crumbling down. So it is a big, big, big alarming fact that we are supposed to witness. Name and nationality. Now every child has to have a name. Even though it's whatever name as per their what the parents feel, it depends on the culture, so many things. So the religion, the caste. So as per that, as per the likes of people, we have to name every child. No child should be nameless, right? Sometimes when we go to the restaurant or when we go to the college canteen and all, I've seen many faculties and all, they call the child pink chotu, motu, all that way. So we should respect the dignity of every child. We should call them by their name. If we say Ashok, if the child name is Ashok, we have to make sure, all of us, we have to make sure that we call every child, by their name. And that would give them the sense of self-esteem. That would give them the sense of, sense of belongingness, sense of being identified. So it plays a very important role in the child personality, in the child development, and we should not ignore that. I mean, irrespective of the fact if that child belongs to low socioeconomic background, or doesn't have orphan child, or children on the road, we should name them. And that's the reason, the registration is, the birth registration is being done, where the child is born and all that. And nationality, every child should belong to some nation. Yeah. So if there are partition, sorry, if there is partition, if there is some kind of refugees, now a lot of refugees from Ukraine, that they have entered all this UK and so many other places, but they should be given nationality. They should be given that registration of belonging to nation. Then only we would be able to give them the sense of identity, the sense of belongingness. Next is identity. We should have, that's for the reason we do registration of the birth of a child, birth registration. Why? Because it is very, very important for a child to have an official record of where he was born, official record of, which place, which hospital. That's for the reason government has made it a compulsory, act for every family to go to the, healthcare institute to give birth to the child. Earlier, we used to get it done through, midwives and all that. We are not supposed to do that in the community and all, because we don't have a record that way. So we are not supposed to, ignore that fact that we need to have record of their birth and everything. Keeping families together. This is what is very, very important, because a child has many aspects of his or her personality. So, children needs a sense of belongingness. They should not be called, illegitimate child. They should be called a child who has a belongingness to the nation, to the parents, to the family, to the background. All that is required. It is very, very important. So we should not ignore that fact also. And that's for the reason, if any child these days, any child on the road, that those who are caught and found these days, they make it a point, the police make it a point that they meet there, even though they need rehabilitation in the homes and all, but they make sure that they ask for their lineage, they ask for their their family lineage and all that, so that they can the separated family can be met at least once. And then if that child requires proper rehabilitation in institutional rehabilitation, then yes, they can be afterwards separated. But yes, it is very, very important that the children should be integrated with the family. It is very, very important. That's for the reason Indian government is, has been doing so much in order to kind of integrate, even from the, our neighboring country like Pakistan. If any child has been lost during the partition, if any child is being kept there, or lost there, they have been trying to integrate even from our, problematic neighbors. So we have to make sure, because UNCRC says that contact with parents across countries. So as I said, that it is very, very important that, if the child because of health reason, or because of the war, or due to some, some reason, child is being separated by the family or with the parents, we have to make sure that the child meets the parents and then they are together, right? So very recently, I know about Israel. They were trying to find out, their clans and all in somewhere in Northeast, Manipur and all this. They have this pocket of communities where they can, this Israelites, they could see their lineage. So many of the families in this areas, Northeast areas, especially Manipur, was shifted back or integrated with the family in Israel, because they could understand that they are relatives and they are their clans, right? So it is very, very important for the children to meet with their community, with their family, with their parents, with their siblings. Protection from kidnapping. See, protection from kidnapping. So anything that is now, see, that's for the reason, immoral trafficking, the Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act 1956 is in place, right? So where they make it sure that no child is being kidnapped or no child is being taken away illegally to kind of for any kind of work, for any kind of illegal work or any kind of domestic work, or so those are being categorized as illegal transfer of the child, illegal transportation of the child. So it is very, very important. That's what the reason Act has come in place, so that we would be able to abide by the guidelines that has been given by the UNCRC. So respect for children's views. We feel that children should not be given the task of sharing their opinion about any issues or about their own life. If the divorce case is going on, or his or her parents is divorcing, or any kind, in that case, any kind of matter or issues of the family, we don't ask it to our children, but these days family court also ask the children that what they would want, who is done what, I mean, in order to assess the behavior of parents also, the family court make it as sure the opinion of children is taken. Sharing thoughts freely. Now, this is very, very important. Children should be able to share their thoughts freely. And these days, since mothers are working, both the parents are working, and it is the need of the hour. If both of us, we don't work, then what is the reason that we are so well educated? So, but we have to make sure, or both the parents, working parents, have to make sure that children are not shut down. They are not shut down. They are not being kept quiet. We say, oh, be quiet, I'm into task and all. Oh, shut your mouth, you are talking too much, you sleep, you go study. We are not supposed to do. If the children are coming to share, we must have that half an hour proper interaction with the children, what they want to share, and let them be free. If it is odd also, if children are talking, I like that boy, if the girl child is saying, I like that boy, so you can always very, very recently one of my very good friends, she's the director of IGNO, her name is Professor Rose. She was sharing with me, we should let the children share anything and everything with the, because if they don't share if they don't share with the parents, then they would find a person outside very early to share with him or her. So who is giving that opportunity, or who is giving that compulsion to the children to look for a company so early in life outside of the family? If the parents are giving them ample of time, giving them liberty to say, I have an infatuation with him, then you can always make that child understand, oh, what are the characteristics, or what are the personality trait that you are liking in that child, in that particular boy, and she will share, oh, he is very good in studies, or he is very good looking, or he is he comes and sits with me, he gives me company. So then you will be able to understand that he comes and sits with me and talks to me. So somewhere down the line, you can understand and touch the nerves of the child problem, that this child requires some company to share her feeling. So which as a mother I'm not doing, which as a father I'm not doing, which as a sibling I'm not doing. So, it is very, very, and these days, since we have a small size of the family, it is very, very important that we give ample time to each other to share the feelings, which we don't have time for because we are impatient. Instead of sharing all these thoughts and feelings, which is not going to help us, all we can do is indulge in our productive activity. That's what, instead of sharing all these stupid things, you go and study, you'll get something, good marks. Like that, we'll shut out our children. They're not supposed to do that. They should have a liberty to share that. And then very nicely, we can alter that. Oh, you like that boy because he is very good in studies and he is liked by everyone. Oh, that means you like a studious child who answers in the class. So if you're liking the same character in another child, you can be one of them. And then you can always, kind of inculcate that habit or imbibe that habit. And then you can be another child like him, and you by working hard. So how you have managed to let the child open up, but still it was like you did not say, oh, you're not supposed to like boys so early in your life. If you say that, then she would just press on that and she would start liking the many boys like that if somebody is giving time to her to listen to her crafts. So how as a parent we have to be very, very careful to kind of, if the child is sharing something that is sensitive also, the same thing can be turned into something that is going to help the child tomorrow, that is going to help the child positively. That is what. And you see, if there is a rivalry in children and they are sharing, and we are not supposed to shun down the elder child. You're not supposed to beat up the child. Why are you beating it? We are not saying, we are not asking the elder child, why are you hitting the younger one? What we say, you're not supposed to do. You are going to, and we punish him or her. We are not supposed to do. Why are you punishing him? Or why are you punishing her? You have pulled up her ears. Why did you pull up her ears? Then she would say, she is nagging me. She's asking the same question again and again. So that means you have to make that child understand because she wants an answer. Give her a sensible. So from next time, she's not going to nag. She's going to ask you, not going to repeat the question. She's going to ask you and quickly you answer. And for answering, what you have to do, you have to start reading about children, their needs. So the older sibling can be made responsible to inculcate good habits or understand many things in the world by reinforcing that you are a stakeholder, you are a part of a responsible person who is going to teach the child what inquisitiveness she or he has, the younger one has. You are supposed to answer. So that is how you have to, kind of bring in positivity in the same given situation. We are not supposed to get mad. Oh, you are always fighting. What is this fight about? I have to focus on my, office work, and you people are fighting. That's irritating. I'll leave the house. This, that, and a lot of, fights happen and all. Then there is beating of the children. No, bring in the positivity, and that's where we have to be a politician in the sense, a good politician who wants peaceful atmosphere in the family, who wants a positive atmosphere in the family, right? So that is what is required. So sharing thoughts freely. Next is freedom of thoughts and religion. That means, see, freedom of thoughts here, I have seen madrasa, different educational institution, they are teaching, the different communities are teaching the children, right? So here I have to be very, very careful at saying, see, whatever you are teaching in in your own community-based educational institution. See, one is universal educational institution, where we teach uniform, uniform lessons of life to children. But if a community is having, their community-based teaching for the children, we have to be careful. We have to be careful, because a Christian family is teaching it is only one God. It is only one God and nothing, Instead of teaching like that, you can always say, see, for us, it is Jesus who is our, epitome of divine, the divine who we worship. But this Allah is, there are different religion. The way your friend is having a mother who has different face, different nature. So I'm your mother, different face, different nature. But uniform characteristic of a mother is what? Universal characteristics of mother is what? Love, care, affection, empathy, compassion, sympathy, emotional, all that are there. Being a good nurturer, nourisher, all that are basic characteristics of a mother. So you have to teach like that. So our God is a fantastic God for us. So as the other God for other community, and make sure you are not going to give a fundamentalistic ideology into the spongy mind of the child. That's very, very important. That, oh, it's only one. And others, they are all satanic. It is only our God who's supreme. No, because it's like different streams of the river culminated into the ocean finally, So that's how you have to teach. And it's a need of the hour that Muslim family, Christian family, Hindu family, Jewish family, Sikh family, we all have to, come together as a religious institution and have a very good network with each other, so that best can be fed to the coming generation. Otherwise, our world would collapse. Our world would not grow as a sustainable world. And sustainability, the spirituality or religious practices is the base of sustainability. You see, I mean, we cannot ignore that fact, because how we behave, how we think, our thought process, how we behave, how we respond is very, very strongly affected by our religious teaching. So I pause here and I let every participant to understand how important now it's a need of an hour to make sure what we are feeding to the spongy mind. I still remember myself, letting myself being a staunch Hindu, letting my best friend, Muslim best friend, to come and do her 5 times, not 5 times in the college. During the time we used to be in the college, I was always thoroughly in the hostel in DU. So Delhi University. So this girl was there who used to come and pray in my room, and I would let her be in my room, because some positivity would spread, even though she's worshipping Allah, but her personality, her characteristics, her behavioral traits has influenced me so deeply. She was so sincere at her work. She was so dedicated. She was so passionate. You see, and today she's so well known by the whole country. She's so well known figure. You know, if you anybody of you know Saima Rahman, she's so well known, and she does a lot of preaching these days. You know, in order to help human beings. She is from social work background. She was RJ, and then she was fantastic as a student, but somehow she took interest, and now she's trying to kind of take the same platform in order to help the human being, in order to help the families who are in distress. And she's trying to kind of spread positiveness. So I also liked her. So it's not that if the if I mean if it is Muslim, all the Muslims are not bad. It's just the fundamentalistic idea that is letting the small spongy mind to become rebellious, to become terrorists. They use the children as terrorists also. So that is very bad. We are not supposed to do that. We have to preach and teach the children with looking into our future, because we have to thrive here on this earth, a beautiful earth that is being gifted by the divine, and we all are answerable. Divine name is not supposed to be used to create hatred, to create contempt, to create kind of communalism. So we have to bring in peace. We have to bring in the atmosphere of acceptance. We have to be tolerant, but tolerance also should not go beyond the limit to kind of harm your own ideology, which has been helping you as a community, which has been doing great traditionally. So we have to be vigilant about that. If the other religion, other religion or practices of that religion is hampering your area, your practices, that's absolutely bad. So we have to be a sensible citizen of the country, to build up the sense of belongingness, that my religion is supposed to be my God, and my religion is supposed to be put in practice, but not to exhibit hatred towards others. That has to be taught to every child. So next is setting up a joining group. That means we have to give liberty to children to join any group, you see, but not the terrorist group, not the hatred or communal group, not the group that would teach the intolerance. If the children are joining the library group, if the children are joining the gardening group, if the children are joining the, joining to voice against the climate change. One Manipuri girl, she has become so popular because she's teaching the Delhi government as what has been going wrong, instead of making schemes and legislations and laws and acts. We must put our wisdom into practice. It's a need of the hour. She's teaching her little girl, and she must be a divinely voice. We have to give a very, very close hearing to it, a very, very focused hearing to it. And what? Because children speak their mind out without any bias, without any concern for their personal gain. That's for the reason Jesus Christ has said, let the children come to me, and let every human species be every human being be like a child when they come to me. Otherwise they are impure, and do not come to me, because you cannot exist in front of me, because he is a pure being. The divine is a pure being, and only the pure soul can touch. That's what the reason we have in Hindu religion, hell and heaven. If you do good, you'll submerge, you will patch up, or you'll join with the divine being, because you are as pure as the God who has sent you. And so let our children stay pure, and let all this ugliness from the, it is like, I might be sounding very, very, what do I say, a fantasy world kind of, something that is so euphoric. Euphoria, right? What do we call that? Fantasy world, But we can always strive hard. We can always strive hard, and many countries are doing. The one, this Anuj is there in Facebook, who's bringing in lot of tremendous change. There are people who are bringing in lot of change, and they are part of my Facebook group. They are trying to teach children, how to love the pets, the speechless animals. They are with little small video. They are influencing the children towards positive, positivity, towards helping people, to be compassionate, to kind of inculcate the emotional quotient. That's very, very important. And we don't need such big professors and all to teach all that. But yes, with small videos, if any of you can make to create positivity in the atmosphere of the country, that's going to fetch in a lot of blessings. And as I say, what you throw, that will bounce back to you. So let us throw good things to celebrate your own life. We should celebrate the life, as rightly being said by B.R. Ambedkar, that let our life be, it's not important to have a long life, but if it is short also, but that should be meaningful. So let us make our life more meaningful by giving best to our children, and then we should let them join group. We should encourage them, plantation group, gardening group. Now see now what is happening. Now people have already initiated towards Indic culture. They are now coming up with Indic universities and all that. I was supposed to join. They had some professor had sent me that you please join this group, so that we can be resource person to help inculcate goodness in the society. So, and Indic culture has always helped, in crisis. That's for the reason today, when we are in crisis because of pandemic, because of economic crisis, economic crunch and all, recession, so many things, now people are trying to kind of inculcate the Indic, culture. Why it has become so popular? Because that is the truth. That those are the values, the universal values of human being that the Indic culture has been teaching. And so all this Satyameh Jayate, and then how we treat our guests, how we respect people, how we respect our guests, all that small things matters in life. So we have to teach our children all the goodness. Next is protection of privacy. Here, why protection of privacy? Protection of privacy is to do with if the child requires. That's for the reason Bollywood, all these big people, those who are famous lot, they don't want their children face to be shown, and all this paparazzi and all that. They try to click their children's face and all that. They don't want, because children, why they are, because they are practicing the guidelines of UNCRC. They are trying to practice the rights of children. and there is no harm. You can always stop, people from clicking without any permission, clicking your children without any permission. That's very, very important, because the child has to feel comfortable. I've seen all this big, actor and actresses children, when they are in front of the media and all their children, they are carrying their children, all the children get irritated. And very, very recently I could see the Aradhya's, Aishwarya Roy's daughter being very irritated with the media. She, the kind of expression she was giving it away to the media, because there were loads of cameras and all that in front of her, and she got irritated and she just shook her head in disapproval, in contempt. Why? Because she was irritated. So we have to respect that, and we have to respect the privacy, the reputation of the child. We are not supposed to say, if the child is a child is being caught stealing something and all that, that usually happens in this class also, in the schools and all. If somebody is joined us from the school principal and all that, we have to understand the psychology of the child. We are not supposed to give the name to the child, tum chori karta hai, no, do not say that. The same situation can be molded for the betterment of that child, for the present life and the future. How? We can separately handle, and we can tell them, why has he stolen that something, whatever he steals, pencil, eraser, copy, why has he taken that away from his friend? So the child would reveal, because I like his handwriting, I like this color I didn't have and all that. So any one of us or the school can provide that, or the parents can be communicated and provided it to the child. Or if not provided, if that is not, you feel that is not good, to kind of respond as per the likes and wants or requirement of children, you feel that we need to be strict, handle the children with little strictness, then it's okay. You can always say, you like, you use it, you ask for it, and then you give it back to that child who you have asked from. You use that, you liked it, but the family cannot afford right now. And all of us, you should, as a child, work very hard to avail all this in life, but not stealing. Stealing is very bad, So the same line would turn the child fortune or child future in building up the child, personality, in building up the child development, So that is what, so it depends on our responses. It depends on our, stimuli are different, but how we react and respond to that stimuli, it is up to us. And that should not harm the personality of a child. And that should not damage the personality of a child. That should not make the child go into his own niche and become very reclusive, uninteractive. We should not give a name to the child that you have stolen this from him, so you are a thief, you are chore. We are not supposed to do that. We have to be very, 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 forget about that. The child is being killed, because the child had this audacity to pick up the glass and take the water from the pitcher of his teacher. So how are societies easily responding or reacting to the situation? The child could have been taught that if you want to drink, and I have read all that, articles that the same school has many SC teachers. They have many SC and SCs. 80% are belonging to the same caste and community. So the child could have been taught in a very nice way, okay, fine, if you want the water, the any company would have been contacted. There are so many companies, Reliance, Sachin Foundation, so many of them, they are helping the children, they're helping the schools to build their infrastructure. So the same incident could be turned into fortune for the whole school. They could have had a good, drinking water area. So I encourage each one of you, all participants, I myself do whatever I'm urging people to do. We should help. And my own family is, I've adopted a child through World Vision India, because they are one of those very authentic and very good, NGOs, international NGO, who are helping the children in the community. When you adopt the child, the child would not come to you. The child would stay in the community. The child would stay in the family, and in the same family environment, the money is given to the family so that the child can be fed well, given all the required, requirements of life, the education and everything. So that way you can help. So that's what protection of privacy of child is very, very important, so that he or she becomes a holistic child or holistic citizen in future to come. Next is access to information. See, in order to strive very hard, that's for the reason NGOs and all coming, whatever this POXO Act and so many human trafficking and so many, NCPCR and all, they are coming up with so many information for the children, advocacy and all that. So what they are doing, they are trying to link up with the the educational institution, and they are trying to take help from faculties to write very brief article, very caption based article, in order to help the child understand. So bad touch, good touch, all this, age appropriate, of course, sex education, so that they don't fall prey to the ugly people, ugly souls who are who they are surrounded by. They would understand what is being done to them physically, what is being done to them mentally, what is being done to them psychologically. They would be able to, or they would become a capable human being to understand that. And whatever information we are giving, that should not hamper the very essence of childhood, that should help them keep the essence of childhood, the innocency of childhood, and then at the same time they are well informed. So we as adult have to be very, very intelligent, very, very proactive, and we should know how to make them use internet, radio, television, whatever they are watching, accessing the information. We should know what is to be given, do and don'ts, we should know. And then very recently, that's for the reason Indian government, is helping the children to not access the, A-listed stuffs in the internet. So that is being banned. That is being banned. So this is very, very important that, certain things are not made accessible, and what they require, as a child, is made accessible, so that they can be, those information can play a very important role in self-defense, right? Next is responsibility of parents. So as a parent, and if they don't have parents, like post-COVID, many parents are not there for the children. They have, they are not there. So they are already gone. So these children can have a suitable guardian. If not, the homes and all, children homes and all, whoever are, wardens and all, they have to be taken session for, by the counselor, child counselor, by the session, by the child, juvenile justice court. All these people have to come together, and let us not work in compartments. We should all network. Police station should network with an NGO. NGO should have a good network with the family court. Family court should have good connection with the juvenile justice committee and uh, juvenile justice board, juvenile justice court. All this should be well linked. They should have communicate with each other so that they can give the best. And parents have a responsibility to practice what they want to see in children. That's very, very important to become role model. Protection from violence. Yes, now protection of violence, abuse, being neglected by anyone who looks after them. So stepmothers and all, since our post pandemic, many of the mothers, fathers, single, I mean, they are left with single parent. If they are planning to get married, that should not hamper the child. They should not be in the abusive relationship with the new parent that they have, the new joinee in the thing, because they would be abused sexually too, emotionally, psychologically, so many ways. In foreign country, that is so common. Every actor and actresses, this they have come up, they have come up with that childhood experience of being abused by their own uncle, auntie, even their stepfather, stepmother. So we have to understand that. It gives me a lot of pain to share all this, regarding child, because it's a so difficult world for the children to come. So it is very, very important for us, as we have onus to to give the best for children, to keep the best for children. And we should not the way we are trying to utilize every resource, every nook and corner, agricultural land is being concretized, buildings today itself, the Twin Tower of Noida is being blasted, illegal constructions and all. If we have to look up for illegal construction in Delhi itself, huge areas would come under the radar. So last time, as I reiterated, that corruption we need to check, so that our children would not for the corrupted parents would have corrupted children, violent parents would have violent children. So it is the on onus lies in us, the responsibility lies in us, how we behave, how we inculcate the values ourselves to set an example in front of the children. And we are not supposed to act, because acting would be understood by children. What we should tell to children verbally should be practiced in a normal way, so that that becomes a way of life for the children. Children without families. Now, children who don't have families, they should be taken care. And if we know the attack, that has happened in Taj Mahal, what had happened to that Israeli family? They had come, and then suddenly the Israeli parents, they died in that incident, very bad incident, where terrorist attack happened in this Taj, Hotel Taj. And then how that child was taken care by the Indian caretaker. She was from Kerala, I suppose, if I'm not mistaken, because I remember it. I had read that article. And then how Indian government also moved forward to make sure that child goes back to his country safely. And that and he was accompanied by that caretaker, because the child was not left with anyone, any member of the family. So legally, that caretaker took was given the legal rights to take care of the child, and other, family members must have been there, yeah, but the child is safe, because very recently I was reading about that child is grown big. So children who are adopted, so adopted children, now you see, adopted children, here I have a big thing to talk about, because she's a very prominent figure, Sushmita Sen, she has adopted 2 kids, 2 daughters, and she has been awarded enormously, every platform, if they try to talk about, if they have to talk about women empowerment, empowered women, women with compassion and kindness, it's always Sushmita Sen who gets an award. But when I get to see her own personal life, do you think she has, yes, of course, she adopted the child as promised, because she wanted to do that as Miss Universe 1994, I suppose. Yeah, she was given this award, and then she had vouched that she would leave for the kids, the children, for the safety of children. So she has adopted for the girl child and all. She speaks so well, and she is for women empowerment, and she talks about Shakti. But do you think that Shakti, I mean, being Shakti is enough without inculcation of values? That's a big question. I can adopt any number of children, but am I going to give the best of the motherhood to those many children I adopted? In the way I conduct myself, in the way I am being known, in the way I practice my life, in the way I conduct, the way I speak, the way I'm seen, the kind of things you are doing. So you have to be answerable to those adopted children. If they were biological children, she wouldn't have hopped from one man to the other man. She's trying to just be so empowered that she's forgotten the limit to experimentation. Yes. So that is what is my big question to the ladies, that if, okay, fine, you be empowered lady, but be an empowered lady to be an example, to set an example, not to show your robustness, your intolerance to the patriarchy. So many things are there, at the why women are conducting in certain ways. So I mean, you have to just introspect. All women has to introspect his or her own biasness, that whether whatever she does, if she is fighting back the patriarchy, or she's actually voicing out, advocating, or she's just trying to be a showpiece, in order to showcase that, okay, she has adopted 2 kids, those who are girls, and then she's into women empowerment. Is that enough? Or your day-to-day life, your conduct has to portray that you are for it, and in a sustainable manner, because those children, adopted children, are your children now, and how you conduct is going to be imbibed by the adopted children. So there lies our big responsibility as parents who have adopted children. So you have to check on yourself, introspect, and find out if you are doing good, if you are setting example for your adopted children. Adoption is become the fashion. So, it is not fashion, it's a matter of somebody's life, somebody's future, and we should not play. We should not play with the system. Refugee children. Now, refugee children, the first thing that comes on our mind is the Tibetans. Our country, I mean, I can't stop talking about India. when it comes to refugees. India has been so great country that when Tibetans, the Chinese annexation of Tibet happened, the whole loads of people had run away from Tibet, even even Dalai Lama. And why today, Dalai Lama represents India is because they feel so honored to be called Indians, because they know the values which Indians preach, and which not only Indians preach, but they practice too. And the way they were given the way they were given the space, if you see the capital of the country itself, that Majnuka Tila area, all that, area, and what is that called? I used to go to that agency. If any one of you know, that's nearby university area. The whole camp is now big long buildings. The Tibetans have progressed so much because Indian government have been treating them so well. They have been given land, they have been given many things, and they have been given rights to do businesses and all that. So they are progressing, and this land has, all these refugees could be in the camp, but government has given them leverage to flourish, progress, right? So because they are with us, they are not with our enemy country, like China, who are really trying to now harm Indian subcontinent. So that's again a big thing. So refugee children, how children are taken care by Indians, and now Ukraine and Russia, how Ukrainian children are, first thing that was announced by the government was, let the children and the women vacate the land of Ukraine, and they were sent out to UK, and then war happened, and men folk, they did not allow to go out of the boundary. Why? Because they wanted all the safety guard for children and women. They are very precious. They are very they are supposed to be taken care because of the UNCRC guidelines, because of the you have to kind of abide by the guidelines, and you cannot just foresee it, right? So refugees children needs to be taken care, and the same way every nook and corner of the country, wherever the war is happening, we get to see that children are being preferred as refugees first. Yeah. So, and they are being so quickly they are being rehabilitated into the education system and all that. They are being quickly given all the facilities. So because we have to protect them, they are the future of the nation and the globe. Children with disability, see, there are variations also, the diversity among children also, because diversity in sense of socio-cultural diversity, there are diversity in terms of ability and disability, right? So Divyang, so these children needs to be given special provision in terms of education, in terms of care, self-esteem building, personality building, and all these facilities needs to be given. And I think I have one story I had of a Bihari guy who had been striving so hard to become something in life because he had this big disability, could not work and all, and he had to really go from post to pillar to kind of avail the services here in India, and he cleared some exam, and then he got through, and he was called by US government to with a full scale scholarship. And then there he, from the airport itself, I read that article, and it was so fantastic to read the kind of emotion he shared, that how US government had everything in a proper manner. He was given all the facilities of the devices, to all the rooms, infrastructure, everything was given. The kind of struggle he had faced in India, and when he went to US, the kind of distinction that he could understand, in the developing countries and developed countries, he could understand. So why our disabled children have to go with the scholarship? We have enough of money. We have money to, to kind of have flags for every house to show our nationalism. We have, we have money to demolish 2 big twin towers in place like Noida. If we have money, in the temples and all the treasures and all are there. We have enough of money, and our children, disabled children, are part of our future. And we, as Indian government, the Indian government should, take this responsibility, come ahead and be proactive to provide them everything that they require to be the finest citizen of the country, because they are disabled because they don't have certain devices. If those are being given, because of our scientific innovation and all, everything is brought out. Yes, or every disability is made able. Every disabled body is being made able body. So why not we can give all those devices, machineries and all to our own children, so that they do not have to go to US to kind of chant about US. We have this onus to give them the best, and we have enough of treasures to make use of in the best possible manner. Health, water, food, environment. What do I say about it? I feel pained. I don't give milk to my children. I kind of substitute, because the moment they start drinking, something or the other happens, problem occurs. Why? Because we are not giving the best to the mother, the mother herself, the divine mother, who's giving milk to the children, the human species, and she's sacrificed the amount of milk their own calf needs to take, and she's giving all that love to the human species. But are we taking care of our divinely mother? Our cows are seen, walking here and there, being bumped into the vehicle and being bumped by the vehicle, meeting with an accident, and being ill-treated, and so many things, being injected for the milk, and so that she would release the milk without any restraint. So all that are there, and we don't have green patch these days. We are like, we have got enough of money. Open the door please. Nishtha is there. We have enough of money, and then we are trying to look for a green belt area, a big society, good luxurious society, where green belt, 40%, 45% of the patch is being covered by a green belt. Why do we need green belt? You have sophisticated houses to live in. Why do you require 45% of the green belt? And why not on earth the cow require the green patch of land to feed on it? That's a big question. Are we thinking of that? Because he or she, because she cannot speak, doesn't mean we are not supposed to avail her with her rights. And if we are not thinking about the speechless animal or divinely mother like cow, her source of food, forget about children. What children are being given these days is all synthetic food, I mean, openly the milk packet would have, you know, this, the Indian government allow 15% of the, some rock derived, uh, uh, milk source, and that needs to be mixed with the milk. And that's because it has a protein. That particular stone or rock has a protein in it, so that is okayed. Even in US that is being used. I'm not getting the name, but I had seen that video. So all that we are providing is synthetic food. These days, we say, oh, antidepressant is chocolate. Coca has become so popular. Why? Why not jaggery? Why are we not teaching our children to eat jaggery instead of coca? We can always mix jaggery with the, drinks that we are giving. Everywhere coca. What coca is providing? And jaggery would not be able to provide. Jaggery is going to give them good hemoglobin, hemoglobin in their blood. Do you think coca would, and how much to take coca? That is also not being, not being kind of, what do I say, not being told. So these days I get to see chocos and all these children chocolates, so many things, the coca based food products, synthetic food products are being given to children. What good they are doing? They are blocking the small intestine, large intestine, it is infecting. So it's a big question in the name of Horlicks and super drink and, energy booster and all, what we are giving to the children. So we can always introduce, sprouted chana with jaggeries and all this. And I would request Ravindra sir to keep a session where nutrition, food source and all that could be taught, and the audience could be the school children. You can always network with school children and then have a session on nutrition, so that children understand themselves, and they are the ones who tell the parents, no, don't give me the, Bonvita, give me jaggery and chana, give me the sprouted chana. No, they should be the one to advocate for the good food. Let the cow have, green grasses. One day the time will come where children have to teach the parents. Soon it is coming, but we have to, and I request Ravindra sir to do that. Have a network with the school, and then have a session after session to let the children understand what is good and bad themselves. Because now parents are not doing. Parents are just ordering the food here and there. I mean, pizza, this, that. It's become a pizza culture. So why? These are all synthetic food. Review of a child's placement. So every child who has been placed somewhere away from home for their care, protection, or health should have their own situation checked regularly to see if everything is going well and if this is still the best place for the child to be. So I do know that the Delhi University, the college where I used to teach, nearby place, SOS village was there. And we were supposed to take, our Delhi University BSW students. And there, I started talking, and I have this, habit of interacting. And I started interacting with the children, and they came, and then they were having some extension program, and then they shared that we are not given proper treatment here. We are not being given proper care. We can go out anytime. We are abused here sexually also. So it is. We are not being treated. They thrash us. So we have to, and there should be, government should have this strict monitoring of this places where children are being kept. for safety. It's supposed to be a place for safety, for the development of children, but those homes are turning out to be hell for them. Very recently, so many children home have been caught for many illegal reasons. So that needs to be taken care. Social and economic help. So it is very important, as I said, the NGO like World Vision India and all, they are helping the children by helping the community. If the communities help, they become sensible. The youths are being sensitized. They are put in some kind of roles. They are being paid. The voluntary, volunteer. They are being called volunteers, and then they are being paid also, after maybe 1 or 2 months, and then these volunteers become so empowered within no time, and these are the people who radiates positivity in the community, and they are the ones who actually work than the NGO people. And through them, these volunteers, the NGO work there, because then that would be more meaningful, then that would be more need based, and then that would be able to influence or inspire the children, because they can look up to their own community youth that they are doing great. Oh bhaiya, I would like to be part of you. Next time the aspiration would be encouraged, to go in the right direction. Food, clothing, safe home. So this is basic, these are physiological needs, as Maslow theory rightly says. The basic needs to be provided. Otherwise, children would not be able to focus on anything. Why midday meal had to be introduced? Because you provide them the best of the knowledge and best of everything. If the children are not happy with the food that they are eating, if that is not nourishing their cells, if they are not provided with safe home, no child would be able to flourish. Otherwise, why the children from very good families would turn out to be a drug addict? Why would children from very good family would turn out to be terrorists? Why would children from very good families would turn out to be a depressed child? That's a big question we as a family, and we as a parent, we as a sibling needs to ask to ourselves. So it's not only physiological need. Along with physiological needs, there are many aspects of the personality that needs to be developed. Access to education. Now, education has been rightly said, right to education, 29 and 10, what government of India has given that compulsory, education of the children from 6 to 14 years. So they have to be enrolled in the school. They have to, be educated, and later on they can have skill-based, training and all that. Under some form. But it is very, very important that they are educated, because once they are educated, then their horizon of knowledge would grow, and then they would be more, they would grow as an aspiring child. They would be able to understand which direction they are supposed to go. That's for the reason, last time I was just objecting. I even wrote it. Then afterwards, I rethought about it in the, civil servant or somebody, a banker or somebody, is going to a small community railway station, nearby railway station, and teaching the children there, and I said, why government cannot do? I just spoke with my husband, and I said, why the government is not taking care? It should not be some civil servant who should go, because as a civil servant, he should do enough in his own job as a civil servant, and then, let the government do the rest in order to help the, community, help the children who are deprived children to be educated by mainstreaming their education. So my husband said, see, every time we cannot have a big, macro level fulfillment or macro level ambition. It's something has to go in a micro level, and then that would help the child to bridge bridge with the mainstream education. So that's how the NGOs and all, they are doing, NGOs like World Vision are doing, that they are giving in every community, they are giving a small tuition, bridge courses and all that. And once the child becomes self-dependent, and then they would be able to be integrated with the mainstream education system. Aims of education. So it is very, very important to, these days we have so many introduction of new courses, in the at the university level also, human values, this, that, so many, extension, and so many things are being introduced. But the behavioral science and all, that is universal for everyone, if irrespective of whether you are from engineering background, or you are from social science, you are from arts and fine arts and all that, you have to do the behavioral science and all. So but we have not been able to pronounce what is the aim of education. That is where we have to emphasize. Or this the essence of policy, the National Education Policy 2020 should speak up very loud. What is the objective of education? Objective of education is the child should be a holistic child, right? So how to make that child a holistic child? By teaching him, training him, by building on skill in him to be self-reliant. And when would the country be self-reliant? When every child knows the personal hygiene, when every child knows how to cook and how to survive on his own, when every child would this thing, that means we all are supposed to teach the culinary arts to the children. So that is also nowadays, now the government is emphasizing. I think I had seen a very nice video that I even posted in my Facebook, that how one South Indian school has already started making the agriculture a subject, learning the skills of agriculture. And that is so interesting, that if the children in the education center only, education institution only, during the time they are they are in the school, that time the teacher is teaching how to sow the crop. It's so interesting. And Japan has been doing greatly in this aspect, the life skills they are teaching in the school, the cleaning of the toilet, even, the children are doing themselves. But they have a lot of the devices, or they have a lot of things that would do, the gloves, proper gloves for the children and all that, which Indian government might do wrong to the children to let them clean the toilet. And that has happened. All this community from the low socioeconomic background, they were made to clean the toilet and bare hand. Is it good? Is it a life skill that we are teaching? The first life skill is being hygienic. And we are not, these are, do's and don'ts should be there. And when you are making the child do certain things, he should be having a proper gadgets. He should be having a proper devices. He should be having a proper, whatever, whatever she requires to protect him or her from any danger, any risk of life, right? So minority culture, language, and religion. It is, next is minority culture, language, and religion. So we are not supposed to see why today Sri Lanka is devastated, because they did not take care of the minority culture. The same children who have witnessed the atrocities that has been done to the minority, those children grew up and rebelled. And today, Sri Lanka featured in a most depressed country, who are not able to give anything to the country, citizen of the country. The president had to run away, prime minister had to run away. So all that, things are happening. So it's a big learning for us, all of us. It's a big learning for country like India, which is fast developing. So we should, because children are witnessing everything, the behavior, the attitude, the words they are listening. So we have to treat each other. Why this Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was filled with the passion of doing law, becoming, barrister. Why? Advocating for the downtrodden, culturally downtrodden people. Why? Because the atrocities he faced in his life made him sense that this country is not for the children who belong to certain community, who belong to certain culture. So I have to build myself to the level that next generation would not suffer. And thankfully, the divine, he never, he is such a great boy, and as a boy, great person he was. He never filled up his heart with, negativity. Otherwise, child who's faced or witnessed all that atrocities would have turned into a criminal. So he never did that. He was such a positive and divinely child that he strove hard to become the person, the chairperson, to sit on the chair and do justice to the community that was suffering through ages. Do justice to the woman, irrespective of any cultural background they come from, to give. He was the first one to voice for the education of the girl child. So such are the personalities that are born in this soil, in this great country. So next is rest, play, culture, arts. So a child should be, see, what I reiterated before, that art, culture. So what we are, what we are so mesmerized by looking at the Taj Mahal. So now people are coming up with, so many things, a lot of shivlings are being found now, that everywhere under the this thing and all that. So what I feel is, it's bad that the Afghan rulers, who had invaded our country, it's bad that they have constructed or reconstructed over our own, religious structures and all that, and that are being now discovered through evacuation and all that. So, but why to spread hatred? Their forefather have done. Somebody who are already gone. So why the children have to bear the burnt of their forefather having done all that mistakes? So mistakes are mistake. Forget, forgive. Now we have to restart, and then we have to appreciate each other's art. We have to appreciate each other culture, and we have to help enrich each other. And it is a strong message that, that goes out, that, we have to appreciate, be tolerant, not tolerant enough, but not to a limit that it is not going to harm your own culture and own art, your own monuments and own your, heritage. But we have to be tolerant, to accept that, yes, those were invaders, but they are gone. They are already vanished. Now it's our independent India. And those who are left here, we have to respect each other, no matter which culture we come from. And then only we can look ahead and build, the self-reliant, the strong Bharat that we are aspiring to make. Protection from harmful work. So, the Prevention and Regulation of Child Labor Act 1986. And then another is, Prevention and Regulation of Child Labor Amendment Act, this 2016, yes. So 2012, the bills had come up, and 2016, what does it say? It has been reiterating that children are allowed to work in your in your family businesses, in your household chores, or any kind of field. If you have agriculture as a field worker, you can work, you can make use of the children so that they can inculcate the value of helping each other. They can develop on life skills, but not pressing them, not pushing them, not threatening them to do that. They are supposed to attend their class. So that's for the reason UNICEF came up with a very brief, a definition of child labor is a child who is away from school during the school hour. So the very definition is the child has to be in the school, at the school, in their class during the school hour. And after that, after the school hour, you go and help your parents to flourish the business. You help your parents to do the farm work. You help chacha, chachi, anyone, cousins to help. But those children who are orphan children, who are being, taken care by the guardians and all, they are being inflicted with a lot of atrocities. That should not be there. That is the loopholes in the legislation up to 2016 that, they try to use all this people, they try to take an opportunity of the loopholes that we have in our legislation. Protection from harmful drugs. Yes, we are not supposed to help them take, make them carry and sell it off. It is very, very harmful, because it is harmful for their psychology, it's very harmful for their body physiology, it's very harmful for their present life, very harmful for their future, right? So it is very, very important that we do not introduce them with the drugs, right? And even, to all the parents who are, sometimes we are in a hurry. I've seen that, I've witnessed my own, I do not want to speak, but we were in the family, this staff retreat, and I've seen the one lady, just to kind of make the child sleep, what she did in front of my eye is like, she's coughing, she's not well, so let me give double dose. And I stopped her. I said, no, you are not supposed to give single dose and then give after 6 hours. Wake her up or do something. Use some way to give her another dose of medicine, but do not overdose the child, so that you would be peacefully sleeping and you would be able to enjoy the program. Do not do that harm to the child, because dose which is prescribed by the doctor, if you go beyond that dose, will be a drug, substance abuse for them. It's a small dose of, substance. It will do, it is a drugs for them, which is prohibited. Yeah. Protection from sexual abuse. That's for the reason what has come up. This POSCO Act. And when did it come out? 2012. So what it says, to protect the children from sexual harassment and abuse, and it received the president approval on 19th of June 2012. And how does it safeguard the children against any crimes like sexual abuse, sexual harassment? It makes it compulsory for reporting of aggravated cases which are defined as abuse of a child by people who are in position of trust for the child. If the person aware of such cases does not report them, the person can be jailed for 6 months or fined accordingly. And full form is Protection of Children from sexual abuse offenses, 2020. That was approved on 19th of June 2012, right? So that is what is very strong legislation. And the next one is prevention of sale and trafficking. We are not supposed to kidnap the child, sell the child, take the children away from certain countries to the other, deport the child. You know, lot of deportation of the children from Nepal, Bangladesh, you know, this West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh goes, you know, out of the country, there, Saudi Arab, this Arab countries, you know, every yearly, I think so many children, you know, in lakhs of children, they are deported for many activities, which is harmful for the child development, you know, that's very illegal. So next is protection from exploitation. So exploitation could be mentally, physically, or you know, spiritually. So many ways the child can be exploited. So exploitation should not happen. If the child is given to study, right, the child has a focus. For a child of 7 years, maybe you are putting him, he has become naughty, is not studying. That doesn't mean you would continuously teach the child for stretching your, you know, hours to 2 hours. No, that's going to harm the mind of the child. As a child, so many Facebook posts, it pops up, you know, where you are threatening the child to speak up and, you know, learn things, you know, under pressure and all. No, you are not supposed to do that. The child will learn. And if you appreciate the child while teaching, you know, the child will learn quickly. It's my own experience. You know, if you say, oh, you are a beautiful child, you are such a smart child, this is like a play for you. You know, that's how I encourage. And this is like, if you can play a game on the computer, on mobile, and if you can operate everything, you are a genius child. Just learn this and show it to me, and then you are free. And the child playfully, you put a poster and playfully teach her, you know, all this Varnamala and whatever, and 3 words, 4 words, then sentences, then paragraph, and then whole book. One day child would be reading. So that's how, you know, let them reach the milestone gradually. You know, these days parents are under pressure. By the time they are born, okay, there's a stamp, like rightly being shown in one of the movie, you know, a doctor, oh, an engineer. Oh, there's no, gradually, slowly, would sustain for a long time. You know, the way the plant, a small sapling, you give everything, and then in the small pot also, if you want the sapling to grow into a big plant, what do you have to do? You know, mixture of all the ingredients you have to put. The same way, children should not be exploited. Children should be given everything under limit. You know, even food. I wouldn't want to even speak about food. You know, exploitation is, you know, I've seen witness while I was in UP, the mothers out there are very dedicated mothers. I've seen very enormously dedicated mothers, you know, and then, you know, how they feed the child, you know. Oh, if any cousin of their family would say, and there are a lot of family members who comment, oh, dubla hai bacha, weight nahi hai. You know, the moment the child is born, they know they are the best doctors, the cousins and all. They weigh the child and they, oh, fool jaisa child hai, you know, and ye jaisa. No, you are not supposed to do. Every plant has its own looks, own smell, own features. The same way every human species has, every human being belonging to different communities, different you know, culture and all, they would have different way. You know, there are certain, yeah, commonality is there in certain reasons, like for example, if I talk about Northeast, straight hair, jet black, white skin, all that, broad face, you know. So if it is Mongolian, and if they are, like Manipuris and all, this Maites they are called, the other ones are tribal, and the other section of the population is Maites. That means they are Hindu Manipuris. So the Hindu Manipuris are very sharp looking, like the one like, like UP and Bengalis and all. So they have features like that. So every religion, geographical, location also influence, has a great impact on your physiology, your growth. Your hereditary has a very strong, role to play in your every aspect of personality. So we are not supposed to do that. And what they do is they forcefully, if once they hear the comment that your child is so halka, you feed every 2 hours, the child has to eat. If the child, what I have seen is, if the child does not eat, they force the child. They step on both the hands of the child, both the legs on the child, and they force feed the child. And then after some time, they vomit out. So, and then they have repulsion to food. Something that is forced is not received by the body either, is not received by the cells either, because mind, stomach, they are interlinking. Something that is denied by the mind would never be accepted by the stomach. So don't force feed the child. Development of sometimes child would not like to, even we would not like to eat sometimes. Sometimes we would like to go with diluted food, like just a drink of, an apple. Today I would not eat, we say, because we have voice, we are heard. But are children heard? Do they have a voice? They can only cry, I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat. But mothers, they don't understand. They are so religiously mother that they overfeed them. That's dangerous for the psychology of the child, and the child would turn out to be a rebellious child, a child who doesn't have, understanding of. And these kind of children who are force fed, they don't understand they don't have a distinction of salty, sugary, they can't understand which food is sweet, which food is salty, because until the children are, my child was born, both the children were born in Lucknow. So because I was there, my husband was posted there. So I had even gone so little like that, because I was commented on, oh, you have to feed every 2 hours. So I used to be like so religious mother to feed. So I would make sure the child is fed after every 2 hours. Then after a while, I saw my child being repulsive to food. So I said, never, no. When the child asks for the food, because they have a way to speak up, then they have a way to, they cry, they make such noise. A mother can understand. So I tried that way, and the children are healthy enough. Even though I did not feed the child too early, but they are healthy enough. They have good immunity, right? They could sustain the COVID. So such is the result of not harassing the child, not exploiting, don't force children to do even good things for a very long time, and that becomes a poison. Go out and play. You have to slim out. And this mothers are so mad about, physical exercise and all, that they become, repulsive to sports and outside activity. Let them sometimes sit on the, computer and then enjoy half an hour. Then they can go out and play for an hour or two, like that. You have to see to it things are done. Children in detention, yeah, those who are breaking the laws and all, they are they should not be killed, tortured, treated cruelly and all, because a lot of small, there is an incident, they crossed the border, Pakistani child coming into India and all. He should not be treated as terrorist, though the mission of the country the other countries like that. But you should honor the child for being a child, because he is innocent. He is being told to do that. He is being forced. He is being threatened to do that. And many examples are there. So we have to treat the prisoners and all, those who are in the correction homes, and those who are in the the trial and all, the juvenile court and all. We have to treat them like human beings, and we have to treat them with dignity, and we have to treat them with some kind of they are fragile. The mind is very fragile, spongy. Delicately we have to handle them. Very, very cautiously we have to handle them. Protection in war. Yes, the war ravages and all. We have to protect the child, the children first. The same thing that was done in Ukraine when the war was announced. The head of the country first announcement was, let the children and women, leave the country first, go and take a refuge in some peaceful country, and then we will have, we'll prepare the men for war. So recovery and reintegration, recovery and reintegration also, that should not be forced. Nothing should be forced. It should not, recovery and reintegration should not counter effect the child. It should not hurt the child. It should not neglect the child. It should not treat the child badly. It should not affect the child. It should be, if you are recovering the child, it should be determined by the child. It should be liked by the child. It should be in the interest of the child. Okay. And reintegration also as per how the child wants to be reintegrated. Children who break the law, sometimes the children who are caught on the street, and all the street dwellers and all, they don't want to go and get integrated with the child, because there are many very reasons that they don't want to be integrated with their families and all. But we can always, the separated parents can always be kind of joined and meet for some time. And then if the child is not willing to reintegrate with the family, that is the discretion of the child. That's the decision of the child. We should respect. And then we should put that child for rehabilitation in some home, which is going to kind of help the child to rebuild his future. And best, children who break the law should be fairly treated, and they should be legally helped, and there should be a good solution, and then that's for the reason, when we had this Nirbhaya case, one of the culprits was child. He was below the age of 18 years, and how he is now, he is dwelling in Bangalore. He is having a business and all. So the government has helped him to build up on his skill, and then integrated him in the mainstream society, because he was influenced by the bad company. So that's how Indian government treated him. So that's how that's what is being guided by the UNCRC and NCPCR. So best law for children applies. So the laws of a countries protect children's rights better than the convention. Then those laws should be used. So convention, UNCRC has already given a guidelines, but it's not that we have to not be flexible. In the beginning of my presentation only, I said, as per the comfort of the community, as per what is best for the child, in the best interest of the child, that law would be in place. Everyone must know children's rights. So every individual, from the oldest of the old age to the youngest, should know the rights of the children. That we should tell them, we should educate them, and we should advocate. But it should be age appropriate, and every child should be said that you have a right to play, and mama is giving you that right to enjoy. But you have a right, but you at the same time, that is attached with the duty, Their duty is to play the role of a student as well. You know, the rights come with the responsibilities as well. You have to teach the child how the convention works. These articles explain how government, the United Nations, including the Committee on the Rights of the Child and UNICEF and other organizations work to make sure all children enjoy all their rights. So every committee, every organization, NGOs, save the children and UNICEF, World Vision India, so many other children are there. So many other NGOs are there. We have to ensure that the children are given their right to enjoy. It is not that we are giving them privileges. It is their right, and which comes by virtue of them being a child, them being born because of the decision the mother, father, and the divine have taken. So divine role is also there in bringing the child to this world. So, and divine also wants the child to be freed, child to be freed from bondages, child to be freed from atrocities, child to be freed from any harm, child to be freed from deprivation, to be freed from bondage, labor, child to be freed from all the bads in the society, child to be freed from the what do we call that, information load, load of information which is not required by the child. That is also a one kind of harassment to the child, that you are overloading the child with information. That's not good. So our information has to be brief. Sometimes we go, mothers, fathers, they go on lecturing to child. You should be good. We became good children to our parents. You should study. That's a harassment. You should know how to communicate with your children a little. If mother is speaking 10 lines, that would not be effective. But just tell them, I expect, you have scored this marks, but I expected, more from you because you are very capable. Maybe you have not worked hard enough. So next time you better, put your best and show what you are. And what I'm expecting is, best from you. Something like that, just to inspire the child, just to motivate the child. A lighter word, not a very strong words you have to use for the children, in order to motivate the child also. I've seen some parents, they use very strong words, for the child, that you are very bad, you are worthless, you're not worth it, you're not doing good enough, comparing with siblings, comparing with another children and all. That is a harassment. That is a bad for the children. So little words, very pleasant words, would work like a miracle to turn the child, to turn the ordinary child into extraordinary child. With this, and I was supposed to talk about the child labor, which I've already presented, and in between the lecture I've already included. We are not supposed to use the child for labor. Children are not for labor, and which is illegal, which is forced, which is inhuman. We are not supposed to do that. Children can always work. Even Japanese culture says children have to work. They have to learn the life skill, but let them learn out of their inquisitiveness, out of their innovative mind, out of their interest, out of their eagerness. That should not be forced. That should not be forced and harassed. That should not be, that should not make the child a rebel child. So let us all vouch here, take a pledge here today, that we as professors, we as parents, we as future parents, soon to be parent, going to treat the children with good words, sweet words. If we try to pour water into the sapling, small, delicate sapling also, if we pour in a very strong manner, the sapling will die. That's for the reason, droplets are being made to water the sapling. Why? Because so that the sapling is intact. So that's how we have to keep our children, the essence of childhood in a child intact now and forever. With that pledge, let us all begin to think that we are all adults. We understand the rights of children, and we are here to give all the rights of the children, not as a privilege, but as as a way of life for them. With this, I end my lecture. Thank you so much once again, Ravindra sir. Thank you so much for listening to me and giving me this platform time and again, to speak out my heart, to speak out my learnings of life, my experimentation of life, my experiences of my life, because I'm mother of 2 kids. I've been mother. I played all these roles. What I'm speaking today is out of my experiences, as the putting myself into that role. With this, I say namaskar to Ravindra sir and all the dignitaries who are present here, and thank you so much for listening to me. And I just hope that those who didn't know about it would put the rights of children actually in practice. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a very detailed account of your experiences being shared. Really, we forgot the time listening to it.
I was supposed to go to the market, but when I'm getting the platform, I feel I should do justice to what I have to speak, because at least if one person understands and change the way of life, my very motto of speaking here will be fulfilled. That's what I feel. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. But it was a really wonderful session. Though, these kind of experiences are really required to be shared, so that academics all okay. But these are the things we really look forward, because that gives greater insights. Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us and sharing your insights, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir, so much. Thank you for your blessings and your best wishes.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, observations, you can quickly share. I know we are ahead of time. We can conclude by this. Yeah, Mary, ma'am, you can unmute yourself. Yeah, you can unmute yourself. Okay, let me do it from my side.
That's one thing I really appreciate. Every time you present, it means a lot to not only to social work, but it shows how good you are as a human being, as a woman. As a woman, I'm feeling very proud of you. All the best. All the best for your life, and God bless you, and may always you shine. Take care, ma'am. Bye.
Yeah, anyone else have any observations or feedback? You can share, unmute yourself. Or you can use the chat box or feedback form to share your thoughts. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It was really, whole day was packed with lots of insightful sessions. Hope everyone enjoyed. And let's see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. So kindly fill up the feedback form for the last session before we disperse for the day. So kindly fill up the feedback form. And thank you everyone for joining us and for being us since morning. We wish you all the success and do keep joining us tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And happy weekend. Take care. Good night. Dear participants, quickly fill the feedback form. We'll be closing the session in next 5 minutes. We are waiting for the feedback.